You'll be you'll be on approximately 1 hour. Hell yeah, good sir. Catch you then. I mean, unless you're sticking in the stream, but hell yeah. Oh, I didn't see the first one though. It's gonna be a while before you can join because annoyingly Minecraft decided to update on the worst possible day. Wait, bro. Don't update. I mean, I don't think you need to update. I did not update, and I'm still able to play on the realm. So unless it forces you to update right now to get on the realm, then you should be able to join. If you update, you actually might not be able to join the realm because it's still an old version until the person who's on the realm decides to turn on his PlayStation. It won't let you? Damn, that's fucked up. Shoot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm in an old version. You can rewind to the beginning of the video and check out what update I'm in. But, I think you can anyway. But, yeah, I think I'm in an older version. Because I have mine set to never auto-update. Yeah, it doesn't matter for you. It just forced you no matter what. You tried turning off automatic updates in your settings, but still nothing. Damn, that sucks. It's almost done now, though. Hopefully it doesn't ruin anything, right? I feel that. Heck yeah, though. I'm sorry, nostalgia, for being mean again. I forgive we can't always will. Just, try to listen sometimes, okay? I only want to help. Wait, something happened, or fuck? I don't know what's wrong with my throat. I have cancer, and that's clearly the only thing. Clearly, I keep having fucking loogies, and I'm all the time right now, or for the past week. But yeah, I don't know what's happening or what happened, but how you like the castle? Just a small argument, no biggie, we good. Looks good so far, nice arches, heck yeah. Thank you, good sir. I have to keep muting because, I'm listening to some copyrighted music right now, and YouTube hates that in the videos, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm hoping that by using music like I used to do back in the day, it will help me focus on the castle and not sit here just dicking around, stroking the cock, and not doing anything actually for like 6 out of 8 hours of streaming or something, you know? So yeah, I'm trying to do that instead of listening to some like podcasts and stuff right now. But understandable, heck yeah. But yeah, like I said, YouTube seems to hate it. That's why I keep muting at the moment. But yeah, do you hear that? Silence. There's no noise here right now. Well, until I play the music. But yeah. All right, I'll be here. I'll keep on muting, obviously, to talk to you guys or whatever. If you're saying, I'm gonna keep on listening to this evil copyrighted music, you know. But yeah, be right back. Okay, heck yeah. All right. I may or may not be listening to The Death of Slim Shady. I know it came out a few years ago, but I haven't listened to much new music recently. I've been on, I don't know, my old school music type binge or whatever. So I figured, fuck it, I would listen to this. And it's not only hilarious, in my opinion, but I don't know, okay, there was something I was going to say. Hold up. Let me mute it up real quick and I'll remember. Instantly remembered. So, I'm to the Houdini song, and the official music video is supposed to be the old Eminem coming out of like a time portal or some shit like that, coming into, you know, today's society, and he's like, what the fuck is this shit, or something like that. It's like, bro, facts. Like, literally, that would be anybody and everybody's reaction coming from like 2000 era to 2025. You'll be like, what the fuck is this pussy ass cuck shit that we have going on now? Like, what the fuck? At least my personal opinion. Yeah, so it's the Eminem. I like some music sometimes from him. While I don't agree with anything he says, basically, at least nowadays. At least, okay, I shouldn't say anything. There's probably some stuff I would agree on. But the majority of stuff he says, like 99% of it, I probably disagree on. However, I do find his music still hilarious. But yeah, I don't listen to Eminem. The way you spelt it, Eminem. But, yeah, sure. That's understandable. I used to be a giant fan of Eminem, and well, I don't know, bro. I have mixed signals with it, if I'm being honest. When it comes to words, obviously in the Bible it says everybody will be accountable for every word they've spoken and stuff like that. It's like, well, damn, like what is that, man? That's kind of whatever, like, shit, bro. Like, what if I just want to make a fucking joke, like, can't make jokes in Detroit these days, but yeah. But like, with that being said, there's also stuff like, in the Bible that says obviously we shouldn't, insult people, shouldn't call them a fool, stuff like that. That's kind of understandable. While I still do that sometimes on occasion, that's kind of understandable. If we're putting the two together, it sounds like, we could be judged for stuff or whatever, and for what we're saying to people or whatever. With that being said, how do words go that you're just using for yourself, you know what I mean? Or, for instance, if you're listening to music, like, in my opinion, I've always thought words are just words. That's how I've always rolled with it, but after being a Christian, I had to try to somewhat go against that thought process, because according to the Bible, words are not just words, basically. But yeah, I don't know, but it feels like words are just words, at least for me, so I fight with that personally. So I do still like, you're raised on Christian temporary music, mostly, it'd be, or contemporary music, yeah, it'd be that way. I've had some in my life, but, and this might sound fucked up, but personally, I as a child, have basically despised it, if that makes sense. I don't know why, like, personally, like, nowadays especially, right? Like, I'm older and stuff, so in my personal opinion, if you're praising God, you do it the way you want to. I have no problem with that or whatever. But when it comes to that taste in music, for me personally, I don't know, it just feels so, if that makes sense. Again, not dissing it or anything. Like I said, everybody praises God their own way and such. But, the taste for me, like, I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, of course. Because, like I said, my parents had that too, and, heard a lot of that in church. But, motherfucker. But in my personal opinion, I've never really acquired a taste for it, if you will, personally. Cringe, yes. No, I agree. A lot of it is cringe. Be. Like, yeah, I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but yes. Well, you're made in the image of God, so what you say harsh. Oh, so what you say harsh on yourself, you're also saying to him and his creation. I have never thought of it like that either, bro. I mean, I have thought of, like the Holy Spirit living inside you and stuff, but I've never thought of it the way you just worded it. Trying to fucking make me philosophize over here while I'm trying to build my castle. Asking philosophical questions and shit. Personally like music like Red or Disciple. Bro, Red, back in the day, I heard of Red, if I'm correct. And I'm pretty sure they were back in the day music, right? I could be thinking of a totally different band, but I'm pretty sure it was Red, because I was looking up bands that were like Skillet, because I heard all the Skillet music back in the day, and I'm like, bro, I need another band like this, like this band. So I was looking up different bands. I think I found Red, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that's who they were. And yeah, their music was all right, but it didn't give me that Skillet vibe, if you will. I like his 2006 album. Hell yeah. Yeah, that was probably around the... I mean, I was looking at it later, like 2013, 2012-ish. But that's probably the albums that I was listening to as a few years old, if I'm being honest. But I could be wrong. That's just my assumption of it. To be honest, I'm not that huge on Skillet. That do be. I was a big Skillet fan back in the day. Nowadays, I'm not as much of a Skillet fan, but I feel like that's because my genre of music switched up from rock to more rap, if you will. But I don't know, that's just me personally. Obviously, everyone's music taste is different, but I do listen to like all music, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like my favorite preference is rap, but I listen to every and any type of music, if that makes sense. As long as the lyrics are good, if that makes sense too. Because like, yeah, if the lyrics are good, then yeah, I listen to that shit. It's not unmuting. I only like it if it gives me an alternate or adrenaline rush. Red has a lot of that like, wow, that's messed up feeling, and it makes me think of my life decisions. Oh heck yeah, I feel that. That does make sense too. Like I said, I haven't listened to them much, but I'm pretty sure I heard a little bit of them. But yeah, I should probably give them another listen to later on and see what they're all about nowadays. Being that's been over 12 years or so. I have a playlist on my channel with all the Christian music. I think is the best if you're ever trying to find some. Oh heck yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. Then it's on your main channel or the Fake Nostalgia channel. On your main channel, only rap I sometimes listen to is old school Recree. I don't even know those two people, if I'm being honest, homie. And Tashija or Tadashi. Yeah, I'm probably butchering those, but yeah, give me half a momente because I got to find my controller wherever I put that or wherever it fell, and I'll be right back. I suck at these, but I'll try. Lucretia and Tadoshi. Maybe I got them, but hold up. Lacria? La... I give up. Lacria. Lacrie? I don't know. I could probably Google it and figure it out, though. I suck at these. LOL, yes. Hey, turning into discourse. How you doing, good sir? Yo, Mill. Crap, question mark. Got into a big fight with your parents? Rip. About what, good sir? If you want to say anyway. I probably shouldn't be hearing this. Dun dun dun. I commented to my mom about how I didn't understand why a female cop in this show, why a female cop in the show I was watching was upset when her boss went to bat for her when a guy who outranked her but not him discriminated against her. Wait. I was commenting to my mom about how I didn't understand why a female cop in the show I was watching was upset when her boss went to bat for her when a guy who outranked her, when a guy who outranked her but not him discriminated. Okay, that kind of makes sense. When the guy who outranked her but not him discriminated against her and he went to go bat for her, she got mad. Then I called a councilwoman in the same show an idiot because she had requested SWAT do patrols around a rich neighborhood after 2 break-ins. Yeah, usually, I don't know, call me crazy, but they either they usually try to make the female characters look smart, or like smarter than everybody else in shows, but usually it makes them look more retarded, at least in my personal opinion. Not always, but usually. I have zero idea what this means. Yeah, the councilwomen in the same show part, I don't understand, but I assume it's supposed to be like a group of women who run the board or some shit like that, or yeah, but the other part is, if I'm correct, is basically a chick was in trouble because a guy was discriminating against her, and the chick's boss went to basically go vouch for her and be like, hey, she didn't do that, and then she got mad at her boss because he went to help her, or something like that. I think that's what the first one's trying to say. The second one, I'm not 100% sure, but I assume it basically means that, yeah, like I said, there was a council of women or a group of women in the police force area that, quote-unquote, outranked everybody else in some way, shape, and or form, and they requested that they have an area, SWAT around or whatever, or that they have the SWAT do patrol or whatever because there was 2 break-ins in a rich area. My mom, blew up on me after I said I didn't understand why the cops are being jerks to a guy who owned a costume company and sold police uniforms to 4 guys who lied to him. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's illegal to sell police uniforms to anybody or whatever. The only thing is you can't have it say, like, police on it, but it can look identical to a police uniform, if that makes sense. It just can't say police on the uniform. But then again, all they have to do is get a little patch and stitch it to it that says police and they're set, so yeah. The 4 guys used the uniforms to commit the break-ins. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, hey, if I was going to commit a break-in, I'd probably use a police uniform, and I'll be like, we're swatting you. For what? Yeah, you're detained. Sit over here, bro. And then you just fucking rob the whole house and fucking just leave. That'd be the best way to do it, but yeah. It led to a 30-minute, oh my gosh, my right eyeball's fucked, but it led to a 30-minute shouting match between us, my mom calling me a jerk and closed-minded. Yeah, that's how women are, though, bro, when they get mad about that stuff, yeah. And when I had shouted over her, that's when I was in the same shoes, except I was being called a Nazi? Wait, what? Hold up. That led to a 30-minute shouting match between us. My mom called me a jerk and closed-minded, and when I had shouted over her, and that's when I was in the same shoes, except I was being called a Nazi. I didn't get mad at the people above me for for going to bat for me. I get the last part, but what about I should say I get the last part, or last comment, but what about the top part of the second comment? Led to a 30-minute match between us. Okay, that makes sense. Calling you a jerk. Okay, I mean the second part of the second comment. And when I had shouted over her, that's when that part. I don't want to have no part in this mill, but yelling back at her isn't helping. Yeah, that do be not helping usually, but usually is a key word. I mean, I guess depending on your age and what's going on in the context of the situation. And now, while I say that, I don't think you should ever yell at your mother, if that makes sense. But I think I'm not gonna play a hypocrite and say that I've never done that, if that makes sense. Like, especially the other day when I was trying to do stuff or whatever, and I was trying to help her out or whatever with stuff, or help her and the family out and stuff. she kept delaying what I was doing over and over and over and over, and I finally just kind of blew up, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And yeah, definitely not a good thing to do, so I don't recommend doing it, but if I would say I never did, I would definitely be lying. Yeah, I don't, okay, yeah, go figure, FN? FN? What's FN mean? I don't know. FA would be like fucking A, I think, but FN? My mom was calling me a sexist to my face because the show made two women look like idiots. I said that they were idiots, and she called me a sexist. Definitely not something I'd get mad at. FN, fake nostalgia. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know, but what I would, I mean, I don't know, you don't need to do this, but what I would personally do is look at the context of that exact episode. Like, okay, I feel like sometimes I'm a psychopath, so don't take what I say as something you actually should do. But if I was in that situation and yeah, I wanted to prove my point, if you will, I would take the women in the situation. I would basically check on the circumstances or whatever, and come to a conclusion, being like, okay, well, this would be a better outcome, or this would be a better outcome, or even this would be a better outcome than the choices they made. But for some reason, the creators of the show ended up making the female characters that were supposed to be the smart ones in the show do this decision, and it made them look like idiots. Furthermore, just because the females in the shows are the ones who made those decisions doesn't mean that it wasn't a male who created the show. So you're calling me sexist for pointing out something that a male decided to do with female characters? That doesn't really make sense, but yeah, just to basically, I don't know, prove my point. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, you'd be like, see, I'm correct. She was screaming too. She actually started the screaming, and she threatened to hospitalize me for it. I mean, if I'm correct, that's technically illegal for her to do. I mean, obviously, I don't know if you'd ever press charges against your mom or whatever, but legally speaking, oh, it's raining, of course. Legally speaking, if I'm correct, the definition of a threat is basically saying you're going to cause, physical harm, or physical harm to the person, or kill the person. So basically, being like, I'm going to cause you physical harm and hospitalize you would be considered a threat legally. But a male did create the show, lol. It's a rather woke show. Yeah, I assumed so, bro. I assumed it was going to be a woke fucking libtard show. So they tried to make her sound smart. Yep, that's what they do. I've noticed that over the years. It's so fucking cringe, bro. Honestly, it's turned me off of new TV, or like new TV shows these days and shit, because of all the fucking wokeness that's in it. I don't know why you're coming to us. You should come to the police for something like that. All it be, but that's assuming you want to take that type of actions. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I should comment on that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to comment on it. I feel like with my parents and I, we've probably had way worse than that back in the day. Yeah, we were, yeah. It got really bad, let's just say that. But, at least we never had any fights over that type of stuff, so I'm happy about that at least, but yeah. My mom is 46 with back issues and a lot of health issues, so she isn't a threat. That be. And wokeism, louder equals smarter. Yep. That do be how it is, bro. I fear the dog that rushed my dog, and I fear the dog that rushed my dog, and I earlier today more... I fear the dog that rushed my dog, and I earlier today more of a threat than my mom? You fear the dog that rushed your dog earlier today than you do your mom as a threat, I think is what you're saying? Dude, Coke, it won't let me download the frickin' update. Damn. Okay, let me check something real quick, bro. What version are you on right now, Nostalgia, my good sir? No! Cause yeah, look, homie, look. Don't update right now. 1.21.130, right? As long as E-Man does not get on the realm, or I should say, as long as he doesn't open up his PlayStation 5, the realm theoretically should not update. The moment he powers on his PS5, the realm's gonna try to update. So right now, you should be able to play on 1.21.130. Should be in the keyword. Dude, it won't let you? Yeah, damn. Your mom is less of a threat than the dog that tried rushing your dog and yourself? Yeah, damn. I feel you, though. I'm gonna have to show you. Oh, yeah, no, I feel you, but it's all good, my G. That's fucked up if it won't let you join. I don't understand how. Or you mean like Minecraft won't even open? Oh, yeah, because you're on PC? It's stuck. Yeah, fuck. I forgot. They just changed that or some bullshit, bro. Like in the last update or 2 updates ago or something like that. Hey, by the way, Happy Days Played 3969. But they just changed it for PC players. You have to update. Yeah, it won't. It's so fucking... I heard of that. I just forgot about that because I don't play on PC. But, bro, that is so fucking autistic. Like, what? How? Like, how are you supposed to play? Like this instance right here, right? Homie has not updated, so I can play, because I have it set to never auto-update. It was set to auto-update, but it will only auto-update when he turns on his PlayStation. And then you just can't play because, well, fuck yeah, that's why. Like, what? Fuck me. Mojang, fix your fucking shit. I've been waiting for 7 frickin' hours. Damn. How much storage do you have on your PC right now, maybe? Also, if you want... Actually, I'll do that real quick. But yeah, how much storage do you have? Like, maybe it's because you don't have storage? I assume probably not, but, for PC. Okay, let me copy this into Google or into YouTube. Shit. Okay, let me go here and paste it into YouTube. One month ago, let's go to... Yeah, so... Yeah, I'm not seeing any videos on YouTube right now saying that PC is not updating. But then again, it did happen like, what, 7-8 hours ago? But I am not seeing anything on YouTube specifically saying like, oh shit, I can't update on PC. So I'm hoping that somehow allows you, you know what I mean? Like, hopefully it's just a problem with your PC and not Minecraft in general. Have you tried shutting off your PC and restarting it and then updating it as soon as the PC turns on? I've done that with my phone before and it sometimes works. But you're in an Anarchy server with your friend, or with a friend group, and your friend group raided your base? Damn, Shadowcrafter, homie, that fucking sucks, my G. You should... you should make an alt account. Just, figure out how to dupe a whole bunch of shit. Get it on your alt account and pretend you're a new player and be like, bro, you know, I got a whole bunch of shit who wants to team up with me. Get them to team up with you, and then re-raid them back. Or at the very least, get them to give you your cords, or get them to give you their base cords, and then raid them back later. You know, pretend you're a friend, and with your alt account, go offline for the night or some shit, and then log into your main account and just go fucking raid their asses. That's what I would do anyway, or attempt to do. I'm not paying for another account. You gotta pay for them, bro? For me, all I have to do is clear data, and then it will tell me to sign in, and then I just create a new account, and I'm set. And then if I want to go back to my old account, I just clear data, click sign in, put in my existing account that I had before, and then I'm logged back into my old account. Ah, yes sir. Yeah, I don't know if you're on PC, I don't know if it works the same way though. Ooh, a Vidya? Look! Okay. Okay, hold up. Let me turn that down. Holy crap. And then let me, oh my fuck, unlock and go to bed. Sleeping through the night. Let me pull up YouTube on my phone real quick. Damn, it's a post, but damn. Your game needs an update. That's fucked up. Error. 276.8 megabytes out of 329.2 megabytes. This is what happens. When you add a new feature that no one asked for. Yeah. This is eBay? No. This is not eBay. This is what? This is what happens when you add a new feature that no one asked for, like auto-updating or you can't play the game. No one asked for it, and yet here we go. Here we have it, because fuck us, that's why. I want to curse so bad. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. My cursing is probably not helping you at all with that, but you've done everything, damn. That is dog shark, good sir. I don't know how to fix it. Other than, like I said, maybe try and shut it off and restart, but if that don't work and you tried everything, I don't know, shit. I've been miserable today, Coke. I'm sick and I can't play Minecraft. Damn, that sucks. And you did that. Dang, that double sucks. Yeah, you were just saying, a few days ago you were getting sick. You're still sick or not getting better at all? Actually, I don't know if it was a few days ago. My days all run together, but I feel like it was a few days ago. I'm worse today. Damn, that's no good, good sir. I do hopes you get better soon. Oh, but oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say we missed 3969, but no, I think I called it out. Pretty sure. But either way. Throat stings and nose can't breathe. Damn. Have you ever tried honey? I don't know if it's going to help you a lot, but real honey, not the fake stuff. But real honey has a density that is apparently unobtainable from basically anything else. So by consuming honey, apparently what it does is if there's any bacteria in your throat or whatever, it grabs hold of that and basically mummifies it instantly, which is why honey is sterile, because any germs that come in contact with honey instantly die. Due to, obviously, lack of liquid. Just a second, you have to sign. You have to sign into something? Oh, good, good, sir. Damn, can't eat honey, you're allergic, it makes you swell up too. Damn, that's no good, bro. Do you know if it's real honey that you're allergic to, or fake stuff, or just yeah? Because like I don't know, like if you tried honey before, you had an allergic reaction to it or something, you might be like, oh shit, honey, I'm allergic to honey. But maybe I'm not saying you should try it again to confirm or anything. But I'm saying maybe you're like oh, I'm allergic to honey, but in reality you're allergic to the synthetic fake honey stuff and not the real stuff, if that makes sense. But yeah, I wouldn't chance it either way. You know what I mean? It was just honey. I don't know. I don't ever want it again. That do be understandable, good sir. It's working for you? Nice. Cause I'm about to flip a fucking tit if this keeps doing this. Holy fucking shit, Minecraft! Why the fuck can't I place slabs in a line without it doing this? I gotta click, click, click. I can't hold the button or this happens. The fuck? And then I go and I try to place it like that. Like, okay, well, maybe it's because of the angle I have it at, right? Right? Maybe it's the fucking angle. I don't believe it is, but maybe it is. So let's do this, right? Let's hold the button down, do it like this. And now you're working. Okay, now it's wanting to work, just barely, but it is working. It's not gonna work next time, though, so I'm just gonna hold it down until it gets to the fucking end. Ah, fuck it. Break your legs, you piece of trash. Minecraft, fix your fucking game. Why do I need to waste one whole gunpowder now? Because your game glitches, you twat rockets. Sorry, I'm a little mad. Because look at this shit. Cook, stop me out. Oh, wait. Shit, hold up. Fuck. Yeah. Oh my fiddling fart. I hate Minecraft. I hate it these days now. Cook, stop. Yeah, I'm gonna curse you, swear. Oh, wait, I'm gonna curse you, swear. I am a good Christian. Yes. This game sometimes, homie. Makes me think bad thoughts. I swear. Oh, you swore. No, okay. Can I not place the block? Of course, I can mine the block at this distance, but why can I place it? Haha, advantages of being on a touchscreen. You get to place a half block farther than you can on PC or console. Blink. Breaking those, placing these. Working hard. Hard day working my blue collar job. Alright, do I have any more underneath I need to get rid of? No more underneath, but there is one left over here. And you said something. These things are what make me think hell is justified. Yes. Bro, you don't understand how fucking... How funny that is, because, yeah, I've kind of said that before. It's like, well, what, you know, like, the worst of the worst people, you know, I'm over here thinking, you know, well, the worst of the worst shouldn't get eternity in hell. And then I'm over here having shit like this in a game, and I'm like, oh, hell is justified. I don't know if that makes sense, but, yeah. Obviously, it's completely different things. One person is, like, you know, probably committing the worst atrocities known to mankind, and one is, like, well, the video game's lagging, but, yeah, but it's like, well, one's affecting me, personally. That sentence alone, wait, that sentence alone keeps me from saying bad words. I feel that. I mean, I feel that, but, I don't know how to describe it. Basically, I've said bad words my whole life. So then when it's like, don't say bad words, or not even that, I think, you know, Jesus is the one that kind of whatever, you know, because it's like, you know, you'll be accountable for every idle word or something like that. And they're like, what does idle mean? It's like, does that mean even joking words, you know? Like I don't know, what does that mean? Does idle mean like joking words? Does it mean like every word idly, like idle you put above God? Does it mean like, yeah, you're idling your vehicle, you know, you're sitting idly, you're saying words that like are just sitting there meaning nothing, like, yeah. So that's the one thing that's kind of, yeah, nowadays. But still, as I've said, you know, I've said so much stuff, or I've said so much stuff, like go watch my older videos, if you will, where it's almost like, dang it, yeah, it's hard for me to not, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's definitely something we should, at least me personally, I shouldn't say we, but we as a society, humans, there you go, should try to not do or say such things for the sole fact that God says not to, not because man says we shouldn't say stuff. For instance, when man says we shouldn't say that men that try to transition to women are men, and women that try to transition to men are women, we should say that, because society says we shouldn't, but fuck society. Where, yeah, if God says we shouldn't say something, well, it's kind of different, because, you know, God said so. I'm gonna have to read more into this so I can give you an answer for that verse, for that verse in that, for that verse particular. Basically, yeah, yes, sir. Cook, my brain is cooking up something wild. I'm afraid to say it, cause what if it actually gets? Wait, what if it actually gets committed to it? Committed to it? I feel ya, bro. You should download Line app. I don't know if you're a big fan of using social media apps or whatever, but Line app is a really good one. They encrypt your messages so they can't be seen by the people who own the app or whatever. And they also don't, not to my knowledge, they don't have any AI implemented into Line. Like I said, at least not to my knowledge. So it's honestly my brothers and all my, I think I might have mentioned this before, but my brother and all my friends started getting a Line app recently, because of the stupid AI thing on social media apps where they're going to be like reading your own reading your personal conversations to help train the AI or whatever. And it's like, what? And yeah, apparently, much as it seems appeasing to the app developers or whatever, or the AI creators or developers or whatever, the people who have conversations apparently don't want them read by AI. So Luigi gets possessed by the woke mind virus. I might, depends on whether or not I want to use social media, or want to ever use social media. I feel that. I wouldn't even classify Line as social media. I'm just gonna let my guy hit. He's gonna take the damage anymore. Fuck you. You're gonna keep falling, you're gonna crush your legs. No, but I wouldn't categorize Line as social media per se. It's more like, you know how Facebook and Messenger are one and the same app or whatever. Like you have Facebook and you have Messenger. But Messenger is where you basically message people, and Facebook's where like all the social media aspects happen. Line app is basically like the Messenger aspect of Facebook without all the Facebook aspect of it, if that makes sense. But I'm gonna be honest, Coke. I really think they've been doing it, and are just now telling you. Yeah, I feel that too. Like, if they're saying they're gonna do it, they probably already have been doing it. That makes 100% sense, honestly. I'm thinking of an animation where Luigi gets indoctrinated by the mainstream media and tries to shoot Mario. I'm so scared to make it public, though. Nah, bro, that'd be geeking. Hell, if you... Okay, yeah, not... Okay, yeah. Because it's your creation and shit. I don't want to, like, quote-unquote steal it. But, like, if you ever do create something like that and you just, like, you want it on social media, but you don't want to post it or whatever, send that shit to me and I'll post that for you. Because that'd be kind of geeking. Although, I'm not saying you would need to do this. I mean, obviously, it'd be your own personal thing. But if it was me, I would try to implement some of the real-life, stuff that happened with the Luigi guy into the I mean, obviously the mainstream media indoctrination is probably something that definitely happened. But I mean, like, stuff that's been confirmed, if you will. So that way, it's kind of like, little jabs that are thrown into the thing, if you will. I would 100% guarantee you, heck yeah. That'd be hilarious to have that. No, that's the idea, heck yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh! Bruh, I hate myself. I can't place blocks. I mean, it's also the game and how it functions with controllers, but I can't place blocks. The Luigi thing is part of it. Yeah, I assumed that part was for sure. But I was like, in case people clicked on it and they were like, huh, is that what he's referring to? Because, like, it's the Luigi thing, so it seems like it. Then all of a sudden, you have some real life thing in there that actually happened or was in the news thing. It's like, oh, yeah, that's definitely what he's referring to. In fact, Mario's a doctor and a health CEO. Yes, that got shot, so it would make total sense. Yes, sir. To my knowledge, I mean, obviously, I don't know. You don't need to implement this into the thing either, or like into your animation, if you will. But to my knowledge, they claim, like the creators of Mario and stuff, right? Like Nintendo, they claim that Dr. Mario and normal Mario are two totally different people. So you could have him so he, I mean, not saying you'd want to or whatever, but you could go with something like, I don't want to make this for you, you know what I mean? So, like, if it's not something you want to do, don't add it, but, you could make it so, like, you could also double-check, make sure what I'm saying is factual about Mario and Dr. Mario being two different people, but yeah, if it is, you can make it so, like, Luigi gets indoctrinated by the woke mind virus and, basically tries to kill the Dr. Mario because, because his brother got sick or whatever, and he was a doctor and an insurance agent or whatever, and just fed him pills and didn't help him get better or some shit like that, and then charged him a lot of money. And then you could have, Luigi going after Dr. Mario because I don't know how true this is or not, but I've been told that apparently the Luigi guy went after the insurance guy because his wife was basically... again, I don't know how true this is, but I was told he went after him because his wife was basically dying or something, and then they denied the insurance shit, so he basically was like, pop, pop, from what I've been told. So, we could, you obviously could double-check, fact-check everything, make sure it's all whatever. Dude, the scene of Luigi getting possessed in my head, it's peak cinema, heck yeah. Dude, I can imagine, too. But yeah, that would be geeking as fuck, bro. And then and if you wanted, I mean, you don't need to, but I was gonna say, and if you wanted to, you could also implement it via, he got the virus from watching the television or some shit like that, or from swiping through mainstream media on his phone or some shit like that. You know what I mean? He's just sitting there, and then all of a sudden it like comes out of the screen and fucking possesses him or some shit like that. I mean, again, these are just ideas, if you will. You don't need to do any of them, but yeah. Just some food for thoughts. Some shower thoughts, if you will, while I'm not in the shower. Bro, my eyesight is so bad. Okay, you see these beacon beams right here? When I had it opened up like this, I just assumed that light there was my eyeball, like, making the light all blurry. and like my right eye, making it all blurry until I like actually looked at it with my left eye more, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, never mind. It's my beacon effect. It's not my screen being all blurry and blurring the lights everywhere. The TV scene was in your head already? Heck yeah, that's the first thing that came to my mind. The smartphone thing was second, but yeah. Oh look, not siding. Okay, look, not siding with the shooter, but if true, that's a heck if a lot more reasonable than normal. Yeah, I feel yeah. It's like obviously by shooting him, it's not going to change anything. But yes, it does make sense for a human response for a human to want to basically cause pain to somebody else that's causing their loved one pain, if that makes sense. Yeah, this one's fire. The reason why the TV scene would make more sense for mainstream media is because I want to show how the phones and social media, YouTube journalism is better. That does make sense. Kind of a parody of the two news outlets. Yeah, that does make sense, good sir. And welcome to the realm. Finally works. Heck yeah. I'm thinking that when Luigi gets possessed, he starts growing blue hair, a dress, and becomes fat. Fuck yeah, bro, that would be hilarious. And each time Mario throws facts at him, he gets even larger. That would be geeking too. You should, well, either that or you should, you should have him get more angrier and angrier, and then, like, I don't know, get like fatter from, I don't know, or like, yeah, get angry and angrier, and then, like, fucking binge eats to whatever, and then gets fatter. I don't know, it's up to you, though, for sure. But yeah, that'd be geeking as fuck. But then he finally shoots the Bible at him and becomes normal. Yeah, yes. Or you, that would do be though, because you have like, I mean, obviously this is not anything you were saying or whatever, but basically fucking you have Luigi insta download the Bible or fucking strapped to a thing watching the Bible 24/7 or something like that. I'm just like, yeah, converts him back to normal. But now you're saying like shoots him with the Bible. That is geeking. He does. Yes, he does get angrier. Nice. Okay, the old, the quote unquote gay Eminem character or whatever is fucking hilarious. At least in my personal opinion. It's more like a fight scene. It makes me think of spiritual battle. Oh, that makes sense too, heck yeah. Alright, I gotta charge my Wiimote control for a second. I shall return. Just give me a few moments, and hopefully it's 1:52, almost 1:53 into the stream. Hopefully I won't be gone past the 2-hour mark. I'm hoping it should be less than 5 minutes. But yeah, be right back. I'm gonna charge the controller for a little bit, and yeah. Just gonna get a dab and stuff. Alright, heck yeah. I'm gonna let my little brother look around my cast still real quick. It's not that much and it's not that done, but yeah, I'm just gonna do that real quick. So yeah, if you see walking around, that's probably why. Yo, it makes me okay. I'm back. I lied. Hey, 2 hours 34. I got stuck on a coyote skinning video, and I'm surprised YouTube didn't delete it. They're probably going to later, for sure. But I got a little sidetracked and started watching that. So, yeah, then I just was like, oh crap, I'm streaming. I should probably get back to doing that. So, I'm here. My controller's charged for over a half an hour, so I should have some juice. Actually, it says it's fully charged, so hell yeah. Just gonna try to, get some on now, I don't know. Yo, nostalgia. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked again, but nostalgia. I found the perfect video of you, how you sound.
Because the water help, it'll suck up when you heat it up. The water will kind of moisten it up.
Bro, I heard that, and the first person I thought was you. I don't know if you're still here right now, but if you are, it's geeking.
Feed in comparison to other videos, subsequently resulting in more clicks, more views, and more money. After all, that's the only reason they...
Oh my god! Ooh, boy.
The family-friendly content creator and uploading content that uses their original characters in all sorts of sexually suggestive or straight-up violent ways.
What the fuck becomes mermaid prank? Crazy doctor where he's cutting somebody up? Sad story was kidnapped with a saw? Floor is lava? Robbing a bank? Oh, I'm just reading some of these. Afnal became pregnant. This is, yeah.
You're back.
Yeah,
This
is a lot.
I was gone.
Ways for shock value in order to get more clicks.
I was gone. The hell? I was gone, then I came back, and then I got sidetracked, and then I came back. It's okay, you're listening to music? Heck yeah. Okay, bro. Not insulting you, okay? So don't take it as an insult or anything, but I heard this video, and it reminded me of you. Like, first person I thought of was you.
You sprayed it. Because the water help, it'll suck up when you heat it up. The water will kind of moisten it up.
Bro. That reminds me of you. You got... You got that deep voice, bro.
This manipulative strategy tricks the YouTube out
10 friends on one pet block in Minecraft. Uh-huh.
That's great.
Recommending them alongside videos
Yes,
of
sir.
real content creator impersonating, sometimes results...
See, wait.
Fuck.
Afnal became wanted criminal challenge, and they have... She's putting...
videos gaining millions more views than the original. I mean, this channel alone has made roughly over $100,000 in just the short year and a half they've been posting content. They also have 118,000 subscribers, which is more than me. So, please subscribe. And of course, Afnal's school is just one small example of the many perpetrators who make money this way.
Well, this was the whole Elsa Gate thing.
Yeah, I remember
this
that.
happened because there are a bunch of, like, really creepy, weird Frozen videos that were super popular in like kids. And like, yeah, this is the same thing. It's just been changed.
Pretty much every Minecraft kid YouTuber you can think of has one, if not multiple, of these garbage-filled impersonation channels made using their brand, all of which are individually made with the sole purpose of generating insane amounts of money, inadvertently exposing a plethora of disgusting and
how don't they get rid of
included, but not limited to...
Yeah.
Take off the foo-foo.
Violence, nudity. Violence with a guy getting his brains blown out in Minecraft.
Afnal escaped from Girl Apocalypse Challenge, and it's her with these big boobs and an AK-47, and these other ones dressed up like sexual
A-salt. You gotta add that A-tier salt. No B-salt, A-salt. Don't be surprised if you get age restricted. Oh yeah.
Take off the money phone, take off the car, take off the flex and the White House.
Childbirth,
Gore, yeah.
medical procedures. Wait, there's suicide videos? Why JJ and Mikey hanged themselves? Bro, this is for kids?
Bro, I mean, I would watch that one.
What the fuck?
For the sole fact that my siblings watch that, or used to at least watch the JJ and Mikey bullshit. And I hated them. So yeah, that'd be a funny one to watch as a parody. At least for me, definitely not for kids. You stupid legging fucking game. But yeah.
Afmal and her baby sexual, and this has over 100,000 views. The question marks. What the fuck?
I have a gun. We just tied you to the bed. Just don't shout and everything will be fine. We're going
That sounds like AI.
to the girl's house. We knocked them out and then tied them to the bed. We take scissors and cut their clothes.
What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, YouTube kids, what do you expect? I wouldn't expect anything else.
This is like shocking. Wow.
But like I said, I've already discussed
Nah,
this
not
before
shocking.
in my previous video.
Typical
However,
YouTube.
What I was very stupid
Greedy,
to think
money-hungry
at the time
bastards who
was
want to
that
pretend
long-form
that
video
the
isn't the
ID thing is going to do anything.
only form of media
While they allow this on their platform.
With the other obviously being YouTube Shorts, to which I've come to learn not only has all of the same problems, but for a myriad of reasons.
But yet you talk
it's
about that
actually
stuff,
so much
all of a sudden you get
worse.
age restricted or
By doing
banned.
As little as searching up Minecraft in the YouTube search bar, we can find a plethora of different channels posting these quote-unquote Minecraft.
No. Steve, I'm stuck.
Not as
Poor
bad as what I
zombie
saw as a
girl, but
as
happy ending.
hold up, I can't, yeah. What is that sound? I keep tap, it like hitting something. I had to move that over. Not as bad as what I saw on a kid's vid. Damn. I used to watch something called Comic Dubs a few years back. What was in Comic Dubs? Sad. There was a video targeted towards kids where Amy and Sonic had, a good time. Wow. Damn. Yeah, that do be. Like softcore stuff or like legitimate? Because, yeah, I mean, obviously, softcore stuff I don't think should be even allowed on YouTube, but it's allowed, it seems like. I mean, I don't know, like, their app is rated teen or whatever, so it's like, it's understandable, but they're like to not have any softcore and stuff on there. But it's just, it's like they have it and they don't care. But if you post something that's remotely whatever, all of a sudden, you use sexual content, even if, it's extremely mild, which is what infuriates me with it. It's like, okay, it's like rules for thee, not for me, It's like, what? Oh, okay. But yeah, but I do think it's alright to not have nudity or whatever on there, or softcore stuff, or even, obviously, full stuff, but yeah. I don't know what that is. I've seen bad and worse. Yeah, basically, the difference between... There's basically no difference. The only difference between softcore and the normal stuff is basically you're able to see the genitalia. And that's like the only difference.
This is look at
Animations in the Shorts tab.
20
all
million
with preview
views.
images that, if left uncensored,
Look at this.
probably get this video demonetized. And all
Oh my. This only has 2 views, but still, baby noob draws a fake hole. 130 million views.
Oh. Yes, sir.
With tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of views each. The main difference between anything I've talked about in the past and these quote-unquote Minecraft animation shorts is the way in which the content
Yeah, I've
gets
seen it, can't
recommended to
unsee it.
viewers.
Damn,
As
that'd be
mentioned
no
previously,
good.
The most common strategy for these fake quote-unquote family-friendly channels to lure in new viewers is to create the most shocking and attention-grabbing title and thumbnail they can,
Of course.
whether that be by using gruesome, violent, or sexually suggestive imagery. In order to
That's insane. How does this get on YouTube Kids?
It's just a
That's
full-blown
what the fuck?
ass just on the thumbnail.
subsequently resulting in more clicks.
I mean, it looks like the character has a G-string on, but this G-string goes up their asshole and disappears. So, yeah, there's a cartoon anime character with their ass just as a thumbnail. It's like, yep, that's YouTube Kids.
More views and more money. After all, that's the only reason they even exist in the first place.
Yeah, of course.
However, YouTube Shorts work a little differently. Since YouTube limits their shorts to a maximum length of only 60 seconds, as
Well,
well
3
as having
minutes
no
now.
support for custom thumbnails, these channels instead lure the viewers in with the actual content of the video. And yeah, very quickly it becomes apparent that these quote-unquote animations are just straight softcore pornography using...
Well, and look, by the way, 1.1 million upvotes. That means this video, like if you've got 1 million upvotes, that means this is like a multi-million view video. This is massive.
Minecraft to mask itself as
Look at
family-friendly
that.
content to bypass the YouTube
what's
Kids
scary-
algorithm.
Oh my
To get,
God.
Like I said,
Hold up. Now, what's scary is how this pops up more on kids' YouTube than adults, right? For real, bro. Like, honestly, I feel like, okay, I was thinking about this. We should start some sort of trend, right? Because I don't like hopping on trends. I like starting them. But we should start a trend where, basically, I mean, I don't know if you can do it or whatever, but basically you find, like, the kids in your life, right? Like, basically, for me, it would be probably my siblings or whatever. For other people, it might be, you know, kids that they, that they're, you know, like aunts or uncles to, or even parents to, or whatever, you know, assuming that your aunts and uncles and your parent, you know, assuming you're the aunt and uncle or whatever, and the parents are all right with you doing it. Hell, you could even be cousins as long as the parents are all right with you doing it. But basically, where we go through, like, the YouTube playlist that the kids use, and just see what's recommended for them to watch. Like, look at the thumbnails and stuff that it recommends, you know what I mean? And basically, you know, like, kind of make that a trend, be like, hey, we're going to check out check out our kids, our kids' YouTube recommendation tab or whatever, and then, you know, basically make that as a video. And obviously, the only way it would become a trend is if other people start doing it too. But, you know, basically, just so that way we can all see in the future, like, oh yeah, look at this. This is what my kids are watching. This is what's recommended to my kids. Oh, this is what's recommended to my kids. Oh, well, this is what they're recommending to my kids. And then we can see if us shouting into the void makes any difference. The kids in my life aren't on the internet, thankfully. No, that's good. Heck yeah. Yeah, my siblings are because, well, I don't know, bro. I love my parents, but they went from one extreme to the next, I feel like. Like, back in the day, my parents used to be extremely fucking harsh or whatever. Like, we didn't have, I mean, I guess they used some internet or whatever, but we didn't have internet for the longest time. I think they got it for their business or something like that, and I still, you know, we still didn't use it until I was like 13 or 12 or some shit like that. And even then, it was only just like watching, you know, music videos on YouTube or something like that, or what were some other ones? Or watching some Bigfoot, you know, they're obviously fake, you know, prank ones or funny ones or whatever, comedic things, but, you know, fake Bigfoot sightings or whatever and stuff like that, or, you know, just like random shit on the internet back in 2012, you know. It was just, you know, yeah, but then, you know, first time I actually had access to the internet, like with an account and stuff, or like had my own phone and stuff, was like 15 and a half, 16 years old. And yeah, where nowadays, like, my parents be letting the little ones use devices as little as like 2 or 1 or whatever, and it's like, bro, what changed? I mean, obviously we're in a different time era than when I was a child, but still, like, I don't got this shit shoved in my face. Well, that, and then I don't know, like, in my opinion, back in the day, my parents are way more strict now. Now they're kind of like they still have, obviously, you know, children or whatever, but they've kind of entered a grandparent era, even though they're not grandparents, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, no, it's like everyone's like, bro, I look at the difference, I should say, between me and my siblings. It's like, bro, we were treated 100% different. What the fuck? What gives here? It's different for you. You were in pre-Elsa Gate days? Yes. Elsa Gate. You're talking about the pre-Elsa YouTube Kids era, I assume. But yes, yeah, back in the day, back in the day though, the internet wasn't as fucked. I mean, maybe it might have been. I was gonna say as fucked up as it is nowadays. If anything, I feel like it keeps getting worse because people keep finding ways around the, what they implement or whatever. I mean, granted, you have 7 billion people basically all using, if not 8 billion people using the internet. You're bound to find one person that can find a loophole to get through it, and then after that one person does, everyone starts flooding through it,
Tens, sometimes hundreds of millions.
26 million
Not to mention
views.
the fact that these channels specifically abuse the system and take advantage of the way YouTube Shorts are set up. Everyone knows that YouTube Shorts has this sort of doom scroll / infinite scroll interface.
Yeah,
where
sure.
instead of giving the viewer a bunch of random recommendations and then allowing them to specifically choose what kind of content they want to
Just
consume,
gives you one.
the app practically just shoves a bunch of random videos in the viewer's face without
Yeah.
a choice, and no matter how much they might not be interested, they will always watch at least a small portion of it before scrolling away.
Right.
Channels like 11.3 know this, and that's why they made sure to put Minecraft characters that look like this in the very first second of each video. It's not even like they're trying to hide it. This channel, Alex and Steve Animation, which has 5.3 million subscribers.
Bro. Search Alex and Steve Animations right now if you want. And tell me what you see in the thumbnail. That's like, oh my gosh. The thumbnail they're using is a chick that has her hands tied up. Like she's ready to have some bondage time or something. Like, what the fuck is YouTube Kids these days? Alright, let me just read your comment. Oh, shit. Well, less people were on the internet, therefore they weren't making money and had no reason shoving recommendations at us. Yeah, that's true, too. Alright, yeah. I mean, then again, you might not want to see it, but yeah, it's just a Minecraft character that, yeah, like I said, it's nothing that bad. It's just a Minecraft character that has her hands tied up, but it's like, bro, what you're incentivizing, you know what you're trying to push here, if you will.
In the very first second of each video. It's not even like they're trying to hide it. This channel, Alex and Steve Animation, which has 5.3 million subscribers and over 1.6 billion views, not only does the exact same thing, but they also have a direct link to a Patreon account that creates fully NSFW drawings and videos accessible by anybody with just...
So, this YouTube Kids app, or I should say this YouTube Kids YouTube channel, has a link to their Patreon or whatever you call it. Yeah, no, this is bad. Yeah, right? And in that Patreon, it gives you nude images of characters. Yeah, like that. I'm pretty sure that's what they're, Alex is kind of, yeah. Bro, I'm pretty sure that's the one they're saying. Hold on, let me rewind that.
It's not even like they're trying to hide it. This
Okay, yeah, sorry.
channel's like this channel, Alex and Steve Animation,
Yeah, so it's not even like they're trying to hide it. This channel, Alex and Steve Animations.
which has 5.3 million subscribers and over 1.6 billion views, not only does the exact same thing, but they also have a direct link to a Patreon account that creates fully NSFW drawings and videos.
Yeah, NSF or whatever, not safe for work drawings, aka pornos. So they draw naked characters and shit, and they sell those images, and yet they have a YouTube Kids account where they promote their pornos, and YouTube is accepting that because it's YouTube. It's making YouTube money. YouTube's taking 45% of the money, if not 55% of it. So yeah. Why is Steve like Alex is kind of? Why is Steve a child? Yeah, I don't know, bro. I didn't see much of it other than the thumbnail, or the thumbnail of the what do you call it? The character, if you will. I can't think, the YouTube channel profile picture.
Accessible by anybody with just one click.
This video's not even halfway over. Like, this is crazy. Like, how? How is this? It's not even halfway done. Oh my god.
By anybody with just one click. The craziest thing is, this
Dude,
isn't
what
even the
is
first
this?
time someone's
Yeah.
spoken out about this
It's YouTube Kids, homie. I'm done.
The illegal Minecraft videos YouTube won't take down. Monster School?
And yet I'm over here being fucking demonetized because I'm reusing content. What content have I reused, YouTube? Show me, please. I would love to know. I would love to know the content that I've reused. But yet I'm demonetized, but then you have channels like, well, you know, like that. I'm disgusted, right? You got channels like that that disgust you, as, I mean, I assume I don't, since you sit here and watch my content sometimes, you know, I mean, a lot of the time, but, you know, you would, so I assume that's not the same way, at least here, so I assume I'm not doing that, but, but yeah, they'd be doing that stuff over there, and, they have monetization because, well, they're getting YouTube money or something, and I feel like, honestly, YouTube demonetized me because they want me to get discouraged and quit on the platform, because I'm probably making them lose money by having my videos up, if I'm being honest, so fuck them, I'll never stop. I'll keep making them lose money.
Baby Monsters Love Challenge? Oh my god.
Andrew!
Oh god. This is...
YouTube on this massive problem, as well as encouraging their audience to mass report any bad channels they've mentioned. But every time, YouTube manually demonetizes and shadow bans the video in the algorithm.
Yeah.
Specifically for showcasing clips of all the nasty things these channels upload.
And by the way, look at the views.
So, somebody makes out a video calling out the absurd nudity and garbage on YouTube Kids, and YouTube demonetizes their video calling it out because there's too much nudity and whatever in it, you know, that they can't have that on YouTube. But the people that are doing it on YouTube Kids, that are being called out for doing it, they get to keep monetization and keep making money off it because YouTube's making money. Like, what? Cause they literally just ban people they disagree with, let's be real. Yeah, that's facts, bro. That's 100% facts. They'll say otherwise. They'll deny it. They'll probably even try to pull up some stats or fucking court case shit or something, legality shit, whatever you want to call it. Try to legally say, oh, we can't do that. But we know they are. No matter what they say, that's their motive, that's their MO, that's their narrative, their agenda, their end game, whatever you want to call it. That it's what they're gonna do, and there's nothing we can do about it unless we basically, we get another social media app or create one. That's honestly, bro, that's the only reason I even wanted to get famous or rich anymore. It's simply because I want to create my own social media app that's censor-free. Like, I would be happy and content in life if I could just upload my content onto a YouTube channel. I don't even need to be big on there, you know what I mean? Like, as long as I had money, I could be like one of the smallest fucking people on my own thing. Like, fuck it, I don't care about the fucking fame, I just care about the money. I just want to get the money so that way I can make my own censorship-free platform. And then I can basically be happy. Anybody who wants to say what they want can use it. And it would be rated mature. Because, yeah, it's for any content. Any whatsoever. Even if I don't agree with the content you're uploading, I want leftards on there. I want fucking Republicans. I want fucking psychopaths. I want fucking any and everybody. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see every and any type of content on there for the sole fact that that's what the internet is made for. You know what I mean? Like, sure, if somebody's doing something illegal, then you can obviously stop... Motherfuck me. You can obviously stop that, but if it's not illegal, even if I disagree with it, if it's not illegal, fuck it stays on the platform, you know what I mean? You don't need to be rich to do that. Well, I don't know how to do it, so if I had money, I'd just pay somebody to create the app for me. I don't know how to make a social media app. I am very, very stupid with that type of stuff. But yeah, if I could create a social media app, that would be amazing. I've honestly been wanting to do that since like 2016. I've wanted to create a social media app, and I wanted to create a video game. And I refuse to give too many details on what my said video game would be about, for the sole fact of I don't want them to steal it from me. I'm too paranoid, so yeah. But if I ever found somebody who could work on a game, so I am, wait, what'd that say? So am I. There's AI for that. You mean for creating social media apps? Maybe. I've been told people are doing that now with AI, so I might need to look into that later on and see if I can't do it. But yeah, when it comes to video game, I do want to create one. I just I just need to find somebody who knows how to create one and somebody I trust. And then we can try to get something set up where basically, I don't know, I'm gonna set up something with the guy where if the game takes off, he gets a percentage of the income from the said game for creating it. But since it's going to be my resources and my idea or whatever, I basically get the whatever of it, the majority, so then we can, I don't know, so I can work with more stuff on it. But yeah, I just don't want to have somebody else have a game that I have inspiration for and then have the game totally change what I want it to be, if that makes sense. Days.
Who's on this shit? This is crazy, and look how fast it's going up in a lot of these cases.
Right? Yes, sir.
They're popping off like crazy.
In fact, friend of the channel and fellow YouTuber, the Mr. Epic, uploaded 2 separate videos calling out these channels to YouTube while taking the extra step to manually blur and censor anything that might be considered non-advertiser friendly. Yet still, despite his best efforts, both videos would get demonetized. All the while, the original content
I watched Mr. Epic
in his video and all of the channels related to it are not only still active,
they're monetized,
but continue to remain fully monetized as well.
Yep.
So basically,
how does this happen?
It's YouTube. They're greedy, fucking. They're just greedy.
Insane.
Like, they found the most scammy type of person to run the platform, and they hired them. Plain and simple.
I'm just wondering what happened with those 2 videos that got demonetized. Can you kind of explain the situation around that?
First one, which I uploaded last year, that one was demonetized after about, I think, 2 days. Interestingly, what happened was, rather than the video just outright being, like, stop being pushed and stop being showed, it actually, like, did this weird thing I haven't seen before where it, like, intentionally blurred the thumbnail. I hadn't seen that happen before, but I was like, oh well, that sucks.
No, I want to see it.
Wait, the what happened with thumbnail? They censored it.
It actually, like, did this weird thing I haven't seen before where it, like...
Fuck, where did what? I accidentally hit home.
Like, intentionally blurred the thumbnail. I didn't see that.
Huh. That do be weird. Wait, they censored it for you? What's up, little guy? What?
No, you cannot. Run to your
they censored it. Oh, yes. Yeah, that'd be... Let me see, though. Yeah, the engine, or June, I'm probably butchering it, but yes.
Happened before, but I was like, oh well, that sucks.
No, I want to see it. Okay, so it's not blurred, at least on mine. I don't know, maybe it's blurred on somebody else's, it's not on mine. It could have been changed.
Oh, that sucks. The second video I then uploaded, which was only a few months ago now, I was a lot more careful. Like, I went out of my way to censor it even more. So
Fuck me.
This time I actually got more information because I had, like, a partner manager who I got around the time, and he gave me an update saying that basically it was the thumbnail, once again, despite me obviously censoring it more than the original thumbnails, but also this 1 2-second clip of, like, I don't even know what characters they are. They're like some weird, like, kids characters in, like, a somewhat provocative position from another YouTube video. And that was basically it. And this was after a human reviewer plus my partner manager pushing to get it age restricted. And
Really, Minecraft?
At this point, you may be wondering...
It's like, I wouldn't have a problem with that if, like, YouTube was also demonetizing the other ones.
Yes.
I think what's so crazy about it is that this happens and then YouTube doesn't do anything about it, or even more than not doing something about it, they effectively kill the content of people that are trying to talk about it and draw attention to it.
Why? Why would YouTube, despite obviously having the resources and ability to do so, still not take any action to fix fix this glaring issue with YouTube and YouTube Kids, but at the same time actively silence anyone who decides to speak out and make a video about it? Well, we can't be certain, but my personal theory is that YouTube has been aware of it the whole time.
I don't know.
Yep, they have.
I mean, think about it. These channels generate billions of views
Yep.
by proxy, an unfathomable amount of money. This revenue is generated entirely from the money advertisers.
I don't agree with this. The reason why is that if you look at, like, for example, ElsaGate or like other advertiser or adpocalypse situations, I think that allowing this to happen,
We can't be certain, playing it safe, my guy. Right?
then if people draw enough attention to it, everybody gets mad. I think it's damaging more in the long run. I do. I think it's damaging. Like, yeah, they might be making money short term, but the long term damage that it does to
They don't
advertisers
think
is
about
probably,
long term,
like,
Asmongold.
infinitely more.
They don't think long term ever.
Displayed on these videos, which honestly can be a problem in itself. I'm sure Apple would be just delighted to know that their ad is getting placed on a video and where a popular children's character gets buried alive. Like, what? YouTube splits this ad revenue with
I mean, look, Apple has the yeah. Why would Apple wouldn't want to have that happen? Apple wants those children making those phones.
No. Greedy wants fast money. Yes, exactly, bro. Like, facts. They don't think about the long run. Like, if they did, then Call of Duty would be an awesome game right now. But it's not. Why? Because they don't think of the long run. They think of engagement-optimized matchmaking and how they can get 2% more retention time from the players in the short term instead of the long term. It's all about how you can get money now. I mean, sure, maybe if there were a gambling company where they're like, okay, it's better off to actually have people gamble part of their money away and not all of it, because if they go completely broke, then they're not going to be coming back to gamble. But if they lose a lot of it, but they don't lose all of it, then yeah, they'll basically, they'll be coming back because, well, of course they're coming back. They want to spend more money. They hope to get big, break out of it one day and make their money and way more back. But YouTube doesn't think of it like that because people aren't spending money. It's not a gambling thing. It's all about basically how much they can squeeze out of people right now. And it's not even, like the, squeezing money out as in like you're spending money. It's how much can we squeeze out from the advertisers from letting this slop be fucking pushed to children on YouTube Kids. So yeah, let's have nudity and fucking BDSM and fucking bondage shit all over kids or kids YouTube because sex is what needs to be pushed onto the kid brain. Yep. Yay. God has taken away their intelligence. Facts, bro. They think they're smart, but they are fools. I'm pretty sure that's something the Bible says. Oh, by the way, a few seconds ago, we were at 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds in the stream. He didn't know it was a slur for Indians. Isn't it quote-unquote a slur for Native Americans, not actual Indians? I could be wrong, but I think it's different for YouTube. They think they're too big to be touched. Yes, sir. Yep, that's facts. The only sad part is they haven't come out and said that. Like, they haven't said the quiet part out loud. Call of Duty did, and guess what happened to them? They failed. Because they said basically they were too big to fail. And it's like, bruh, imagine saying you were too big to fail and literally basically telling the people that made you, yeah, you guys aren't going to stop doing anything. You're going to do what we want, you pieces of shit peasants. And it's like, oh, really? Okay, well, we're not buying your game now. And then they're like, oh, wait, oh, shit, we didn't mean it. So, yeah, if YouTube would do that, well, why would they if they don't have to, right? So yeah, well that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Call of Duty did it by mistake, if you will. Either that, or they're just so narcissistic that they finally thought they could do it. But yeah, I feel like if YouTube ever comes out and says that, it would definitely be the end of them, and I really hope they do. I feel like, yeah, we're too big to fail. It's like, no, watch this. We're all gonna go somewhere else. You violated my door again, human.
Yeah, why are you burying the kid? Put him back in the sweatshop. Of course Apple'd be angry about that.
Creator giving 55% of the share to them and keeping 45% for themselves. Once you start to factor in the hundreds of other channels uploading the same inappropriate content that simply haven't been documented yet, most likely thousands if we include the accounts outside of...
This is nuts. This is crazy. Like, these kids are getting spawn camped into being furries.
Yep.
Like, this is crazy.
The Minecraft niche posting the same, if not even worse, content with other well-known.
We're 18 plus here, don't worry.
Picture of
Oh my
YouTube
God.
theoretically might want to turn a blind eye. It makes up a small but notable chunk of their revenue each year. In YouTube's eyes, throwing all morals, ethics, and damage this content is inflicting on the millions of children who use this platform every single day, getting rid of it means that YouTube would be passing up a significant amount of money, and we all know they would never do that.
Nope.
YouTube ads are getting worse. So YouTube is testing server-side ads on YouTube, which means that instead of using an ad blocker on YouTube to bypass the annoying ad that you get, you're going to be forced to watch it.
So instead, they decided...
Well, this is the problem, is that ad blockers are getting harder to use, and also ads are getting more deceptive and bad. So you have all kinds of scam ads constantly now. It's insane. There are a lot of OnlyFans girls doing try-on hauls and body paint videos, basically being naked, putting a disclaimer that it's for educational purposes. I don't have a problem with people putting that content on YouTube as long as it's age restricted. I don't.
Same.
Like, it's not a big deal to me. But I think that, like, making content that's tailored towards...
That's kind of what I was saying. Like, I personally, as fucked up as it is or whatever, if it was my platform, I don't care if people all wanted to upload fucking porn, okay? As long as it's age restricted and, you know, it's obviously, you know, age restricted, like, hey, this is 18 plus, not for kids. You know, I personally wouldn't care. For the sole fact that it's, I mean, as much as I don't agree with it, I wouldn't care, you know, it's about freedom of fucking speech. If you want to be a degenerate and post your body online naked with somebody else, you go ahead and do so, but, you know, I don't know, that's just my 2 cents on the matter, personally.
Kids is the issue. Like, let's not try to, like, confuse the two things. Like, making sexualized
I was so annoyed by ads
Minecraft
today
content
that I'm now
on
using
YouTube
Brave
Kids
browser.
for the target
Hey,
audience
did
of
that ad blocker I
5-year-olds
send
is
you
very
work?
different than a girl that does OnlyFans putting on clothes in an age-restricted video. This is totally different.
They take the much easier route of ignoring the problem for as long as possible, knowing they have plausible deniability because they could just blame their algorithm or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
But we had no idea this was such a big problem. It's just an issue with our algorithm.
what?
And quietly rake in massive amounts of money.
It looked shady? No, it's not, I promise.
Videos attempting to expose and raise awareness about this issue.
I mean, yeah, I guess if it looks shady to you, you don't need to use it, but...
Easier target to deal with.
If my videos, which are like more sensitive,
Never heard of it, so I didn't install it. It's all good. It works amazing, bro, honestly. I rate it 10 out of 10. It's the best ad blocker I've ever had. I had another one before this one, and it was good, but not as good as this one.
So if a thumbnail of this channel's content can't exist on YouTube, then how can the video that the thumbnail is from exist? It's common sense.
They need to fix their human review system and either allow my content or they need to block other content that I've increasingly censored.
If Brave doesn't work, I'm gonna use that next. If I'm desperate, that'd be.
Are being censored, yet the other ones are not.
Yeah.
In my previous video, I touched on the proven and lasting side effects.
This is what I was saying before, by the way. Like, I don't want to, like, dog on furries too much. You know, pun not intended. But, I really do think that there are furries that try to, like, Trojan horse their type of fetish into content for underage people.
Yep, fuck them.
And I think that it's really problematic. It's super, super, super problematic. And I think that the adult furry community needs to do a better job at pushing that out of the furry community. Because it makes everybody think that they're like that. Really, really bad.
this content from such a young age can do to an individual in the long term.
They are?
Multiple studies
I've seen
have
some
proven
that are,
children's
which is
ages
good.
0 to 8, the primary target of both YouTube Kids and these channels, are in the most formative years of their life. Everything they do, learn, and consume in these years play a huge part into shaping the type of person they'll be for the rest of their lives. This is why traditional kids programming such as PBS Kids always ends with a positive, educational, and age-appropriate lesson being learned. It's
I
because
hated
shows
PBS
on
Kids
the
as a
network are
child.
specifically designed to support a child's development in these crucial years.
I mean, don't get me wrong, there was some
positive behavior.
There were some shows on there that were good, but for the most part, I hated it.
An age-appropriate lesson being learned. It's because all shows on the network are specifically designed to support a child's development in these crucial years and promote healthy, positive behavior as seen in their official educational guidelines.
I'm okay with content being just entertainment for kids. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, teaching them about Apple or something like that, in my opinion. Like, you can have throwaway trash kids content, but it's just like the weird, like, you know, like a Minecraft school shooting, and this is a kids video. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, I don't mind having a Minecraft kid
It's
shooting.
like a, you know,
just
like
no kid video.
BDSM, and this is like a target audience of kids. What the
Yep.
fuck? That's the problem.
Yep.
You know what platform isn't properly regulated and is quickly becoming more popular than traditional programming? YouTube. And YouTube Kids. Studies show that children exposed to violent and suggestive media at such a young age can develop lasting trauma and create serious damage to the development of the brain.
Well, it's a mental distortion. And I think that a really good example of this is obviously an extreme example, but I think that it goes to show it's like,
Holy
for example,
shit.
if you like,
this is how I know it's not AI making mistakes. If AI saw two people, one was making bad content, the other one was trying to bring attention,
put, like,
shoot.
something in the tree, so the tree.
Okay, hold up, I gotta read that. Let me just remove these real quick. And then place. Fuck. Destroy, stop it. Alright. This is how I know it's not AI making mistakes. If AI saw two people, one was making bad content and the other one was trying to bring attention to it, and the guy bringing attention to it gets punished, and not the one being reviewed, it's so obvious that it's one-sided, because that's how their AIs are. They are by design. AIs aren't biased unless you train them to be. Yep, that is factual. Like, you can literally have your chat GPT or whatever filter different shit out or whatever to basically not say stuff or say different things or whatever.
The tree has to grow sideways. The tree will keep growing sideways even if you move the. A really good example of this is obviously an extreme example, but I think that it goes to show it's like, you know, for example, if you
3979
if you, like, I don't know, like, if you're growing a tree and then, like, at the very beginning you put, like, something in the tree so the tree has to grow sideways, the tree will keep growing sideways even if you move the thing away. So think about that tree 10 years from then. That's a really, really fucking sideways tree, right? Bonsai trees are done like this, for example, right? And so that, I think, is exactly what's happening here, is that kids get distorted when they're young, and it fucks their head up in a long period of time. I think a good example of this is that a lot of kids that turn into adults that are molesters were molested as kids. So it's like a cycle of abuse that happens. And I think that
yes
this is the same
and no.
thing. It's just on a much lower scale.
That is true.
Exactly what's reflected in the comments.
That is true, but if I'm correct, people that were molested usually, it's because people that were molested make up a lower number of people who, how do I describe that? Basically, people that do molesting make up a smaller number than people that were molested, or that do molesting from being molested, if that makes sense. So, for instance, I don't know what the exact percentage is on people that have not been molested, you know, or whatever doing it is. But to my knowledge, I think they say like 30% of people or something like that that are molested will become abusers as well. So it's definitely a higher percentage than, let's say, you know, 3% of the world being, or fucking 3% of the world, molesting people or whatever. You know what I mean? So obviously, it's definitely a difference. So it is true, but that doesn't mean all of them. That means that 70% of people who were molested or whatever aren't out molesting. You know what I mean? But yeah,
abuse that happens, and I think that this is the same thing.
It definitely adds to it. That's for sure.
Exactly what's reflected in the comments of my last video. Ever since I was 9, I've been exposed to sexual content on YouTube, and ever since then, my life has gotten a lot worse. I keep getting random headaches and can't focus on one thing for more than 60 minutes at a time. I've also had a lot of memory losses due to this content, and I've sadly developed an addiction. Not me, but my friend used to watch these videos. He developed a severe addiction. It took him months to stop. When I was little, a bunch of these Minecraft and LCD videos popped up, and from then, for 8 years, I had
for a kid
who was exposed to this. This is an extremely big problem. Which is really affecting.
What the fuck?
Bro, I used to watch this shit too, and it's given me horrible trauma and got me addicted to
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, stay away from that nostalgia.
He's like 12?
I mean, I know you're not a kid, but stay away from that shit, homie.
So much depression and being exposed to so much vile content ruined my perception on myself and how I act subconsciously. And I've lost a lot of my most important years and lessons where I should have been properly taught about that stuff when I was ready.
I mean, like, I would say that for me, like, growing up, did we watch a lot of this stuff? I think that whenever I was, like, a little kid, like, 10 and under, absolutely not, because we couldn't. Right? Like, I'm 34, so the internet came out, really, and it got popular from, like, 99 to 2001, and, like, we got the internet right away.
I remember it being popular back in, like, 2006.
As soon as we could, though, we were immediately looking at weird shit on the internet. Like, at age, like, 11, like, we were looking at like, anything weird or anything bad on the internet, we were absolutely looking at it.
Yeah, me, though.
In their official blog post from February 2021, YouTube announced
Newgrounds,
that the YouTube Kids app had over 35 million weekly users.
Hold up.
Since
that's
then,
nuts.
the app has almost...
I mean, I was 15, but yeah. Cake to break this, but I'm guilty as charged. With which part? Of watching stuff as a child, or...?
Doubled its total number of downloads. So if we do a little bit of math here, accounting for both of these numbers and other things like trends and higher user engagement, this means
are you talking about making some content like that?
70 to 80 million users
or watching, I mean, yeah.
Have a good chance of being exposed to these kinds of videos and then having to deal.
And it would also logically make sense that 70 to 80% of those people, or not 70 to 80 million of those people, those all would be kids, right?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure there aren't a lot of
watching
adults
stuff
that
as
are
an adult.
downloading YouTube Kids.
Oh, I feel ya.
In order to watch as adults, unless they're doing it for their kids.
Altering.
Well, I was gonna say, I assume you mean other stuff, yeah, not kid type content, but yes.
Lasting effects as a result.
Yeah.
At first glance, people might point the blame at the individuals running these disgusting channels.
Well, it's really, I mean, it's everybody's fault. Like, it's not like there's, like, it's the channel's fault, it's YouTube's fault, it's the parents' fault, it's all of their faults. Like, that's the truth. Like, you, and if you have one thing and you have the other things, it's not like it's going to go away. You have to get rid of all of them. You have to, like, work towards fixing it from, like, multiple directions. Definitely the kids' faults, too. I mean, I wouldn't really blame an 8-year-old for what they're...
Yeah, you can't really blame a child for what they're watching. They you know what I mean? They can't fucking know. I mean, even if they're like, wow, this is bad... They can't know what it's doing to their brain. They're probably watching it because they're like, wow, this is bad, What is this? I haven't seen this before, shit. So yeah, you can't blame a fucking child for that shit, at least in my personal opinion.
Doing, right?
Maybe
like,
if the child is 16 or something, you'd be like, hey, come on.
Like a 15-year-old knows what they're doing, right? Like an 8-year-old doesn't.
Yeah.
7. While they are definitely at fault here, I believe it's actually YouTube that should be held the most responsible. On any social media platform, there will
I agree with that too, by the way, because YouTube can change it.
Yep.
Like, you're always going to have people that will take advantage of a system and use it in an unethical way. But if YouTube is allowing it to happen...
During August, when the age verification stuff was going nuts, I was told if I filled my history with age restricted content, I'd save my channel. I meant to watch police vids, but then our stuff came up. Oh, yeah. Oh, I feel you. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been told, or was told, too. That's why, I mean, I think I was one of those people who probably told you that, too. Like, hey, you have a, well, not that you will save your channel, but you have a higher chance of it if you watch the age-restricted stuff or whatever. But, yeah, I feel what you're saying. You're saying other stuff, too, not like just crashes or police cam or stuff like that. You're saying, yeah, other stuff. I was addicted for a week. During that time, I was on Cat's server. I don't know who I was. Oh, I feel ya, damn. Fuck! I fell. But yeah, damn, I mean, yeah, that do be, you're saying, like, I mean, that does kind of make sense, I guess, in that time frame or whatever, right? But, yeah, you're saying, like, it also is, like, quote-unquote, fucking with your head mentally? Like, from watching that type of shit, I assume? See, I don't know, I'm the type of person who wants to know everything, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to know lies and shit, I guess. I want to know all facts and truth and shit. So I'll spend hours just researching random shit, or I'll just go down rabbit holes, or I'll watch every and anything when it comes to the internet, because I want to learn, and I want to know, like, I want to know all levels of degeneracy and all levels of intelligence on the internet, if that makes sense. But then, when I'm looking into that stuff, yes, I did, maybe mental, damn. But yeah, I was gonna say, while I'm looking into that stuff, it feels like a curse, if you will. It's like, oh my gosh, I wish I did not know this. I did not want to learn this, if that makes sense. It's like knowledge is, like I've said before, knowledge is a blessing, but also a curse. The more you learn, the more you wish you didn't know it. At least in my personal opinion. I can't handle it, Coke, and not with my issues. I stay away from those things because I know it can take me over. Oh, yeah, I feel you, yeah. It's definitely not something I would ever, I don't know how to describe it. Nowadays, I try to avoid a lot of it still, like, if it's extremely whatever. Because, fart. Yeah, because, yeah, it's not good, but I feel like before that, I've already spent so many years looking into it that it's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it other than, like, I'm scarred from it, bro. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't think any of us can really handle stuff without, I mean, as cringy as it's going to sound for some people, I don't think any of us can really handle the stuff, if you will, without God. I mean, I'm sure we have, our own ways of coping in some way, shape, and or form or whatever, but I'm saying if we're trying to live to the moral level of conduct according to the Bible, it's impossible without God, you know what I mean? Like, we can't, I don't know, we cannot do that on our own accord, at least in my personal opinion.
Then it's effectively their fault.
These be malicious people looking to exploit the system for their own.
And use it in an unethical
way. Do you even know what I'm talking about?
If YouTube is allowing it to happen, then it's effectively their fault.
I assumed I know what you're talking about, yeah. You said on YouTube, though, so that's where I was kind of confused, but... less of a man than that? Well, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but... I'm less of a man than that. Wait, than what? I'm sorry, I feel like I'm a little whatever, I feel like you're saying that to something else, but I don't know what you're saying it to. It was on YouTube? Huh. Well, yeah, I mean... yeah, I was going to say it can't be that bad, but then again, yeah, it could be with YouTube, so yeah. So I don't feel no. Yeah, I don't know if I should for doing that. I'm less of a man. Nah, that's not how it works, my G. At least not in my personal opinion. It was beyond bad. Oh yeah, I feel you. But I don't know. My personal opinion, it don't make you less of a man to fail, if you will. The less of a man part is when it's basically acceptable, in my opinion. When you're doing it all the time without caring. It's not when you fail. It's when you're just like, fuck this, I'm doing it, My personal opinion. Like Asmongold, I love the guy or whatever. I know he doesn't doesn't believe in God, at least to my knowledge, which I really hope he will one day, because, yeah, but, I think he kind of feels, or views it the same way I did, though, back in the days. Like, people believe in God simply as a coping mechanism to help them, basically understand death or have a reason for dying. And that's how I used to think of God. But in reality, that's not the case, or at least that's not how I look at him anymore. Like, it's not like that for me. It's like, oh boy, I'm scared. Like, I could care less about dying. It's that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And I've looked into it, and yeah, the Bible holds more weight than anything else, no matter what people want to say. If you look into the Bible at the same level of skepticism you look at anything else, or Christianity, I should say, not the Bible, but if you look into what Jesus teaches and Jesus followings, same as you look into Buddhism, Christianity, fucking Islam, whatever it is, you're going to find out that Christianity, atheism, or whatever, you're going to find out Christianity comes out on top. I can't forgive myself knowing how much I repent. Bro, you're good. Like, I don't know, like, I mean, if you repented, you're good with God, if that makes sense. I don't know how to explain other than, like, I kind of know what you're talking about, or I was in the same boat when it comes to the repentance stuff, and, yeah, like, at least, yeah, I don't know, I don't know what you're talking about with the YouTube thing 100%, I assume I know, but, like, when it comes to the repentance thing, bro, there's, like, trust me, I've said and done some shit in my life, I'm like, bro, God could never forgive me, so, and then, even when it's like, it's like, even when it's like, well, I've asked for forgiveness, I know he probably has and stuff, obviously, because he says he would, it's like, I still don't feel like it in my, or at least, I have, whatever, forgiven myself, like, bro, that's fucking, yeah. But, yeah, I know when you're right? I know I'm right when it comes to what God says. As long as I'm copying what God says, I'm always right. If I'm not copying what God says, well, then I don't know. I'm probably could be wrong. It's not always guaranteed. But if I'm copying God, well, then to my knowledge so far, it's a 100% guarantee to be correct. I could be wrong on that one day, maybe, but so far, it's a 100% guarantee. And I don't think that day is ever going to come. Fucking falling. Oh, I'm not falling. Yay.
These be malicious people looking to exploit the system for their own personal gain. However, as long as the platform is aware of this and actively tries to fix and prevent those exploits from happening, then the situation can be managed effectively. However, YouTube hasn't exactly had the best track record of doing that.
It's always easier for me to tell others they're forgiven, but for me, I never think I'm forgiven, which isn't true. Facts, bro. You're speaking fucking facts. Because that's literally how, I feel like that's how, like, everybody feels of it, or with it, I could be wrong, but that's definitely how I feel with it. And, like, yeah, if you feel the same way, like, yeah, that's understandable. And I feel like I've heard a lot of other people also saying that same line, bro. Saying the same song and dance, if you will. So, yeah, it's understandable. The day I watched it, I told God that I deserved hell. Well, I mean, we all deserve hell if you're being honest, but, thank God that he don't do that to all of us, because we got that Jesus, but yes. I mean, hell, bro, you can go look at some of my, if you want, go to my playlist and scroll down until you find Cox Music or something like that. And, like, just listen to the song called My First Thoughts or whatever. Heck yeah, thanks. Yes, sir. I mean, in that song, bro, I mean, obviously it's also the way I felt or whatever, but, like, in that song, okay, well, I say it's the way I felt, I'll give a little backstory to that. Basically, as fucked up as this is, it's probably, something that I've never felt like a normal person when it comes to how I respond to situations and stuff. Like I said, basically back in the day, I heard about, God hardening Pharaoh's heart or whatever, and I'm like, oh, maybe that's what he did with me, maybe that's why I don't feel the same as most people or whatever. Shit. There's something. Okay, hold up. I know I was gonna say something there. I'm gonna fucking get it. I just gotta remember what I was saying because I'm an idiot. Sleep time. Take a break. Fuck you. No taking breaks. All right, give me 1 second. Alright, I remember, yeah, my first thoughts, the song, that's what I was going on about. So yeah, so basically, back then I felt like that too, or whatever, basically, like I said, as long as I can remember, I felt like, damn, my heart is frozen compared to the normal person. And after, like, I don't know, there was a time there, obviously I don't want to say I believed it, I don't know. I was definitely agnostic, but I don't know, I was agnostic, yeah, but it was also, like, I had an atheist mindset, like, there could be a God, but it's like I don't know, I'm a very mathematical person, so in my opinion, then I was like, there could be a God, but it's like a 0.00 some percent chance in my mind. So, yeah, basically, though, I was like, well, if there is a God, then I guess I'm just determined yes. It's like, well, if there is a God, I guess I'm just, predetermined for hell, because clearly no matter what I do, I can't change, so I guess I'm just going to hell, and yeah, that's kind of what my mindset then was, well, I don't believe in God, and if there is a God, then I guess I'm going to hell. And, yeah, so basically, in that song, my first thoughts, I think, yeah, I mean, again, it's not whatever, but in there, I literally also say that my soul is hellbound and stuff, so... And yeah, so obviously God can forgive anything that we do or whatever, but, I'm just giving you a little example. Like, even something like that, saying that you're bound to hell or bound for hell or whatever, God can forgive. I mean, some of my old shit, I don't know if it's ever in there or whatever, in live streams or whatever, but I have definitely said a lot of fucked up shit in my life, bro. I've said that I'm the Antichrist. I said I have 66 demons trapped inside of 6 personalities. I've said that heaven doesn't want me and hell's afraid I'll take over. I've said fucked up shit. So, like, yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if God can even forgive me, bro, for all the fucked up shit I said. People are like, nah, God can do that. Like, well, yeah, God says he can, so if God can forgive me, bro, God can forgive anyone.
Look at this. There's a channel called Candy Monster that posts weird My Little Pony cartoons with thumbnails such as cartoon characters kissing, being run over by cars, and having their legs pulled off.
If he says so, then logically I will take his word for it, right? I feel that, bro. See, and honestly, there was that one thing that Jesus is talking about, the unforgivable sin, bro, and stuff. Like, there was also a little bit there. I'm like, well, I've probably did that then too. Shit. And it's, because when I heard about that, like, I've heard of it before, probably. But, yeah, I heard of it again, if you will, and, yeah, like, actually from the Bible, and I'm like, at the time there, I was, like, thinking through all the fucked up shit I've said in my life, or at least all that I could think of. I'm like, bro, I've said so much fucked up shit. I'm like, have I ever, quote unquote, like, done the unforgivable sin or whatever? And it was like, damn, I don't know, I fucking might have. But, yeah, then I was told, at least, I don't know how true this is, but to my knowledge from the research I've done, it is very true. But yeah, I've been told that, if you've committed the unforgivable sin, basically, you will not want to be forgiven because, well, the only way you'd want to be forgiven for committing, quote-unquote, the unforgivable sin is if you had Jesus in your heart, and therefore, if you committed the unforgivable sin, you wouldn't have Jesus, or the Holy Spirit, I should say, in your heart. So therefore, yeah, you haven't committed it if you're concerned that you have committed it.
Yeah. That's great.
My trending page.
Monster that posts weird My Little Pony cartoons with thumbnails such as cartoon characters kissing, being run over by cars, and having their legs pulled off. Yeah.
Funny. Funny thing is how you saying God hardened your heart ironically proves that it wasn't, because people whose hearts are hardened, hold up, aren't even concerned about going to hell, right? Well, yeah, as I said, like, I've kind of nowadays come to say that I feel like my emotions are just dull or null compared to the average human. But, yeah, but back in the day when I couldn't articulate myself as well or whatever, and I heard that story, like I said before, in Sunday school, I was like, you know, I didn't tell anybody back then, but that was my thought process. I was like, well, maybe God hardened my heart too, and that's, you know, that's why I am the way I am, if you will. So, like, I don't know, I feel like as long as I can remember, I've always felt like I was different from the average human, at least in terms of emotions, but I could be 100% wrong on that and maybe just tooting my own horn or some shit.
That's great. My trending page. I mean, they seem to be aimed at young kids, but they're super creepy and disturbing. These videos almost always use what are otherwise household family-friendly characters such as Spider-Man and Elsa doing a variety of blatantly inappropriate or disturbing things.
Spider-Man and Elsa.
In such a way as to circumvent YouTube's child safety algorithms and appear on the homepage of YouTube Kids.
That's
this
the problem.
phenomenon would not go unnoticed, as more and more of these channels begin to pop up, all with hundreds of
7 billion fucking views? Holy shit, that's more than me.
That's more than me.
Oh my god.
That's more than me, bro. I got 500,000.
That's crazy.
The number of concerned parents complaining and demanding a fix from YouTube began to signitigantly increase.
Yeah, I
Eventually,
bet.
this disturbing trend would catch the attention of...
Want to know something? I talked to AI and asked it about my issues. I'm not having emotions the same way others do. And this pertains to you. Hold on, this pertains to you. I'ma look up the word again, though. Okay, heck yeah.
Via a bunch of extremely well-written articles.
If you ever let your child watch YouTube videos, we have got a warning for you. Some people are creating disturbing cartoons, making them appear kid-friendly, only to get your children to watch inappropriate content.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Covering an event commonly referred to as Elsagate. Yet despite receiving mainstream attention, mass reports, and millions of individuals...
I assume that's what you're referring to when you said Elsagate.
Nothing to fix the situation. Until November 27th of that year, when in a BuzzFeed article, YouTube finally announced they were cracking down on the problem, removing over 150,000 of these inappropriate videos and demonetizing over 2 million more. Please note that this announcement, while positive and overall a pretty big win for the platform, just so happened to occur only 3 days after a bunch of major brands and advertisers had pulled out due to the entire scandal.
YouTube, they don't. This is I really hope. Like, when are people going to realize that these companies don't care about them? When are people going to realize that you shouldn't be like breathing a sigh of relief? Thank God my gender identity has been confirmed by this company. The company does not care about your gender unless your gender is USD.
Yes. Like, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry that y'all, not everybody, but, you know, everybody that likes to be conditioned or whatever, I'm sorry that you have been played as fools by the people who confirm your identities. But guess what? I'll tell you what I think to your face, and even if you don't like it, I'll be real with you. I won't pretend and hide it behind your back and then use you as my money laundering tool. No. I'll tell you how I think about you to my face. So, hey, if you like that, then subscribe to COKTilYouDrop. If you like the whole pretentious, fake, fucking corporate narrative bullshit they push, then stick to or keep doing what you're doing. You know, I don't know. keep watching the libtard stuff or whatever, and thinking YouTube is here to save us and give your ID to them and shit like that. I don't know.
Like, it's so fucking obvious. We can't do anything. The problem is that I think a lot of people trust companies
too much
to do anything other than making money.
Yep.
Like, every single company will do this, basically, right? Pretty much every single one of them.
Yep.
Like, that's just what happens.
Years later, would also get fined
McDonald's giving out McAbortions
by the FTC.
Is that it?
Partially for having such a glaring issue with
What's a McAbortion?
Kids content and child safety rules.
I'll have to look on YouTube.
Give me a second.
Also update their
Fuck, I didn't make it. I fell, but no, I didn't make it.
Family entertainment characters, and also implement a brand new labeling system, forcing creators.
Going to go to the DuckDuckGo because I don't like Google. DuckDuckGo. Oh, by the way, bro, the other day I went on Google's AI thing, and I called it a faggot, and it deleted my comment. So then I called it a faggot again and told it was a faggot for deleting my comment, and then it didn't delete my comment. And then said it doesn't engage in, like, slurs or whatever. And then I said, but faggot isn't a slur. And basically I convinced Google's AI that faggot is not a slur. Because I found it funny. And I don't know why. It was just something I did the other day. Yes. How the hell do you pronounce that? I'm trying to get it pronounced because I'm stupid. Alright, we're going to Google. Google, pronounce word for me. DuckDuckGo, not pronouncing word.
Alexithymia.
Ah. Okay, makes sense. It definitely looks like an Alexa, but yeah, thymia. Yeah, it looks like it's spelled. Okay, that makes sense then. Usually words like that don't look like they're spelled, or don't sound like they're spelled. I asked AI if Google was watching me, and it told me I was blunt. Yes. A condition characterized by difficulty in experiencing, identifying, or expressing emotions, not classified as a mental disorder, but is often associated with other conditions like depression and autism spectrum, affecting about 10% of the population. Oh, that do be. Well, there you go. It could be that, yeah. I mean, as I said before, I've never been actually diagnosed or anything, but if I went to a doctor for autism and they said I did have it, I would not be surprised. Like, I don't know, I do sit to an extreme that most people don't, you know? Like what normal person that doesn't have autism would be doing this, bro? Who would build this type of fucking castle? Like, who would flatten out an island and then build a wall around it? If you aren't just, like, somewhat autistic, you know what I mean? I don't know, that's the way I see it, but... But yeah, alexithymia, huh? I think I said that right, but yeah. I mean, that could definitely be it. Huh. I was just checking something else on it. Basically seeing the difference between ASPD and, where to go? Alexithymia, whatever the fuck they called it. And basically it is saying that there is a slight difference, but people with ASPD basically seem to have that too, or at least a majority of them. But I looked further into the condition and asked it if me thinking overly emotional movies were cringe, and it said yes. Bro, that'd be me though. I fucking hate that shit. The overly emotional stuff or whatever. Or where they try to make it dramatic and it's like... Okay, so Stranger Things, right? I was watching that I was gaming, but my brother and his girlfriend were watching it and I was there. And the entire time, bro, they kept saying a line like this. And then they would be quiet like that and then say another line. And then there would be another awkward silence and we would have this to make it more dramatic. And yeah, it's like, holy fuck, stop. Yes, bro, yeah, it annoyed the fuck out of me. I'm like, how do you guys watch this and think, yes, this is tugging on my emotions in my heart? Like, bro, this is making me cringe. Like, no, this is not for me. So yeah, like I said, I was gaming and they had that on, so they were watching it, but the whole time I'm just thinking, what the fuck? Like, you could have reduced the movie to half the size if you just cut out all the pauses. Like, this 2-hour fucking video would be 60 minutes. But yeah, I don't know, I found it personally a little annoying, but your comment reminded me of that.
Company will do this, basically, right? Pretty much every single one of them. Like, that's just what happens.
Years later, would also get fined
that pause though.
$1,000,000 by the FTC.
Is that it?
Partially for having such a glaring issue with
What's a
their
make abortion?
kids content and child safety rules.
I'll have to look on YouTube Kids and find out.
Their guidelines to ban any inappropriate
Yes. Hold up.
Like, that's just what happens.
Listen to what he said if you want. It's geeking.
Years later, would also get fined
McDonald's giving out Mick abortions
by the FTC.
Is that it?
Partially for having such a glaring issue with
What's a Mick abortion?
Kids content and child safety rules.
I'll have to look on YouTube Kids and find out.
Yes.
To ban any inappropriate use.
Had to figure out what a Mick abortion is.
Characters, and also implement a brand new labeling system, forcing creators.
And by the way, the reason why they did family entertainment characters is not because YouTube cares about it, probably. It's because YouTube is worried about getting sued by the people who own the intellectual copyright of those different things. Like Elsa, like they don't want to get sued by Disney.
Decide whether or not their videos are made for kids. If a video is determined to be made for kids, it will lose a majority of features that normal videos have, such as the comment section, and most importantly, personalized ads and the majority of ad revenue. But if that's the case,
the reason why that is too, by the way, is there's a separate thing in the United States. I think it's called COPPA.
Yep, COPPA.
Where companies are legally unable to.
I love COPPA.
File and like track behavior.
As much as I hate government corporations and shit like that, COPPA out here doing business. I don't know about making money. Wait, I don't know about making money. I mean, kind of same.
And users that are under the age of 13. So again, I want to let you know that, like, this is what I said before, right? Is that the law says jump, YouTube says how high.
I mean, same. I don't care either, but yes.
How are these channels?
It's not like they're doing it out of the goodness of their...
Yeah, if I cared about making money on here, I would not be making this type of content still. I would probably have already started a VR channel. I would probably have a few AI channels. I would have a short channel. I would have a reaction channel where I reacted. Well, actually, no. Maybe I'd do the VR. I'd have a VR reaction channel like Nux does or whatever. Probably. Like I would just full. And I'm not saying Nux is sell out for doing that or whatever, but I would full sell out. Like if I was trying to get money.
Still able to make so much money, and the answer is about as simple as it is aggravating. To be honest, it really doesn't matter what option the creator chooses, as both types of content, even ones specifically marked as not for kids, actively get recommended through the YouTube Kids app, as long as the video looks family-friendly enough in the eyes of the algorithm by loading up the thumbnail with a bunch of bright colors and swapping out any potentially dangerous words like with prank or with love curse. It will get
love curse? Bro, this is sick.
So you use love curse instead of sex in the thumbnail, and it goes to YouTube Kids. And what was the other one?
Potentially dangerous words like with prank or...
So you change rape with prank and sex with love curse. Huh.
With love curse, it will get...
Love curse? Bro, this is...
Yeah, this video is definitely getting age restricted.
Oh my god.
I keep saying fag and rape and sex and bondage and yeah. This video is definitely... YouTube is going to be like, what the fuck?
For example, this video has 200...
Almost like they intentionally want it to be recommended to kids, right? Exactly. They're trying to get it recommended to kids, and it's almost like YouTube knows that, and they don't care. They'll still allow it to kids, even, or like YouTube is trying to get it recommended to kids, too, if that's what you're saying, too, because they literally have a, is this for you made for kids? Yes or no? No, it's not made for you or for kids? Okay, let's put it on YouTube Kids. Like, what? How does that make sense?
113,000 views, yet only 1,100 likes and only 40 comments.
You know what? That is such a great argument. He's basically saying that this is proof that it's being recommended through YouTube Kids because of the ratio of likes and comments.
Yeah, you can't like or you can't comment on YouTube Kids. And I don't know if you can like. You might be able to, but
watch a video on YouTube Kids, it doesn't have any of the extra buttons or features. It only allows you to watch the video.
Exactly.
But since the video is still coming from YouTube, it still counts as a view. And the only
imagine if my live streams were on YouTube Kids, and that's why some people aren't commenting because they can't. That'd be so fucking weird.
That's right. Yeah, it's pretty easy to tell by the quality of the comments.
Yeah.
Kind of funny how even though YouTube implemented these supposed changes to make the platform safer, it appears it's now easier than ever to run one of these content farms. Even with simple editing style, low production costs, hell, even the recent developments in AI technology, specifically for voice lines and text-to-speech, it's no problem.
Why do we have an age verification option if we already have not for kids option? Well, because they don't use the not for kids option. That's just there so they can't get sued by COPPA. Again. A second time.
Free time to start operating a network of these channels, pumping out.
And I think also another problem is that a lot of the people that are doing this are probably doing it in countries like
India.
Like India.
Huh, India?
Or like Russia. So even if you try to like hold these people accountable.
I mean, I'm not racist, but I wonder what the ethnic background of the CEO of YouTube is. I wonder. Maybe, it definitely probably isn't because he's allowing it to happen because it's making them more money and, oh, India. Yeah, exactly.
Accountable, it's really hard to do that because of international laws.
Oh, that and, you know, why would you want to hold them accountable if they're your own people and they're making you money, you know?
Arrest these people. Okay, well, how are you going to
Probably a
arrest
Christian
guy
man, right? Probably a Christian white man over in India. That's how Nuck says it, right?
While facing absolutely zero public repercussion or backlash and remaining completely anonymous. In other words, it's the perfect crime.
Yeah, of course.
But
it's like
let's take a step back.
They're farming so
yep.
much money. Because my understanding is, and this is
shit, bro. I figured it out. I just need to move to like Indonesia or some shit, and like keep my place in the United States as well, but like get residency over there, become a citizen over there. And then just upload a whole bunch of videos where, oh, well, international law, no, I guess it doesn't matter. And then, you know, I could just make a whole fuck ton of money and never get charged for any crimes I'm committing because, well, I'm not committing crimes. I'm across the world, you know? I can't commit crimes over there if I'm over here. Ha ha ha. I mean, it sounds stupid, but I'm sure somebody's doing it.
Not like I don't really know this because I haven't done it myself, but my understanding is that YouTube Kids, like you know, like view for view, dollar for dollar, makes a lot more money than like adult YouTube.
What? I was told
like,
the
it
opposite.
Just makes way more money.
But damn, if that's true, damn.
Rather outlandish question. Okay. What if the owner actually wants to be found? This is Neil. For the sake of anonymity, that's obviously not his real name.
They will be punished soon, by the way. God hates
Neil makes a...
God hates corporation? Or corruption? Yeah, corruption. I read that corporation at first. But, yes, sir. Yeah, that's one of the only reasons, bro, these days why it's like, well, I mean, that and I guess morals, more or less principles, but... It's like, bro, it's the principle of it. Why should I be... I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's also an ego thing. Did he just say... Blank blank isn't his real name? Hold up.
Actually wants to be found. This is Neil. For the sake of anonymity, that's obviously not his real name. But as you can probably guess by now, Neil makes a living by owning and operating one of these Minecraft Kids content farms.
Yeah, so I assume... Somebody who wants to maybe be caught apparently came out and was hitting this guy up was like, yo, I'll tell you my information or what I'm doing. But then again, if you want to be caught, why are you doing it, you know? Unless you're just doing it as an experiment. But even then, that's kind of, you know? Like, bro, don't. Like, yeah, I'm doing it as an experiment to see how long it takes YouTube to shut me down or something like that. Okay, it wasn't... Wait, okay, it wasn't that... Wait, wasn't that real, Neil? Oh, it wasn't that Neil. Okay, yeah.
Farms. However, for many reasons we'll dive into shortly, they might just be the worst of the worst.
No.
Because it's one thing to upload this disgusting content.
Also, did he name Neil... Wait. Also, did the name Neil Mohan get censored? Yeah. Apparently, I thought you did that. But yeah. Even though I have all censorship shit shut off, Minecraft still thinks I'm a fucking child. Check your chat, I want to see. Yes, sir. Yo! Yes. I can't see bad words. I can only say bad words. Like, the logic. I hate you. YouTube. I'm so used to saying that. Screenshotted. Nice. So, I hate censorship, bro. You're posting on 5Mine, nice. Hell yeah.
Content with the goal of monetary gain. But what's even more worrying and truly vile is owning channels like these, then trying to
Hold up, I'm gonna do it one more time.
Lure them off the site.
Yes, sir.
Who could have guessed? Of course.
Oh, wait.
On January 26th,
You said something else, too.
YouTuber named The Beat.
I don't think I saw
uploaded a
this
video
comment, maybe. Let me double check. In fact, I told it sad movies. Okay, in fact, I told sad movies made me laugh, and it told me that basically my brain is using a laughter output as an emotional one because my brain is too logical. I mean, that could be. I mean, you do have to also think that AI is meant to agree with you, so it might be trying to, quote-unquote, butter you up, too. But yeah, but that do be, though. That'd be funny, because, yeah, I mean, that would make sense. You think too rational and logical, it's being recorded. Nice. But yeah, you think too rational and logical that, that basically any, yeah. Censored. Yeah, any, scenario that you see that could be interpreted as a real dramatic thing or whatever you're seeing as, okay, this is obviously pretentious and fake and it's honestly cringe. I mean, either that or you're seeing it some other way, but that's just, you know, a way of seeing it. But, yo! It's being recorded, and they censored it. Oh, yeah, let me double check that one word you were saying might be a slur. Used to refer to Native Americans. Cool. Alright, I need to start saying that word. I need to figure out how to pronounce it and start saying that word all the fucking time now. Like, 24/7. Because I'm probably butchering it the way I pronounce it, but, I thought of that beforehand. I told AI to give me straight facts. I thought of that beforehand. Nice. Heck yeah. But, yeah, wait, Neil, Neil is an Indian? I'm not sure if Neil is. We'll have to double check that in a second, in the video. But no, that one word you use for Indian that they say might be a slur. The reason I need to know it or whatever is because, to my knowledge, I am, I mean, at least the, no, he is. Oh, it'd be. But I was gonna say, they say it refers to Native American Indians, not, India Indians or whatever. And while I'm not full Indian in America, I am by definition Indian. So therefore, I can, you know, I can use that slur. No, I don't. Low key though, like if somebody okay, like that, right? Like imagine I just find that out now. That's a slur, right? And then imagine I get offended by people using it. Like you know how stupid that would be? I'd fucking kill myself. I really would. But yes, sir. I mean, not that much. I'm like 1/8 or 1/16 or some shit like that. But yeah, little bits. If I'm correct, it's Cherokee. So yeah, by definite, right? So like I can use that, right? I mean anybody can use it, but by their logic, I can use it, right? So checkmate, YouTube. Even though I used it in this video, you can't censor me because I'm part Indian. Haha.
Showcasing his discovery of a very strange set of channels which impersonate characters from the Amazing Digital Circus.
No, I'm out of
a very
fucking
popular children's animated series on YouTube,
fucking blocks.
which, for whatever reason, has absolutely taken off and garnered over 500 million views in just
Oh my fucking god.
Hey,
That's insane.
none of that, buddy, old pal.
the first 2 full-length episodes.
Wow.
In other words, it's just another example of these channels exploiting familiar and trusted family-friendly characters for views and tricking children into watching content that is all but family-friendly. Let's take a quick look at what Neil thinks is acceptable to post.
Rip.
This is vile.
This
is insane. Not even SpongeBob. Yes.
Not even SpongeBob is safe.
Oh my god. It's an hour long.
Damn. I need to go get Quartz.
And it's like, you know what the worst thing is? Every single one of these are non-consensual. Every single one. This is crazy. Well, that one kind of is. Okay.
That one kind of is consensual. What the fuck is kind of consensual?
This is sick. This is so sick.
Bro, I don't want to... I'm looking at stuff I don't want to look at. I hear this is sick. I look over and I'm like, nope, I don't want to see that.
I wonder what it's like. You know, like... I mean, I don't really have, like, a lot of family members that have, like, younger kids around this age.
Yeah, keep that away from me.
I knew them,
right?
This sounds weird. Anytime that I talk to a kid, I interrogate the fuck out of them. I ask them, I'm like, okay, like, I ask them math questions. I'm like, do you know what math is? When did World War II happen? Like, what do you do for fun? Like, do you guys go out and play with, like, sticks and go in the woods?
Hey, I play with sticks in the woods.
I'm like... Well, like, what is it like, right? What's the experience? How do you live now? Because I'm curious. I'm very curious. I don't know how to ask a question like this to know whether this is true without it seeming just like it being super inappropriate to ask an actual kid, right? But, like, what the fuck? No, I'd ask their parents, honestly. Like, I'm getting to that age, right? And so, yeah, I could
I'm getting to that age.
They're the ones that I went to high school with. But anyway...
I was playing with sticks this summer. Why can't kids, right? Bro, back in the day, too, I used to fucking play with, I used to fucking... play with sticks, and you know, they would be fucking the biggest badass fucking fully automatic gun you ever did see, and we'd be having wars.
On all of these channels, completely violate YouTube's content guidelines.
The parents know, though? Yeah, I think they figure it out.
In his video, The Beat discovered that both of these channels advertised a link which invited anybody who clicked on it the ability to directly message Neil on Telegram. A message.
I'm shocked. You shouldn't be.
Messaging platform infamous for its overwhelming focus on privacy, with messages sent over there having end-to-end encryption and being, for the most part, completely untraceable. Yet, sometime after the Beast video was posted, the owner suddenly removed these Telegram links and changed the contact email for both of the Pomni and Jack's channels.
Of course.
Interesting. Now, I'm not trying to assume the worst here, but I really can't find a reasonable explanation as to why an owner of multiple channels which make over-sexualized Minecraft content targeted towards very young children would ever need to include a direct messaging feature in their About Me section.
I made a survival shelter in the woods with my dad. Heck yeah.
I
did that a few years ago. Made like a little teepee in the woods.
It's a mystery. Your guess is as good as mine, guys.
It's a mystery why that could happen.
How can you know what a person's thinking?
Right, I'm sure somebody who makes over-sexualized content for children and then deleted their apps or whatever, or deleted their stuff, is only doing it because of, they got bored or something.
Jesus, you call them and Diddy picks up? Shut up.
Diddy what?
The Telegram link almost
a Diddy pickup?
How can you know what a person's thinking?
And more importantly, why would they feel the need to delete?
Jesus, you call them and Diddy picks
I
up?
don't know. I don't see it. Those comments probably.
The Telegram link almost immediately after being exposed about it. While assumptions can be made, we may never truly know the answer. I was still pretty curious about this Neil guy though, so I did a bit more digging around. Eventually, I had the idea to paste the channel's original email address into the YouTube search bar, which brought me to a whole bunch more of these channels that he owned, impersonating even more YouTubers like Afmao and Myzen. Then I decided to try the same tactic with this new email and found yet another Oh, God. Nation channel he owned, which contains another sketchy link, this time leading to a Ko-fi page that sells NSFW
Be right back,
content.
yes, sir. No.
Which, of course, comes with another channel he owned, which contains another sketchy link, this time leading to a Ko-fi page that sells NSFW content of their characters, which, of course, comes with another direct messaging.
Endless Love Charlie.
Feature. And just to confirm that despite all the changes, these channels are still owned by the same person. They both use the exact same AI text-to-speech voices and music in their videos.
Pomni, please lather up with the washcloth and also this part of my back.
Okay, Jax, but you're already very clean. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. Jump onto my bed and strip off all your clothes.
The thumbnails
What the fuck? So I'm thinking.
Oh my God. I feel like being a kid nowadays, it's like playing like an expert level Mario Maker level. It's insane. Like you're cooked, yes.
Have the exact same, very specific art style, as if, you know, they were commissioned by the same artist.
Imagine that.
The titles are all very similar, often using the same set of keywords across all channels. Like,
of course.
What is he planning? And what is he up to?
What are they?
Also, all of the channels were created roughly around the same time in mid to late 2023. It's a common theme for all of these YouTube automation people and content farms to start all of their channels at once. And that's exactly what happened here, with the Jax and Hasbin Hotel channel even being created on the same day. And most importantly, the NSFW Ko-fi page has perks listed in Russian writing.
Oh, that's
which just
convenient.
so happens to be the exact same language Neil's real first name is displayed on his old Telegram.
How
link.
convenient. I'm sure these are all just a series of interesting coincidences that just happen to occur at the same time. Wow. Isn't that interesting?
Inappropriate imitation channels, wildly obscene thumbnails, abhorrent YouTube shorts, weird content farm owners that advertise NSFW Patreons.
I really have to emphasize again that every single one of these is non-consensual.
And direct messaging features.
Nothing is consensual with kids. I'm not saying it's with, well, it's not, the characters aren't kids. I don't think, right? I feel like they're not kids. Like they're like adult characters. Or at least like they have like a, you know, like an adult body kind of. So I don't know, man. Some of them are, right? Some of them are. But I'm saying like in general, like of course, but like it's like even beyond that.
Long-repeated negligence of YouTube and the result of it all, the potential danger and long-lasting mental health issues of millions of children around the world. This is the Minecraft Kids content rabbit hole. Yet one unanswered question remains. What does the end game of this issue look like? Will it ever reach a boiling point? Will YouTube ever step in? And how do we...
I think that there's no way that you can stop this from happening completely, but YouTube can't just say everybody uploads and we don't look at everything. I think these channels are pretty popular, and YouTube should be able to do enough due diligence to look at channels that are getting millions of views a month and be able to identify that they're bad actors. Like, I think so. I think that's pretty easy to do. That's not impossible, especially for YouTube Kids. Yeah, exactly. I changed the way that videos are aggregated into YouTube Kids. Use different types of like keywords to want to like auto flag videos. Like there's plenty of ways you could do that. Let's make YouTube liable. Fuck it. Well, YouTube didn't do it, right?
Yes, they did. They allowed it.
YouTube shouldn't be liable.
Yes, they should.
They're not doing it.
No. YouTube should 100% be held liable if it continues for long periods of time. They're just gonna play stupid and be like, no, we don't know about it. But no, if it continues and literally other people are calling it out, you fucking know YouTube.
Should be liable for keeping it on the platform,
especially when it gets on especially when it gets on mainstream media.
Fix this.
Like, you know that if mainstream media is picking it up, you've had plenty of time to get rid of it.
Making the videos will end up getting falsely flagged or demonetized.
Profit. Guys, I understand that people see this and they're out for blood. The logic with making them liable does not have a good conclusion. I understand that, it's like, this is fucked up, something needs to be done. I'm just saying that logic is not, it's not good logic.
I feel like it is.
Of course, after watching something like this, of course you would think that. It's just not the right approach.
And then they just stop making the videos because they can't make money from it anymore.
Yeah.
Or B, it somehow gets like significant media attention to the point where they actually decide to take action. Because I feel like right now, no one really knows about this stuff or really cares, right? You never hear about it. So I think those are the two options. I don't think anything is really going to change.
Yeah.
I feel like they don't have any reason to change anything, right?
And there it is. YouTube, at this current moment, throwing all morals and ethics aside, has no reason to change or fix this issue. Not exactly the resolution you and I were probably hoping for, but unfortunately,
oh man,
it's the truth. If you're somehow a parent or sibling of someone who might be at risk of this content, my best advice would be to simply monitor what they're watching.
And also keep in mind that, if you're a parent, even if YouTube gets rid of every single video like this, your kids are going to find stuff like this on the internet on their own. They're going to be looking it up onto Google. They're going to be looking it up on, any website that their friend tells them. Their friend is going to show them something. This is, kids will undoubtedly, how many of you guys, right? It's pretty simple. How many of us saw things that were sexual material that we shouldn't have seen before we were the age that we were supposed to see them, right?
Yep, the only difference is that stuff was on platforms that was made for adults. This stuff is on platforms that's made for children. I know he's not saying anything against that, but I'm just saying.
Right? Literally, we're probably going to get 100 people out of 100 people in here saying the answer is yes, absolutely, I did, me, right? And so I think that the only real solution to this that really works is to have parents that can effectively develop their kids' morals and their kids' self-identity and be able to raise their kids in a way to where when they do see this stuff, and I do want to emphasize the word when, because they will see this stuff. Even if you do the absolute best job that you possibly can, they're going to go to school and their friend's parent might not be doing the same thing, or their friend's parent might not be doing the same thing, their cousin might not be doing the same thing. Some way it's going to happen, and they're going to see it. You've got to make sure that you raise your kids right. You're right, but you're wrong. Well, what I'm saying is that I'm not interested in sounding good. I'm interested in saying what I think would be the most effective solution. And I think this is the most effective solution, even though it's not something that satiates people's want for justice.
Online. And if that's too hard, just delete the app entirely.
Yeah.
And let them watch, Arthur or something.
Ooh, I watched
and
that.
Lastly, thank you for watching.
Relevant song.
They not like us.
It's actually crazy, yeah, that's what we used to watch back in the day, is we'd watch, I remember, I have a core memory, and I remember I was walking up to my friend's house, and my friend was walking down to my house, and we met in the middle, and I was like, what are you doing? He says, I just got done watching Hey Arthur, and then I was like, that's what I did, and then I was walking up to your house, and he was walking down to my house. I remember this, we were little kids. And so, now, I guess it's yeah, it's cute. I know, yeah, very, very cute, right? And now, I guess, well, what were you doing? Well, I was watching Minecraft porn. What were you doing? Well, I was watching Hazbin Hotel. Oh, my God.
Yes.
Oh, my God. What's going on? This is crazy. Well, that's bad. Yes, I know. There's the video. This is, I'm really glad he made this video. It got really popular. It has 1.7 million views, so that's great. And, yeah, I didn't see the first video for this or anything like that. I'm really glad to see somebody, with a pretty big audience try to bring attention to this. And I think you're going to see even more of this happen, and you're going to see even more of this, kind of get worse, too. Because now that you have AI and technology, people are able to make content like this at scale with, basically, punishing them is harder to do, pretty much.
Yes, sir. That's the end of that video, so I shall also return shortly. I'm gonna need to get dab and stuff in my system. Ew, I'm sorry, I'm back. You don't have to if you don't want to, of course, yeah. So for Nicola, she definitely can get on the realm one day, but I need to get my friend to open up the realm. He's been kind of not doing that recently. And I'm sorry, guys, I ended up making some food after that dab, and at the moment I'm waiting for some more food to cook. But I figured I'd start crafting while it was in the oven, since I gotta wait like, well, what time is it? I gotta wait another 22 minutes until I pull it out, put more sauce on top, and then I put it back in for another 15. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do some Minecraft real quick for another half an hour while I'm waiting for that to get done, and then I'm gonna take it out and then actually Minecraft. 3988 though for days played. Nicola, what's good? I'll try to get my friend to open the realm soon so I can get you and other people in here. I'm sorry, he just doesn't open it that often. Hey, what's good, fake nostalgia? Sorry, bro, I ended up making some food, and yeah, I still have a little bit in the oven. I'm waiting to get done right now. I'm just making, are you good just making a swimming pool? Heck yeah. That's what's up. I'm gonna have to come check it out in a little bit. You know, when it's all done and stuff. That was the perfect timing, nostalgia. You went to sleep, it started raining, and then the rain stopped because it turned to morning. Perfect timing. LOL. He didn't even realize that B. That is funny though. Like, perfect, damn. I'm here, guys. And by the way, did I say too much earlier? Nah, you good, bro. You can say whatever you want with me, G. You're solid. I just have a crying baby right now, so I'm here, but I'm not. Oh, I should be back in like less than a few minutes. I'm sorry. I'm still here. Oh shoot, I was saying, hey, nostalgia, I see you, or I see your name tag at least, but I see you. But I had my mic muted, so you couldn't hear me. There you are again, I see you, with my X-ray hack client. I'm studying. Alright. That'd be. I don't know if that's a joke or legit, but yes. LOL, yes. Oh, it's actually not a joke. I really am studying this castle. Oh, the castle? Heck yeah. Ooh, I almost fell. I thought you were meaning like you were studying like in real life. I do that by looking at it for a very long time. That's understandable. Yeah, it's like basically mental blueprinting it, if you will, or like absorbing it, like downloading it in your brain or whatever. That's the best way I can describe it. But I know what you're talking about. I also do a weird thing sometimes. I haven't recently, but well, actually I lied. I probably did it the other day, but basically we're like, I mean, go into like a room or something, right? And look at something and then close your eyes while you're looking at that object. And you'll basically still see it, right? So like now try to do that, but like in your room, right? Like go. I mean, if you don't need to, but like go in your room. I mean, I guess maybe the light switch is usually by the bed, but like I don't know, have some sort of like flashlight on or whatever in your room or something, and close your eyes like the exact second you turn off your flashlight, and then try to walk out of your room. And as long as you keep that mental blueprint in your head, you should be... Shit, I went to stairs. You should be able to do it fairly easy. At least that's how I do it. There's an outline always left over. Yeah, right? Yes, sir. I do that to cat spills all the time. That's why I'm always in chat. Nice. You do that too? Yeah, there's an outline always left over. Heck yeah. That's funny. I wonder if those are things that everyone does or nah. Wow, that's cool, right? Because I've always kind of wondered, I'm like, I wonder if everyone does this or like if it's just a me thing. Because I've asked my siblings, they're like, bro, what the hell? So like I'm like, okay, well at least they don't. So yeah, but you do, I guess. Yeah. That do be. So bro, I've come to a horrible realization that I didn't make these just didn't think anybody else would be thinking that, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I feel that. I was going to make all these blocks, like the that I'm placing down right now, I was going to make them red stairs, but I'm over 3/4 of the way done with it, and I don't want to delete all the stairs and then replace them again, so I'm just going to stick with the black right now, and I'll pretend I meant to do that, and then I'll start making like this part here red or something like that. Alright, still cool anyways. Heck yeah, thanks, G. I do appreciate it. Damn it, I am always running out of stairs. It's almost like I'm using a lot of them or something. Welcome, Hickey. Oh, yo, nostalgia. Not to change topic or whatever, but have you seen the boat wreck or the shipwreck that I have nearby my island, or no? And if you haven't, do you want to? No, you haven't, I assume. Heck yeah. Do you wanna? Where is it? Aha, it's right... Yeah, right by me. So, if you go down this little hole right here... I don't know if you can see my screen, but if you can, there's a little hole in the sand. If you go down that hole, it'll lead you right to it. It's just a shipwreck, so it's nothing much, but it's a shipwreck that I ended up, popping out of the water, or not. I didn't move it, but basically I dried it up, if that makes sense. Yeah, so. So basically, the ship doesn't have no water. It's not a sunken shipwreck anymore. It's just a shipwreck that's not sunk. But yeah, you don't need to. But basically, it's right down that tunnel in the sand if you want to. I probably should make it like a little doorway or something like that, but I haven't yet. I've just left it a little hole. Wait up. Okay. This is sick, dude. Thanks, homie. Yeah, it's not much yet. It's just a lot of placing to get the bulk of it done, But yeah, I'm hoping to have it all schmecksure looking in a little bit. Glowing red is crazy. Hell, heck yeah. You mean like the redstone? Yeah, it does look like it glows, but don't tell nobody. It's because I put a light behind there. But yeah, it makes it look like it glows, and I do love that. Yes, heck yeah. Oh yeah, I'll uncrouch so you can see me. And then the wall is even 2.5 blocks tall, since you can jump. Oh! I did a no. Oh shoot, and I fell. Well, I was gonna say, since you can jump 2 blocks tall, or 2.5 blocks tall, it's meant to basically give you a line of sight over to like shoot your bow or something if you want. Obviously, it doesn't really matter, but yeah. I should honestly put pistons underneath this wall piece here. Oh, I don't know if I can, but basically, so it like extends you up one, or I can put I need to put a wall piece that goes all the way around here, I feel like, but I'll do that later. It's never truly done. Oh, there you are. Hi, Nostalgia. I'm behind you. Oh, you fell. Behind you. Oh, sorry. You wanna... I mean, you can do whatever you want, I guess. You don't need to listen to me, but you wanna go to the shipwreck, and if you do, it's over yonder. We could fly there, but if we fly... Actually, yeah. I think flying there would be the best resort. Yes, heck yeah. For the sole fact that we'll come right back here if we fly there. It's right over here. You gotta, yeah, there you are. This is my shipwreck that is not sunken anymore. Man. I saw it sitting nearby my island, and I'm like, well, I do want to unsink it. But then after I unsunk it, yo, it's got a cross, right? Hell yeah, that's what's... Actually, yeah, I didn't even notice that. That's what's up. Heck yeah. I didn't even put that there. That's exactly how it came. The only thing I put on here was the sea lantern because, well, I wanted to, make it so no mobs could spawn on it. But then, yeah, after I made this, I was like, I really wish it connected to the base. So I made this over here. I tried to make it circle. I suck at circles, but what do you think of this? I mean, when you have a sec. I know I might be overloading you with stuff right now. Oh, and you might be typing. Bro, we got auto-generated crosses before cheese in Minecraft. Yes, sir, that do be. It's nice. Heck yeah, thank you, good sir. Yeah, like I said, I don't know why. I just saw it there, and I'm like, you know what? I've wanted to do that before for the longest time. I'm going to do it now. I don't know how you managed to do this. With sponges. I just circled it in glass, and then I made little gravel things like about 5 blocks apart, and then I used sponges to soak up all the water, and then just dug out the little gravel trenches I made. Wait, where'd you go, bro? Oh, you're over there, never mind. I see you. Yeah, you gotta look out into the... Well, there would be fish here, but the reason there's not is because, I have the mob switch on right now. But imagine fish swimming in the ocean. Yep, yeah. Bro, what the fuck? We're thinking the exact same thing. You're typing it as I was saying it. How does it work like that sometimes? Confusion. We have done so much in the Minecraft realm together that what's that called? There's a scientific term for it, I think. Oh fuck. Where basically two objects connect somehow, or fuck. There's an actual word for that. My vocabulary is just completely shot. Alright, let me Google this. Figure that word out. But yeah, then nostalgia, if you want, you don't need to, but you should come look at this little, I don't know what you would call this, an aquarium tube, or aquarium? I don't know. It's an aquarium without fish. I don't know, what's that glass thing called? I don't think that's called the aquarium per se. The aquarium's where the fish are. But either way, it's a big glass tunnel that goes all the way back to base. Quantum entanglement, that's what it's called. Yeah, bro, there we go. Yeah, we're just quantum entangled or something. Or quantumly entangled. I should make some beacons here, so we have beacon effects all the way through this tunnel. I don't know what that means. Basically, it's some scientific phenomenon that says that like let's say you have 2 wheels, right? And they're 2 like Wheel of Fortune wheels or some shit like that. But instead of having a whole bunch of options, the options are red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, all the way around the entire circle wheel. Now you have 2 of those wheels, and you spin them both at the same time, and one is on red and one lands on blue. You spin them both at the same time again, one lands on blue, one lands on red. Spin them both again, one lands on red, one lands on blue. So basically, if you have those two wheels that are quantum entangled, they say theoretically you could have one at the North Pole and one at the South Pole, and if you have somebody spin them at the exact same time, if one lands on blue, the other one's going to land on red no matter what. And it's going to do it faster than the speed of light or something like that. So clearly our thoughts must just be, you know, quantumly entangled or whatever. Oh, alright. Yeah. Like, that's the only logical explanation, clearly. I don't know about that. We probably just have the same mindset, to be honest. What? No. I mean, that's more... That does actually sound a little more logical than mine. Just slightly more logical than quantum entanglement, but... Why is this tree so tall? Oh, so this was a tall island before, and I kind of shrunk the island down to water level. So... when I wanted to leave some of the bigger trees, oh shoot, and hold up, I'm about to, yeah, so I wanted to leave some of the bigger trees, so what I did was I left them, and I ended up, let me see which tree you're talking about, because I think it's, yeah, one I did. I don't even see your name yet, dang. Where'd I hit? Oh, you're right here. Yeah. So... this tree looks like a lollipop. Yes, sir. So yeah, basically it was probably up to like here when it started. But after I shrank the ground, I decided to extend the tree and make it a really tall tree. It's so funny looking. Yeah, I thought they looked a little funny. Bro, check out these. I mean, I know I maybe showed you this before, but what do you think about this? Should I remove them or leave the trees like this? I have it so they look like they're like growing into the wall, but I don't know if that's good or bad. I thought it looked alright, but alright, I'm done insulting the tree. That'd be, hey, I don't like where it has that like wood over there. I've always wanted to patch that up, but I haven't gotten around to it yet because I've been too lazy. But I don't like the exposed wood up there on that tree either, if I'm being honest. I noticed that earlier. Yeah, I did it so it looked like, you know, the trees were like growing through the wall or something like that. Like, you know, almost like a weed pushing through the wall that's been here for hundreds of years. But I think it looks weird. That'd be, yeah, I feel. It's like, it's not a weed, it's a tree. Shoot, this is the one that we can't go out the side, is it? Oh, sad. Well. No. Okay, you know what? I'll just do this. It don't matter. I'll place them back in a second. Yeah, because we come out here, it looks like it's just protruding through the wall. Now, I could have always flew over it, honestly, instead of having to destroy the wall, but it works. But yeah, I don't know if it looks the best, if I'm being honest. I have like 2 or 3 of them. Hey, tomorrow's day 3993. Also, I'm gonna need to chuck some food in the fridge real quick, and then yeah, get back on a charger soon. I'm at 81%, but when I'm live streaming, the phone or the thing dies fast. Looks like one of those cartoons that when they crash through the wall with their head poking out the other side. I didn't even think of that. Hey, you want to come through here? Before I seal it off, you don't need to, but yeah, that do be, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, it's like bloop, just like popping through. I mean, I know we can fly over, but I just wanted to seal it off. Yeah. Put it back the way it was, you know. I might take out these trees later on, though, if I'm being honest, and just build the wall all the way around. You told me to go through, so I went. That do be. Oh, by the way, I did upload a little clip of that song, and I found out it is not copywritten or anything, so we can listen to it. I don't know if you heard it in a short video I uploaded. Let me find that again real quick. It was 3 shorts ago. Oh, 2 shorts ago. I have a drafted short? Why do I got a drafted short? It's a draft that's not available, no content. How do I delete a drafted short? What the fuck, YouTube? Okay, now this is going to annoy me. There's a drafted short here that I can't delete. Well, anyway, second to last video or short has the song. In my opinion, I destroyed the trees. That way, you'd have empty space to build on. Then replant them later if you actually want them. I feel that. That's honestly smart. I'll have to probably go and do that later. Because, yeah, I was thinking of that, too. I'm like, I should probably just destroy them and then replant them later, but I didn't because I'm like, well, I already did this, but yeah, I should probably do that. Alright, here's the song.
This one's going out to all the real wall
I can
builders
destroy
out
them.
there.
Hell yeah, if you want to. You're more than down to.
Built the wall,
Give me
yeah,
neighbor.
built the wall. I built my wall like 100 blocks tall. Built it up and I built it strong. I built my wall, yeah, all day long. Trustbusters, yeah, I'll kill them all. Don't try me, I'm
Yep,
real dang strong.
absolutely, heck yeah.
No way in, I've checked it all. Back to home, you'll have to crawl. No, you can't stay, not in my hall. Get out now, yeah, you get gone. Built the wall, it'll
You
never
heard this on my
fall.
shirt? Heck yeah.
Don't like it, we'll have a brawl. And you can't win, no, not at all. They
I
will
love
charge
this
me
song.
with assault.
Bro, it's so funny. That's why I love it. Like the tone is off, or the beats there, I guess, but like the beat in his lyrics are off, the tone's off, everything is like totally whatever. But it's just so funny. I don't know why. I just love it. Oh, I'm gonna be right back. I need to check something, and I've been an idiot, and I haven't checked it. I'm sorry if you're writing something in the chat. Don't send it. I'm an idiot, but I gotta check something really quick. I was told it was in general. No, it was in video. I don't got vibrant visuals on here. You fart. Okay, I'm coming back. Hold up. My title of that short was "I built the wall with Luke the Notable music," and then it says, "Don't worry, YouTube demonetized me. I make nothing." Is it fucking 2? Holy shit, it's 2. Damn, son. Build the wall, it's so dang tall. I can't see the sun at all. Not that I care, I don't at all. I like being all alone. I don't know why, but I love that song too much. Not even like ironically, it's just a good song somehow. It's an awful song like in every aspect of a song, but it's funny, so I like it. Trump's favorite song, right? Facts, bro. It's the Trump anthem. And actually, let me double check that because I'm pretty sure somebody said that in the comments. Built the wall, Luke the Notable. Nobody cares about your ad. I'm not finding that comment anymore, but I could have sworn that was a comment back in the day when this video was first uploaded. Holy crap, it's almost 2 years old. January 14th, it'll be 2 years old. Holy fuck. No, not a funny comment. I have never been more moved by a single piece of art in my life. Thank you, Mr. the Notable. We're making it out of the villager orphan with this one. Well, those aren't the comments I was looking for, but that is kind of funny.
We're back with, even if you haven't seen my recent video 3,000 Days, you've probably seen my Emerald Tower somewhere on the internet. A lot of people ask me what it would take to make the whole base out of netherite, so I converted the entire tower to netherite, and there's about 13,000 emerald blocks. On a really good day of netherite mining, I get about 15 pieces of ancient debris, getting a netherite block in about 2 days. So if I want to make my compound look like this, I've got to play Minecraft for 26,000 Minecraft days. That's 520,000 hours, or just about 361 days of straight Minecraft, and that's why...
Oh, less than a year. That's easy. I can play Minecraft for a year. Just bed bombing in the nether straight. Nah, that'd probably get real boring, but...
We're back with more oversimplifying famous Minecraft skins, part 4. Getting us started on level 4 is Luke the Notable, at a notable 4.5 million subscribers. Luke only recently created his Minecraft skin. Before that, he was just Alex, so we're already halfway done. Luke the Notable skin is notably very simple. It's based on this image here, and I just have one critique. Do you see what I see? No? Let me help. It's his nose. His nose looks like it. 9 out of 10. Very good. Very nice. We're back with more oversimplifying famous Minecraft skins, part 4.
Okay. I don't know why I went on that, but yeah.
Imagine not reproducing. Oh. You haven't spread your seed? Ah! Point and laugh! Imagine.
See, I get distracted on these type of videos. No, but for real, why would you doom a child to this type of society? No, okay, I'm done. Sleeping through the night. Happy days played 3993. Yeah. We got that days played 3993. Oh, bro, on day 4040, we gotta get ready. It's feast day. I mean, you don't need to, but I've made, well, I guess it was Luke the Notable who did it, but he made day 40 National Feast Day, and I was low-key thinking of that exact thought, bro. Like, I was like, Jesus fasted for 40 days, and then he ate food, so I'm like, I should maybe make day 40, like, a special day of, like, feasting or whatever. And then, like, literally 2-3 days later, Luke the Notable uploaded a video where he's like, hey, I'm doing a new thing, making this a feast day. I'm like, bruh. It might have been a week later, I don't know. But either way, it was like, bruh, I was just thinking of that, and this guy's doing it too. So, okay, I guess since he's doing it, it's official now. We gotta have a feast day. At least that's what I do. So yeah, for day 4040, I'm gonna have a feast day. Alright, I gotta go throw some food in the fridge. How am I gonna do this? Holy fuck again. That's a long one. You know what made me... Hold on. You know what? I don't even see what made... It's just me getting ad blocker. But yeah, you know what made me get an ad blocker today was all because I was already frustrated with my Minecraft updating. So when an ad played during a Nux video, and there was this annoying ad with this woman, she was ugly, long fake eyelash, hair pulled back as far as her forehead can handle. Her face was shining and her voice, don't even get me started, so I downloaded Brave. Heck yeah, bro. Yeah, like I said, I've been using normal YouTube since like literally this time last year. It was like December of 2024, I think, or whatever, when I finally decided, you know what, I need a fucking ad blocker. Like, this is crazy. All these ads are giving me, it's just, I can't do this anymore. Like, I was trying to do doing ads or whatever to help the support, or help support the content creator or whatever, even though I know my view means basically nothing. I figure, well, a whole bunch of views will add up over time. And if everybody's using an ad blocker, well, then everyone's going to, no one's going to make money because everyone's using an ad blocker. Well, I mean, even though it's not 100% true, that's, semi-true. You're not going to make as much money. Well, anyway, yeah, they had so many ads in their video, and honestly, I love Nux, but like I said, bro, I think I said this to you, but I said this before in video. Nux had so many ads, bro. I'm like, bro, what the heck? I need an ad blocker. So Nux isn't the reason in general that I got an ad blocker, but watching his videos was the straw that broke the camel's back. That, and then also I'm now kind of listening to YouTube videos as I'm live streaming, so I figure it's probably better to not have ads in there while I'm listening to them for you guys. You know what I mean? So that way you're not like sitting here having an ad every few minutes too. They're all scams, right? All the ads, I feel that. I'm sure Nux understands, and besides, he gets paid by Kick. He's got members. He's good, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, with Nux having a few million subscribers like this or whatever, I'm pretty sure he probably has at least $1 million. At least. I mean, and maybe he spent it all or whatever, but I'm sure he's got at least $1 million from YouTube. And I don't assume he spent it all, I feel like I can do this joke since he does too, but, since he's Jewish, I don't think he spent all of his money, He says he's a he says he's a Jew, so he better have money, right? That's what I was thinking. Like, he says it, so you better not be just wasting that money. And he's made jokes about how he has to save money or, doesn't like to waste money, so we did it again, right? Always happening. Like quantum entanglement. No, I'm kidding. Bro, okay. I was just thinking of something. You could maybe low-key start a cult with something like that. You just like intentionally try to do that with somebody or whatever, and like where you. I don't even. It doesn't even need to be that, because that would be kind of hard. I feel like to like try to have the same thought as somebody. But if you did something where you could basically manipulate the person to be like, oh look, we're so close or whatever, you could basically try to use that to be like, look, we're one or whatever. You're part of this bigger picture or some bullshit. You could literally start like a cult or some shit. I feel like. I mean, I would say probably that would be stupid, and people are smart enough to not fall for that. But nowadays, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would fall for it. Now, suppose he was the complete opposite and just says that on the internet, bro. That'd be kind of geeking, but also like, dang, I would not have expected that. I mean, I know you can say anything you want on the internet, but usually people that are content creators usually aren't going to be saying they're the opposite of what they are, But yeah, I bet if I tried it, I bet if I tried it, would more than likely jinx it not to happen. You bet if you tried it, if you tried it, it would more than likely jinx it not to happen. You mean the cult thing? I feel that. I mean, hey, that's my luck too. If I tried it, my luck would be like, nah, fam, it don't work for you. Then some scummy person, I mean, that would be kind of scummy for me to try to do that personally. But, then some scummy person comes and tries to do it, and it fucking works for them, and they get millions of followers, therefore they become rich from millions of dollars being poured in. Like, damn. Ooh, my back just cracked like a little jackrabbit on crack. Well, okay, I'm gonna grab some stuff, put it in the oven, put it in the fucking fridge real quick, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave it unmuted, I guess, because fuck it. Pod spitting at me. That's disgusting. I'd like my menthol vaped in a vapor form, thank you. I mean, I preferred it back in the day in a smoke form, but I do not prefer my menthol in liquid form. Don't start smoking, kids, ever. I started at a young age of 8 years old, and I do not recommend it for anyone. Especially at that young, but just in general. Like I said, Coke, I'm not... Oh, wait, I'm not... Hold up. Like I said, Coke, I not be a kid, but on the inside I have more kid-like thoughts. Like, compared to you, I'm innocent. Oh, yeah, that's good, though, bro, honestly. I mean, yeah, I know you're not a kid. I just, say that as, like, a joke, usually, like, don't do drugs, kids, or something like that, like, don't smoke, kids, But, yeah, I know you're not a kid. But yeah, I don't know. I always I always try to warn people, bro. Like, even if I do it, I'm not one of those. Okay, I kind of am, but that's only the people that are already smokers. So like, if somebody's a smoker and I know they smoke and shit, I'm gonna be like, yo, bro, let's go smoke, you know, like, let's go hit something together real quick. But like, if there's somebody I know who doesn't smoke, I'm gonna be like, yeah, do not start smoking. Don't do that shit. Not good. No. It costs money. Not a good addiction. I don't recommend it. I got addicted at a young age. I found something that was I don't know. I got addicted to drinking and smoking at a young age, and then I changed my drinking habit for THC, and then I changed the THC for legal hemp or THC. But I still have the nicotine, sadly. It's just instead of cigarettes nowadays, it's in the form of a vape. When I first joined Cat's chat, literally Colonel and every other kid in chat thought I was a kid, and I was a bit disappointed, not gonna lie. Wait, Colonel's a kid? Oh wait, yeah, he's in school, yeah. Mill thought I was younger than him, damn. That dude be. Yeah, I forgot about Colonel being in school. Yeah, I don't know why that just left my mind there until I said that. I'm like, oh wait, yeah, he is. I don't know why, but in my mind, I'm thinking if somebody makes YouTube content or whatever, they're not a kid. Oh, it's raining on the night of 3993. You know, even Africans are nice to be. I'm gonna go to sleep on 3993 to end this rainstorm. Cause ain't nobody got time for that. Alright, I still gotta put that food in the fridge. Probably be best if I wrapped it in tinfoil or something. Wow. No, I was gonna throw this in the fridge, but it's still a little hot. So I'm gonna not put it in the fridge at this exact second. I'm gonna let it cool down a little. Got a hot pad. Alright, it's in the fridge. Be right back, 30 seconds. Alright, heck yeah, good sir. Alright, I'm gonna do a little real quick. I am a trained professional. Do not try this at home. Tis, it's not that good right now. It's acting like it's dead. Also, that camera is extremely small. I mean, it kind of worked, but nowhere nearly as strong as I wanted it. Yeah. That's it. Gooder one. Gooder is a word. Nicola. How you doing? Woo, I can feel the inspiration kicking in already. Let me tell you what, that's a good thing right there that I just did. Well, maybe not a good, but definitely a good feeling for sure. Dopamine good. And I don't know. I've argued before this topic point or whatever, and I could be wrong on this, but I would love to have somebody who could actually argue this against it, if you will. I mean, I don't know if I would love it, but I would love it if I'm wrong, if that makes sense. But yeah, but basically, when it comes to drinking alcohol, right? A lot of Christians or whatever will be like, I mean, it depends, I guess. Some will say, it's you can't drink any alcohol at all. No. Others will say it's all right, just in moderation, because even Jesus drank wine. But then when it comes to weed, though, people are like, no, weed is bad no matter what. You cannot do it. Evil, bad, don't do it. And it's like, well, how though? Because alcohol works by poisoning the central nervous system. That's how you get alcohol poisoning. Weed works by naturally producing a chemical that your brain already releases. So, which one's going to be worse for you? Poisoning or naturally releasing? But yeah, I don't know. That's just what some people say. Then their argument also, is, well, you're defiling the temple of the Holy Spirit. But if you look at the verse prior to that one, it says, flee from sexual immorality. All other sins a person commits is outside the body, but he who sins sexually sins against his own body. And then it says, for do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit? So basically, sexual immorality is the thing that defiles the temple of the Holy Spirit, not smoking. Then I've heard other people say, well, it's pharmakia. See, you're using medicine, and the usage of medicine is a sin. And it's like, no, that's not true, because one, if that were the case, then we couldn't use any Tylenol or even painkillers if we were in pain, because, well, even if you got a medical prescription, you can't use it. It's a sin, and that's not the true. Plus, Luke was a medical man, if I'm correct, or a medicine worker or whatever, so if that would have been a sin, they would have said something to him. But, yeah, that's basically the arguments I usually hear that. And then I heard one before basically saying that smoking weed open or is I mean, I think you said this before too, Nostalgia, kind of, but not. This isn't your argument you've given to me, though. I'm just saying you said this before. But somebody tried to, not you, but somebody else was trying to say that smoking weed is basically a gateway to the spiritual realm or something like that. Oh, you're back, heck yeah. And, yeah, basically, I don't know, in my personal opinion, I've never had anything like that. No, I guess that's a lie. It is and it isn't. I've never had anything like that from weed per se. Wait, you were talking to me the whole time? No. I was just talking about weed in general, and basically how some people or some Christians be like, you can drink a little bit of alcohol because even Jesus drank wine, but smoking weed is a sin. And then I was going over a few different things of, why it's a sin. Like, some people have said it's pharmakia, which would mean that any medicine is unable to be taken. So if weed is pharmakia, that means that you can't use painkillers if you're in pain. That also means you can't use Tylenol or ibuprofen because that's considered a medicine. That means you can't take caffeine because that is also a drug. And yeah, so like according to that logic, you couldn't do a lot of stuff. And even Luke was a medicine worker or a medicine man. So clearly, and the pharmakia word is not correct. It's used in context, and the context in that word, that everybody who translates it from the Hebrew or Greek, I forget which one it is, but into the English, they always translate it as sorcery because of the context that it's used in. And yeah, so basically, if you would say that it's pharmakia to smoke or to smoke because it's a drug, then you have to say that that taking Tylenol is also a drug and it's pharmakia. But so I've heard people with that one. I've heard the thing before about it, defiling temple of the Holy Spirit. And obviously, if we look at the verse prior to that, it says that is sexual immorality that defiles the temple of the Holy Spirit, and it says all of their sins a person commits are outside the body. So even if smoking weed would be a sin, it would not be defiling the temple of the Holy Spirit. It would be a sin that's outside the body, not whatever. It's not a sexual immorality sin. And then I've heard some people say before, oh yeah, this is where I was talking to you, kind of nostalgia. I mean, I wasn't talking to you, but I was talking about you, if you will. Well, not even that, though. I was saying that basically somebody was saying back in the day, that basically weed is a gateway portal to the spiritual realm. And then I was saying that I think you might have even said that before. It wasn't like you were debating me or anything, but you might have just said that to me before, that you think it might be a spiritual realm gateway or something like that, I think that's what, I don't know, I could be totally off, but that's just what I was talking about you. That's all I said about you there, so, yeah, I wasn't talking to you the whole time. But, but somebody else was saying that, it's basically a gateway drug to, another dimension or whatever, or to a spiritual realm, and I don't think I've ever personally had that happen to me, other than one time I didn't have, any weed for a few days, right? Nobody had any. It was kind of dry in Wisconsin. And this is back when I was still smoking the illegal stuff, mind you. Nowadays, I smoke all illegal. If police came right now and said, "What are you smoking?" I could literally hit this in front of them, and I could be like, "Oh, it's fine." So, yeah. But back in the day, I wasn't like that. So, so back in the day, though, I was out of stuff, and there was nobody around who had any. It was kind of a dry spell in Wisconsin. So I was looking, and I finally found one person who my brother worked with at McDonald's, and they had some stuff. And I don't think it was anything bad. I think they just had some, they had some good stuff. But at this point, I didn't smoke for about 3 days, give or take. So, I'm on the phone with my buddies or whatever playing PUBG back in the day. And my weed order gets there, if you will. So I go out and take care of that. And when I come back inside, I take my grinder and I grind up 2 ounces, holy shit, 2 grams. And I pack I figure usually I take a fat rip. So my brothers also smoke, but they smoke way less than me. So, at least at this time and stuff. So yeah, basically I take a grind up about 2 grams, and I put about 1 gram in there for me. And I'm still on the phone with my buddies, and I'm like, hey, look at this, I'm about to take a fat fucking dab, or a fat bong rip, I guess. And they were like, nah, bro, do it even more, fill it even bigger, So I'm like, fuck it. So I put the other gram on top or whatever. So I basically had a 2 gram bong rip or whatever, and I had it out of a gravity bong. I'm not sure if you know what those are, but basically, if you know how to work one, you can make it extremely milky, and I have the green thumb when it comes to Mary Jane. I'm one of the best at it, I feel like. So that's something I'm extremely good at for some reason, even though it's illegal. But so basically, though, I ended up milking this bowl hold on, let me turn on my camera real quick. I know it's not gonna whatever, but you see this 2-liter 7-Up bottle right here? it was bigger than this. So I had a bottle that was bigger than this, and the bottom was cut off. I'm sorry, my camera is so small, I can't make it bigger, or I would try. But yeah, so like I got a 2-liter 7-Up bottle. It was bigger than this, so the bottom of it's cut off. And what you do is you slowly pull it up, and there's water in the bottom of it. So when you're slowly pulling it up, the water is making suction, forcing air to come through the top. So it basically milks the bowl. So yeah, I was pulling it up, and I did basically a 2-gram weed rip or whatever instantly. And yeah, I got back on PUBG. I was coughing a little beforehand, obviously. And then yeah, I got back on PUBG, and I was gaming and stuff. And I got about halfway through the round, and I'm like, about 15 minutes in. And I'm like, nah, guys, I gotta fucking go right now. Like, the whole room is spinning and shit. And yeah, like, I'll be back in a few minutes. I don't know right now. I don't feel the best. I thought I would, just have to get off the game for a moment, and I would be back, and that'd be that. But that is not what happened. I don't know, bro. I fucking greened out is what they call it, if I'm correct. But basically, the whole room was spinning. I felt like, I don't know, basically, like, it's fucked up. The only way I can describe it is, like, how people say you get really paranoid when you smoke weed sometimes or whatever? What did you see? Well, I didn't see nothing, but I just had this impending doom feeling about my family. Like, basically, the only way I can describe it is, like, oh, yeah, we're all damned to hell or some shit like that, and that, like, God was specifically mad at me and shit or something. Is like, damn, this is all fucked up. But then after that, I was soberish the next day, and I'm like, okay, I think the weed might have been laced. But it was not, so I don't know what happened, honestly. I was like, damn, that's a little trippy to have happen. And my only conclusion was, well, it's probably because I did like 2 grams of it at once, and I didn't smoke for a few days beforehand, so I was like fresh for smoking. I didn't have any in my system, so it's like, if you're build a tolerance up for drinking, but then you don't drink for 3 days, and then you drink, a whole butt ton later, your tolerance is going to be down a little, if that makes sense. So yeah, by not smoking for 3-ish days and then taking a fat rip that's like double as big as I usually would, I feel like that's probably what happened, but I could be wrong. Good morning, guys. Yeah, good morning, Nicola. How you doing? No. Let me rephrase that ending if I'm correct. With what happened, I think with the impending doom thing, it was that, but it was basically I had like I said, the impending doom, like a family was all damned or whatever. But it was like, and this is fucked up too, because obviously, like I said, I was the farthest away from God if anyone in my family. But it's like, unless I say something about it, unless I step in and try to change it or something like that. But yeah, I mean that was the only the only time I ever had that thought, or not thought, but ever had that quote unquote spiritual thing, if you will, while smoking. What name Minecraft? COKTilYouDrop helper. But yeah, that was the first and only time, to my knowledge. There might have been a time afterwards where I was like smoking and kind of tripping out a little bit, but I think it was not because, or first of all, it wasn't like nothing spiritual like that, at least not to my knowledge. But second of all, I think it was because of that first incident. I was still like, bro, what the fuck? Like, this is trippy. But yeah. Like I said, I thought the weed was laced, bro. And nowadays, I don't think it was, but it might have been. But that was the worst time I've ever had when it came to smoking back in the day. And like I said, it was illegal stuff, so I was getting it off the street. So I didn't know if it was actually good or not. I was just kind of rolling the dice on it. You hope that it was good stuff, but you never could guarantee 100%. Also, later on, I want to implement lights in here where I like flip a switch and it turns the lights on or off like a light switch. Yeah, that's why that's why I believe it. It doesn't have to be a huge revelation for it to be spiritual. Spiritual could literally just be internal dialogue. Oh yeah, I feel ya. But yeah, like, I'm... especially when it comes to that stuff, like, if there was more stuff in the Bible that would be against smoking weed, I feel like I would be more inclined to not do it, whereas, like, I'm kind of a weird, I don't know, I don't want to be this way, but I'm kind of an asshole with it, where I'm like, not an asshole, I'm more like, I'm stubborn with it is what I should say, where it's like, I almost need God to give me some fucking sign where it's like, I mean, not saying he needs to, because obviously he doesn't need to do shit, but for me to, like, know that smoking would be a bad thing, or at least smoking weed, I know smoking is bad for you, but smoking weed in general, you know, I don't know, like, if for me to know that it would be whatever, I would need some sort of clear thing from him, if you will, and, yeah, my brothers were like, well, I don't know if that's ever gonna whatever, it's like, yeah, I don't know either, but it's more like, you gotta make up your own choices in life sometimes, but I don't know if it's like I said, a sin or not sometimes, but yeah, I still smoke weed. One of my things I do on occasions, but accept my friend request. What if I don't wanna? We all have our struggles, Coke. I'm sure you'll find something in the Bible, or you won't. In either way, you're still saved. Shoot, heck yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what's up. I mean, yeah, as long as I get that, but I'm trying sometimes. I don't, like I said, I don't want to do it if it's a sin, obviously, but yeah, I don't think it is personally. Then again, it's like, well, some people say it is. It's like, fuck, what is it then? Nokiak 30 bloop. I got you. The fact you're searching for an answer already shows you're trying. Well, yeah, but but bro, I feel like I'm a dumbass sometimes, you know, so I feel like if I die one day or whatever, God would be like, bro, what are you talking about, Nia sign? I gave you this and this and this and this, and I'd be like, but I didn't realize I'm an idiot, God. You gotta give me clearer signs. I'm a fucking retard sometimes, okay? I'm sorry. If that makes sense, but... Okay, I need to start focusing on this castle too, though, while I'm talking. I actually might need to make it one thicker around. One thicker. And, but I can't make it a thicker one because of this. Shoot. But I can take it up to here, and if I take it up to here, yeah, that looks probably smart, yeah, because then the black, the red will merge on top with the black, and then this black will merge with the red. I like it. Let me get in here and I'll read your comment, good sir. Makes sense in my opinion, though, Coke. You can fall under it can fall under self-harm, which is something the Bible has condemned multiple times. And since weed is known for causing health issues, may not be a good idea to smoke it. Health? I might need to look farther into that. I know the smoking aspect of weed does, but I think, doesn't weed in general, like, isn't weed healthy for you in general? Like, if you eat it in edible form, the only bad aspect of smoking it is the smoking part, right? Which I'm not saying, that's wrong. Some people could interpret it as that. But when it comes to eating it, I don't know if I really can, because I consume so freaking much when I eat it, bro. I'll be putting down like 6 grams like it's nothing, and people are like, holy shit, bro. Like, I'll eat, 200 milligrams, which is like 1/5 of a gram, and they're like, I'm baked, and I'm like, yeah, 6 grams, and I'm feeling it, yeah. I don't know, that's why I was like, yeah, I like the eating thought, honestly, but I feel like I just get too, I need to eat so many of them. Invite me into your world so I can join it. It's not my world. I can't invite you. It is this person's world. Number Scooties. Scooties right here is the one who owns the realm. Scooties offline. If you get his name, you can type him in as a friend and hope that he accepts it back again, and then maybe he'll let you get into the realm as long as you stick around. Yeah, I made it rhyme too. The reason I say stick around is because, well, he's off and on sometimes, so if you're just here and gone, he's definitely not going to whatever, but... Even if there are health benefits to it, as anything medical, it can also be abused, just like alcohol. Oh yeah, I agree with you on that. That's why I try to stick to... Oh, fuck off with your thingy. Dang it. Okay, hold up. Let me do this real quick. Okay. So I try to stick to these days. They're little carts, so that way I'm not getting too debauched when it comes to smoking. I know it's not the best thing in the world, but yeah, basically, back in the day I used to smoke like crazy. I have a bong, like a water pipe, but a bong rig or whatever, and I would have a big ass and banger like bowl or whatever, and you'd heat that bowl with a torch and drop this like oil substance in it, which was like almost 100% pure THC. And usually I'd be taking like 1 gram or ½ gram to the head at a time, just... And honestly, I have a few videos on my other channel, Chopped with Cock, but I think they age restricted all those videos, so nowadays you probably won't be able to see them, but... But yeah, so anymore though, I just try to stick to the carts, because they don't get me too baked. Even if I take like 5, 6, 7, 8 rips in a row, they only let you get to like a certain level where the bong rig or whatever, that shit, or the dab rig I should say, that thing gets you fucking chopped. Oh, hold up. I'm sorry, I wasn't reading the comments and it went too far away. I gotta check it again today real quick on this phone. Wait, idea to smoke it? Wait, that was the last comment? What, idea to smoke it? What does that mean? Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe it's not a good idea to smoke it. Okay, yeah, that's what it means. Invite me to your world so I can join. Yeah, even if there are health benefits to it, as anything medical, it can also be... Okay, yeah, never mind. An addiction, that's also a sin. Indulgence, something like that. Yep. Okay, yeah, that I agree with you on. That is one of the main reasons I want to quit smoking nicotine, even though, I mean, obviously I do think weed too one day, not altogether, but definitely a lot more. But when it comes to nicotine in general, that is one that I strive to get off of even more than THC. Because, bro, yeah, it is addiction stuff, and it's definitely not the best in the world to have, you know. Nicola, what's good? Yeah, let me find where it is exactly, but I know it's somewhere in there. I'm pretty sure, but where and I like how right now we're just talking about the Bible, and I'm not even gaming, but. Yeah, so the Bible apparently doesn't talk about addiction, apparently, but it does address the behaviors and consequences through themes of enslavement to sin. There we go, which is basically addiction of, enslavement to sin, or lack of self-control. Hey. Yeah, that's understandable. Okay, yeah, I admit it. Well, then it says idolatry, worshiping things over God, harming the body, God's temple. Hey, no, you can't use that one. Come on. You could say harming the body. You can't say God's temple. Like you're harming God. Oh, I guess you could say you're harming God's temple. But that sounds like you're trying to say you're defiling the temple of the Holy Spirit. But yeah, you're not. I guess. Not you. The AI thing here that I'm reading. But and drunkenness. Well, not that. Okay, so those are all the things that they have for meanings of words like addiction. Is enslavement to sin, lack of self-control, idolatry, or harming the body, and drunkenness. Addiction is just a new translation, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, you good. Yeah, that makes. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So, like the enslavement to sin per se, like, well, is it a sin? Particularly, I don't know, but lack of self-control, okay, guilty as charged with that. That's 100% guilty as charged. I ain't gonna deny it. That would be a foolish thing to do. Idolatry, worshiping things over God. Now, I feel like that has to be a specific thing, you know, like you're spending more time doing something, not like, you know what I mean? So, like, for instance, I used to go to church every Sunday. Now I spend Sunday for the Packers because, I love me the Packers. Them they're Packers, you know, or something like that, you know. It'd be like, okay, well, that would be idolizing it in my opinion. But when it comes to smoking, I don't feel like it's idolizing, right? Am I wrong with that? But I definitely feel like a lack of self-control is 100% something that it's, I'm agreeing that it's not, it's not the best thing to be addicted or whatever. Yeah, it's not good to be addicted according to the Bible. And I think this one falls under the lack of self-control, but I could be wrong. And definitely, you could say harming the body. The reason I say that is because they say harming the body and they say God's temple. And like I said, it almost makes it sound like they're trying to say defiling the temple of the Holy Spirit, which they could be because they're scraping it off of the internet, but they also could be saying harming the body because they're scraping that, but they're also scraping people saying, well, like I was saying, technically, that's not what's actually whatever. It says, sexual immorality is what defiles the Holy Spirit. So, so that's why, or defiles the temple of the Holy Spirit. So that could be why there's maybe saying it like that. I don't know. But I don't think you treat it like an idol. Woohoo! No, that's what this is saying here, though. All those different things, basically. Harming the body and drunkenness, pointing to scripture like Romans 6, slavery to sin, Ephesians 5:18, avoiding drunkenness, 1 Corinthians 6, 19 through 20, body as temple. Yeah, see, I knew that's what they were referring to. 1 Corinthians 1, 19 through 20, the body was... okay, you know what? Let's go there real quick. 1 Corinthians 6, 19. Because I know this thing, though, bro. I don't know why it annoys me so much. I mean, I do kind of know why it does, but... when people twist the Bible, I mean, even if it's not on purpose, it's like, no! Alright, let's see if this is the one I'm thinking of. Alright. But whoever is united with the Lord is one with him in spirit. Flee from sexual immorality. All other sins a person commits are outside the body, but whoever sins sexually sins against their own body. Do you not know that your bodies are a temple of the Holy Spirit, who is in you, whom you have received from God? You are not your own. You are bought at a price. Therefore, honor God with your bodies. So in full context, it's saying flee from sexual immorality because that's what defiles the body. And yeah, I'm not saying you're saying that, nostalgia, but this right here is saying that like front top here they're saying I want to clarify that because I don't want people to be like, what, yeah, I'm not saying you, but and here they're saying these are different things, enslavement to sin, lack of self-control, idolatry, harming the body, and then when they say harming the body, they have God's temple in brackets. And then referring to God's temple, they say it's 1 Corinthians 6:19 and through 20. But if you look in the context of that, they're taking that out of context, obviously. And then body as a temple in Proverbs 21. Wine's deception. Hey, fuck, where'd it go? I just lost it. Wine's deception, where'd that go? To show the addictive behaviors are contrary to God's will. I'd be clearly talking about sinning sexually. Yes, sir. But yeah, the other one I do agree with. The lack of self-control, if you will. There are so many fucking chemicals and addictive crap in these, bro. It's apparently like one of, not the Mary Jane, but the nicotine. It is apparently one of the hardest things to quit, from what I've been told. Let me actually just double check that really quick. How addictive is nicotine? Nicotine. How addictive is nicotine compared to meth? Both nicotine and meth are highly addictive drugs that can affect the brain's reward system. But many studies suggest nicotine can be as addictive or even more addictive than meth or cocaine in terms of likelihood of becoming dependent after initial use and the difficulty of quitting. You're on nicotine, right? Yes, sir. I started that when I was 8 years old, sadly. Bro, why isn't that illegal? Wait, nicotine? Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I know and I don't. Like, I know why it's not illegal, because basically... Okay, so, like, basically they had nicotine back in the day as cigars and cigarettes and stuff. They thought they were healthy for people, so everybody and their mom was smoking cigarettes to be healthy. Doctors were smoking them. You're smoking them everywhere. Well, turns out they aren't as healthy as people thought for you. My big conspiracy tinfoil hat theory on that is that smoking cigarettes stop you from getting sick as often, but you get, you can get that lung cancer and stuff like that. So it's not a good trade-off. You're like, oh, cool, I get sick half as much, but I die early, So, yeah, it's probably not a good trade-off, but I feel like that's probably why they thought it was healthy for you. I don't know why, but basically when they realized it wasn't healthy, they're like, oh, we need to get rid of this stuff, or we need to at least not allow people to get it so easily. So then they made it so you had to be 18 plus, but you could still go in there and buy it for your parents or whatever. So kids would be like, hey, I'm buying them for my grandpa, or I'm buying them for my mom or my dad all the time. And they would just be smoking cigarettes. They realized kids were doing that, and then they made it so adults had to get them. And honestly, I think it was 16 at the time, not even 18. And then they changed it to 18 years old later on, and now recently they've changed it to 21 years old to smoke nicotine. But, so, like, the reason they haven't made it illegal, in my opinion, is, one, money, and, two, a lot of people that were already addicted back in the day are going to be, you know, really mad if they don't have their nicotine, I feel like, you know what I mean? It's like, well, you gave us this addiction, and now you're taking it away from us. They made everything else illegal, right? Yeah, that too. That's so stupid. Clearly you can't breathe the smoke at a burning house, so why this? I don't know, Coke. I think they wanted us to be unhealthy, just like how they forced vaccines on us. Now look at me. Oh yeah, I feel you. Yeah, they forced vaccines on everyone. Like, even my parents were like, bro, like, yeah, well, when you guys were... Damn it. Oh yeah, we're just talking this whole thing now. But yeah, bro, even my parents were younger. Well, I guess my parents were younger, but when I was younger... my parents were like, yeah, we actually had you guys, you know, get like all your vaccine stuff till you were like 6 years old or something like that. It's like, well, it makes sense. I think it might have been even a little whatever. But then I think basically my dad's story is that one day he ended up going to get us the flu shot or whatever. And we all got the flu shot, and apparently we all got the flu or some shit like that. So ever since then, he's like, he didn't think that the shot was actually something that worked or something. And then you get, there was one time, I forget exactly what it was about now, but it was like 2018 before COVID. And I was like, so people were all talking shit to me about this vaccine thing or whatever. And don't get me wrong, if you want to get vaccinated, go get vaccinated. But no, I don't think everyone needs to get vaccinated. I think that's basically what it was. They're saying that everyone should be forced mandated vaccines or whatever, and that everyone should all be forced to be vaccinated. Everybody who's not vaccinated is a threat to society or some shit like that. I don't remember 100%. Basically, I was bitching at, you know, like, nah, what are you talking about? You have the right to do it if you want, but you don't need to or whatever. And basically I had like 50 people coming at me back then or whatever, and I was just going at them all because, yeah, that's what I do. Anyway, I totally forgot about that or whatever, and I had like 3 or 4 different people in like 2020 to like 2022, if not even, you know, 6 or 7, and I didn't even think of that before I said it, but fuck. But yeah, fucking... You know, people or whatever jump in my comment section and be like, bro, I remember you from the what do you call it? Wow, from the comment section or whatever. I saw you in the comment section, and you were awesome, bro, going crazy on everybody in there. And bro, look at them, they were so wrong. They thought they were right. Look at where we're at now and stuff like that. And I'm like, fucking hell yeah, bro. I found it funny though, like, you know, I had to quote unquote people ratioing me in the comment section or whatever, but then 2-3 years later, I totally forget about it or whatever, and everywhere people are like, bro, you were so right. And it's like, yeah, I know. Pattern recognition. Doctor says it's healthy. Wait 20 years later. Oops, it's not healthy, guys. What kind of idiot do they take me for, right? That do be, bro. That's so stupid. Clearly, okay. Wait, yeah, never mind. I already read that one. It's every single time, for real, bro. That is facts. Oh shoot, there's another one. Bruh, my mom told me before I got all my boosters, I was counting, taking all that like a baby genius. After, wait, what? Oh, okay, wait, my mom said, I fucked that up, I think. Bro, my mom told me before I got all my boosters, I was counting, talking, all that, like a baby genius. Okay, I read that properly that time. After boosters, I stopped talking and stared at walls. Damn, that's no good, bro. Bro, these vaccine combos get me pissed, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I feel ya. I mean, yeah, there's no evidence for it, you know, they claim, but apparently patterns, as you said, and as has been shown, it seems to be something that is obviously a pattern. If not, then what I would have to say is that there's something it has to be something they're pumping in the food then, or the water, or the air, or all four: the water, the air, the food, and the fucking vaccines. You know what I mean? I am the evidence. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. You're like, look at me through your screen, motherfucker. You stupid doctor, right? That's how they be sometimes. Yeah. Bro, my mom, okay, this is like a years ago thing, and it's off topic I mean, it's on topic with the vaccine thing, but it's a little off topic with what we're talking about. But basically, my mom said she had a dream back in the day when, okay, I thought that was thunder. But my mom said she had a dream back in the day where she, like, took one of my little sisters to the doctor or whatever, and the doctors were like, well, she needs to get this shot or something like that. And my mom's like, well, no, we don't want her to have that or whatever. And my mom's like, in the dream, the doctor just, like, jabbed the needle in her arm and squirted it in or some shit. And it's like, what? Damn, that's fucked up. You having dreams like that. Oh, by the way, happy day 3996. Wait, your bro had that dream? Damn. Maybe it's signs of the future to come. If you don't get the shot, they'll try to force you. Or maybe it was a sign of what was to come. I don't know. Yes, wait, the heck, right? Yeah, like I said, it was years ago. Holy crap, I feel like it was before COVID, too. Holy crap, it was years ago. That's crazy. I was thinking, yeah, it was like 2-3 years ago. But then I'm like, no, wait, it was before COVID. Oh, no, that was like 6-7... Damn, no, what the fuck? It was like 7 or 6 years ago. Oh my gosh, Coke, it's the mark of the beast. Holy crap. Right, bro, I've joked about that before, too. I'm like, bro, what the heck? This thing seems like the mark. Or miss me with that mark shit. 6-7, Coke, no. It'd be... accidentally said it, but I think I stopped in the sit. I think. I heard 7. Shit. You heard it? No. It wasn't the whole 7. No. Maybe it was, but... this time. RIP. I'm going to grab this dab real quick. And then I'm going to go back to the bedroom because I'm at 57%. Apparently, sitting here or doing nothing kills the battery pretty fast if I'm live streaming. So, give me a half momente and I'll be right back, good sir. We heard 6 at cut off. Shit. I caught myself, but too late, I guess. I'm here. I just don't think you guys want to hear all the coughing, so, yeah. I'll be right back. Figured I'd give you guys a little reminder I'm still alive. Alright, we're going back to the charger room. Do me a favor, I don't like hearing you suffer. I mean, having a good time. Oh shoot. I can mute the chat for you when I'm quote unquote dying. If that's better. Yo, bro, my friend, okay, so I usually smoke like this all the time, but yeah, my friend, though, the other day, I'm like, damn, like, my throat's being a little weird, I don't know why, and they're like, well, you smoke all the time, or like, I wonder why, you're coughing like that all the time, making your throat, go through all that, whatever, like, I wonder why your throat's sore. It's like, well, yeah, but I do that all the time, so... Okay, this screen right now is brighter than my future, and it is like 3 in the morning. It is too early for that. Get update your app, YouTube. No thanks. I will slice and dice. Men, women, and children. What? You think your throat would be immune by now, right? I mean, it is, but I don't know. I feel like it was all that dust from that, when I was cleaning that house and shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I could be wrong, but I feel like it was that, because it hasn't recovered since, and it's been like almost a week now, I think, or if not longer. I don't know. It's not like it's bad or anything, but it just feels like I have like something in the back of my throat all the time. No homo. I'm getting distracted. Hope you don't get pneumonia. Nah, I should be good, but thanks, OG. I don't think I will. Bro, I went to YouTube because I had to update the app real quick. And the reviews are amazing. That's just, yeah. I'm just scrolling through the reviews right now. 1 star, 1 star, 1 star. With like long ass rants, bro. 1 star, 1 star, 1 star, 1 star, 1 star. All ranting, bro. 1 star. 2 stars. 1 star. 1 star, 1 star. Holy shit, bro. These people be like me with their rants on there. They're like, yeah, we're gonna use all 500 fucking characters to go at you. This brings me much joy. Stop trying to fix things that aren't broken. If I could go back to the app you had a year ago, I would do that in a heartbeat. I had the app they had a year ago. They forced me to update literally yesterday, I think, or today. Whatever it was. My days run together. But little fuckers, all the minor gripes I had at the time pale in comparison to everything you've seemed to implement in the last 2 months. I can't add or remove a simple video to my playlist like I used to without clicking on the add button multiple times, because now it auto-closes when I don't want it to. I can't cast to my parents' TV like I've been doing for the past 5 years anymore, shaking my head. And I can't fucking use PIP mode anymore on YouTube. What the fuck is the point of it? Might as well. That was the only thing that normal YouTube was good for. You could use PIP mode and then go on do other stuff. But if I can't do that, I might as well just use the ad blocker 24/7. Like shit. Way too many ads, a big old rant. I love watching human-made content, or human-made videos, but it takes away from the experience when there's ads everywhere. I used YouTube since the beginning and never had a problem app-wise, but I did an update and now I can't get it to work. Like, bro, it's everybody just going off on them. Oh, here's the first 4-star rating I've seen. I have been watching YouTube for years and almost always had a great experience, but now the ads are getting out of control. Almost every time I pause a video, an ad pops up that I have to get rid of, and it's really annoying. I also wish I could be able to watch 2 videos at once. I use... What? That's kind of, yeah, a weird thing to want, but I use YouTube a lot during the day, and it would really help if I could watch 2 at the same time. Very strange. Next guy, 1 star. Very strange algorithm. During the day, it shows me normal shorts that I like. At night, it always tries to show me fish slash seafood processing and meat processing videos. Doesn't matter how many times I say I dislike, it keeps showing them to me in my feed. I'll be taking a much needed break. Also, the ads on the YouTube Shorts are inappropriate. The new update is absolutely horrible. 1 star. 1 star. I haven't been able to comment or like anyone's comments. 1 star. Not only is the amount of ads on the videos ridiculous compared to about 5 years ago, but the kind of adverts are not cool. 2 stars. For the past month or so, anytime I have more than 30 videos in my queue, the app decides to crash. 1 star. Yeah, it's just, bro, like, these people going crazy. I'm just scrolling through the YouTube. If you go to the Play Store and go to YouTube and go to the reviews, that's just what I'm scrolling through. Dude, you may not know this, but I've basically stopped uploading on YouTube. Like, I'm currently uploading on Rumble right now. I don't wanna, but YouTube just sucks now. Yeah, I feel you, bro. Any videos I upload, I'll be uploading to YouTube and Rumble. But, I don't know. For live streams, I almost feel like I have to do them here. I almost feel like I have to, for the sole fact that, like, I've been doing this realm on here for so long. Okay, at least this realm, right? After this realm's done, or if I'm not on the realm, then I guess I don't need to. But I don't want to do it on Kick, because Kick deletes your videos after, like, a month or something. So it's like, well, what's the point of using it? You know what I mean? Unless you're putting them on another platform that preserves them. Like maybe Rumble or YouTube. 1 star, it's gone downhill fast. December 2025 update is miserable. Videos are good, but the ads are getting ridiculous. Can't watch videos anymore. Even the premium user I've been a premium user for years. In the last update, YouTube has randomly decided to add a quench feature every time you watch a video that cannot be disabled, and I do not want this. Bro. You should make a video of you reviewing people's ratings. Yeah, honestly, that would be a funny video, I feel like. I'm just reading them right now and just liking. But yeah, I should probably fucking do that, if I'm being honest, one day. I could even do it for a live stream, bro. Just spend like 2 hours just reading reviews on a live stream and then make, shorten it out into a little fucking clip or whatever. Or not a clip, but a video. Okay, I think YouTube is updated now, right? Alright. The Antichrist app is working. Cool. Software update ready to install. What if I don't want to install a software update? You ever think of that? You should... Okay, I already read that one. Yeah. What the hell? Did I say I'm not charging? I am charging. Okay. I'm just blind, I guess. I mean, we know that, but... Alright, I'm gonna try to get some Vidya on in the background real quick. Something good, but also entertaining. Might need to try to watch that. Alright, I don't know if you've seen this troglodyte video, but... Oh, I don't have sound.
To prove to you all that the... Hello, everyone. I'm here today to prove to you all that the cognitively...
Bro, remember when those Mr. Beast Antichrist conspiracies were nuts? Yes, sir. I do remember that.
Hello, everyone. I'm here today to prove to you all that the cognitively impaired can beat Minecraft.
Hey, that's
I'm
us.
proud to be a Wrangler, and let me introduce you to my crew of superstars. We've got Soggy B. Soggy. Soggy. We've got a guy who is functionally a potato. A Ricky Berwick clone.
The name is Chopper Dave. I got 26 chromosomes. I literally can't afford to pay attention. And if 2 turds emerge from my rectum, I will be called king. But if 1 turd emerges, you will be put to death.
I get a bit
Valid.
nervous, but I got autism and ADHD. I've also got, I think, schizophrenia and borderline personality disorder.
Hey, stop calling me out.
Okay. We're a wacky and fun group, and it's my job to keep everyone alive as we make our way through Minecraft. If they die 10 times, they die permanently, and then I catch a whole murder charge, even though they're retarded. Luckily, I'll have my
Even though they're retarded.
helmets for the crew and my turd whistle to help me as I go along. So with that, let's get into it and see if I can beat Minecraft while keeping 5 turds alive. And as the turd wrangler, I am able to use a turd whistle, the sedatives, and I can equip the turds with helmets if I so choose. I need to use these to my advantage. You have to undig Soggy. No, stop it. Here's sedatives for each of you.
Fucking joke on you.
Oh, hold on, you're getting a helmet.
The ultimate retard recruitment.
Oh, the helmet like levitates
yes.
above your head.
So what's the potato for?
He's just representing a retard. Literally is so retarded that he can't move. He literally can't move. You've seen those guys? No, he like randomly dies, so he'll probably die 10 times first. Hey! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You little piece of shit! You little...
They're trying to kill their mentor.
Teacher, here's a flower.
The village is Middle Eastern. They're transphobic. You shouldn't have set foot in there.
Bought you a flower.
Oh, well, thank you, Dave.
Here's a flower.
Oh.
Here's my soggy diapers.
Oh no! Oh, how did you make this much?
Johnny, can I trade Play-Doh for poop, please? I'm hungry.
Since when they started censoring words?
Before long, the turds got mad at me for forcing
I don't know. I think they only censor words that YouTube deems as slurs, like retarded or faggot or something like that. Or of course the N-word.
Helmets and hitting them with sedatives.
Hold on, I'm an idiot. I fucking muted the chat.
I got rid of my poop.
Like out of habit.
Before long, the turds got mad at me for forcing them to wear helmets and hitting them with sedatives. So I was forced to combat them while I was gathering materials. Oh my god. How did... is the creepers blowing up? No.
Nobody.
Sorry, I need to turn down my ears. They're very loud for them.
Oh no, there's so many enemies over there. Oh my god.
Oh look, guys, it's friends. Look, it's friends.
No, stay away from them. No friends.
Oh, my gift went down.
Okay. No. You're getting the sedatives. Okay, you're getting the you're in timeout.
You can't do that. You might have anxiety.
I can't breathe. I really can't breathe.
I'm just geeking.
I literally can't breathe. Teacher!
Stop!
I don't understand why everyone wants to kill themselves.
Help me!
I don't know. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Because you probably should be dead.
No, literally, Derek Chauvin! I can't breathe!
I really appreciate the colours of the Play-Doh.
Please don't say the N. Please don't say the N-word.
What's the N-word?
Dave,
guys, don't say the word. Do not say the word.
Please don't say it. It's
I've
with
got a
me.
lot of pain. Why are you beating me? You're a teacher. Why
It triggers me more.
Why are you beating me? I can't believe you were beating me, teacher.
Stop it!
What are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna do, bitch? Huh, bitch?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. You're my best.
Bruh. Alright, I will turn that back on. I'm sorry, but fuck, how can I make it look like an overshoot? Could just put one. Okay, fuck it. I have an idea, I think.
Best Wranglese 38.
At the moment, this is my
They
idea.
have no tools. They've literally... It's gonna be so tough for them to get out of there if they... Like, if we just block them in.
Must be... I would not do that.
You know...
Stop it. No, you're being transphobic, though.
I thought you were different. I really can't believe you made fun of me. I thought...
Just because I'm a gender, isn't it?
I thought you
get out of here. You're going to have a panic attack.
I got 3 Play-Doh from teacher to walk you up.
I guess you had a bunch of poop right now, though. You want to get some poopy?
Get fucked.
I got enough.
After having safely trapped the turds, I was finally able to smelt some iron.
Okay, please let me out of this fucking hole. I want to kill myself.
You gotta give me 1 chromosome and I'll let you out. I want 47 chromosomes. Oh, look, guys, look! It's a wheelchair! It's a free wheelchair! No, I want it! I want it!
No, it was mine.
You blew up the battery in the wheelchair.
Pooh. There's a lot of benefits to eating bush.
Soggy, I love how you're slowly making your way towards me.
It's okay. Can I punch the dogs?
Yeah, punch them.
Punch the dogs.
You just one-shotted a cow.
These dogs must be sick.
I didn't know I gave you much enough retard strength to one-shot a cow. That's crazy.
Retard strength.
Here's your helmet, by the way.
Teacher, please cook this meat. I'm hungry. I got 1 hot left.
I can only have vegan meat.
Hey, have you noticed when you're everything, because you're not a very good teacher?
Wait, what happened to Johnny? Where'd he go?
I haven't been with you guys for quite a while.
What?
I don't know what you've been doing, but I'm having an adventure, and I don't think I'm going to make it back.
I'll find him.
Hey, you're back. You're the problem child.
Hey, Dave. All right. I'm not very cool with what you're doing right now.
What's the lotion on this skin?
Oh no!
You should whittling that.
Do not say that. Around 40-something% of us apparently neck themselves care. So I don't actually want to live anyway.
Hey guys,
and I
don't want to alarm anyone. I don't want to alarm anyone, but there's a black guy.
What the fuck?
Oh god, I draw the line at black people. Let me see.
That is racist.
Angry. Oh shit!
No, it's alright. No, it's not. Well, it's because you're so racist towards him. He's just.
Oh no, not the. Oh, this black man's going after the fat white chick, aka a pig.
Just keep him between
He's on a block now.
Yeah, it is.
Teacher, there's a dog.
Well, if I didn't have to deal with you all. Oh no, punch him!
Are you?
Stop.
Are you inciting violence on minorities?
I can't punch him.
Stop it.
It breaks TOS. I can't break TOS.
It's his culture.
I can't break TOS. Are you inciting violence on minorities, bro?
Oh yeah, but I'm the most alpha retard.
Let's be quick. Here's a potato. Here's potatoes.
That's not a potato, you fucking idiot.
Hey, leave me alone. I'm trying to fucking die and this black man's obliging. Okay?
Unfortunately, I was separated from my Wranglese, and it turned to night, so they were able to rack up a few deaths.
Soggy, look, it's Green Boom Boom Guy. Watch, look what he does when he goes splash.
Oh! No! You're what?
Look, a pony! Pony!
I like Pinkie Pie.
Look, guys,
keep it. Do you keep it in a jar?
Pinkie Pie.
I like Pinkie Pie.
Look, guys,
Where the guy with the accent says no, yes.
Stop touching his dog, Soggy.
Because lesbians on Tinder don't think trans women are women.
Pitbull is trying to eat Dave, and he thinks it's a friendly Pitbull.
I'm easily misled.
Oh shit! Timmy's stuck in a hole. Soggy's stuck in a hole.
No! Soggy, why did they kill him?
Maybe God, you guys are killing Soggy. You know what? Good.
No. Soggy's sleeping. She's taking a dog nap. She's swimming in dark, please.
Oh my God! You need to throw on some poop too.
When do we can't die?
Oh my God! Oh my God! You're fire retardant.
What? Why literally can't die?
Oh my God! You guys are fire retardant. Look at this. This is amazing.
He's literally a flamer.
Okay, you guys need to stop bothering me while I do this.
Down and get home by it.
Oh yeah. Like, I'm accepting it everything, but I'm intolerance.
Oh my God, stop trying to drown yourself. I put down water, immediately tries to drown themselves. No killing yourself.
You're supposed to kill yourself, stupid.
No, my water!
Look at me. God, you're disgusting. You go get me some actual wood, though.
Where's the tweet at? Oh, that's a tweet.
There's not a lot of...
Join the Trog Army for just 99 cents today. This will help me cancel out the money lost from this video inevitably getting demonetized.
If you join the Trog Army, you too will have a fat hog, just like me.
I'm appreciating life. Maybe life will come around, you know?
We're trying to get this different.
I hope you like blowing hobos underneath the bridges for food.
No, I don't want to.
It sounds like blood. This guy that I met on a forum, his name's Blub. I think he did that.
Wow.
I'm not gonna
I'm leaving that in. Any slander about people from the Discord is staying in.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Tards, we're going on a field trip. Everybody, we're going on a field trip.
Please don't take me to Alabama.
I can't move. I'm literally staggering.
Everyone, we're going to the Nether. Everyone into the Nether. This is the next... Okay, Soggy's wheelchair exploded, but it's okay. We're going to the Nether, okay? Okay. Everyone? Oh, no.
Above a lava pool.
I literally can't see.
Don't leave me.
See, I'm in a victim of lava.
Oh, there's another fort right there, though. We're in business. Oh, my God. I have to go all the way around to come get you. Hold on. Good thing you're fire retardant. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Teacher going down. Oh, no. Oh, my God, no.
Don't make fun of gender pronouns.
Not cosplaying. Aren't you cosplaying? Because I see your fat hog.
I'm not cosplaying. This is it.
What do you mean? You still have a dick.
I'm swimming in a puddle.
James, what made you realize you were transgender?
Not okay. But,
Oh my goodness.
Oh
my goodness. This is so rough. I'm in shambles. I don't know where any of the Tards are. Things were getting a little out of hand at this point. Dying in the Nether was making it impossible to keep track of the turds. Soggy's fighting the piglins for me. Go get him! While I was trying to get blaze rods, the Tards were simply racking up the deaths. Johnny, how did you get up here? That's crazy that you made it up here.
Division.
Stop it.
She's out of the teacher. She's a bad teacher. Beat the shit.
I came from the afterlife. Kings, totally neck yourself.
What, can you eat Play-Doh too? Ooh. Hey! You goddamn retards. I have had enough of you.
You've exposed.
Stop. Get away from me.
Who did you vote for? Who did you vote for?
I voted for Trump in the hopes that he would put all of you in camps. A Jew eggs reference? Only real troglodyte fans know.
You can use your legs.
Stop hitting each other! Oh.
Look at that fat fucking hog, dude. Why'd you have that? I'm in your poker shop back. Just so...
I think I'm starting to... I don't know. I'm starting to feel normal.
Are you
Yeah, try and get in.
Oh no! I backed into the lava. The Nazis were right about one thing, and it was aborting the retard.
Bro, it's not funny. But it's dark.
Whoa,
I'm not kidding, bro. What you do, Keen, is you show...
Into autism and the comorbidity.
Were you camping this? You little piece of shit. Up.
Teleport me in the nether because I can't go through it now. Afterlife.
Oh no.
Talk until Dave's done.
Why haven't you killed yourself yet?
Okay.
Wait, yeah, I can fly. It's not like flying where you can fly through stuff, but like...
Oh, there's a zombie pygmy out here. I think I'm fine. I think you failed as a teacher.
Oh, where did you get your degree from? University of Phoenix?
Here. No, kill you. Oh, man.
No, the zombies are gonna get him. No!
Yes. Watch me now.
No, I'm going to jail now.
Stop persisting!
You guys, you don't know what it was like. You don't know what they did to me. No, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. No, I'll kill you too. I'll kill you too. Thank you all so very much for watching. If you liked the video, please leave a like down below. Leave a comment for who you'd like me to put into Minecraft next. And subscribe for more nonsense like this. But did you know that I have my very own Minecraft server just for Troglodyte fans? I'm showcasing some of the things my fans have made on the screen now. If you join the Discord, link in the description below, you can request whitelisting to this server. Or you can leave a comment with your Minecraft username and I will whitelist you as well. I'm going to be hosting some fan-participated content there soon, so join up if you want to get in on that. But again, thank you for watching and see you in 3 weeks.
No, I fell too far. Damn throat. WVid, yes sir. I concur. It's over? A new video?
The Goyim are going crazy. So Candace Owens lost her entire career overnight in one of the most diabolical meltdowns I think I've ever seen, ever. So in her attempt to blame everything that ever happened on the Jews,
Did YouTube delete my last couple comments?
Charlie Kirk, one of, honestly, my biggest inspirations. Honestly, we have kind of a meltdown to go through.
Dude, he said faggot today? Who is he?
She lost her fans turned
wait,
on
hold
her.
up.
You are so not prepared.
Since when they started censoring words? Yo, by the way, are you literally cockifying cat? Oh, I don't know. I might be. I don't know. I made a joke the other day. I forget what it was about. I think it was in his chat about how he's becoming like me or something like that. I forget about what though, but yes. Oh, dude, he said faggot today. Really? That's geeking. I did not know that, but yes. Shoot, no good though, but he's like, well, he's saying it, I can do for real, he did, dang. I'll be over here just throwing it out like it's an everyday thing, and he's getting there, right? Because I'll be throwing it out like an everyday thing, and most people will be like, what? He's saying that? Holy shit. And the cat's like, I got you, bro, I'll say it. Oh, by the way, happy day 3,999. Days played 3,998. But that means that today is technically 3,999. But heck yeah. That is funny. Dude, I heard it. I was so happy. Yes, sir.
Look, if the scientists are...
Did you call him out for it? Did you be like, bro, you said it. You said it. Woohoo!
right about evolution, she is proof that not everyone is full... prepared for the level of meltdown we are about to witness. Candace Owens is proof that, look, if the scientists are right about evolution, she is proof that not everyone is fully evolved, which is why I personally believe in the more God-given approach.
Oh, no, because we are arguing. Oh, that do be.
Reality is pretty diabolical.
Wait, you're still...
You're not ready...
You mean you were arguing, or you're still... Okay, you were arguing. Okay, yeah, never mind. I didn't... yeah, I'm retarded.
by Erica, dismantled by her own comments.
But that alone put a smile on my face.
People
Nice.
are not aware of the level of downfall she's
Heck
experiencing
yeah.
right now. And I was there at the very beginning. So I need to remind
That's
you
hilarious,
of what
bro.
she said. All right? I need to remind you of what she said because I'm
Sure.
about to show you how she basically backtracked on literally everything and betrayed her entire audience. So let's remind you what she said about Tyler Robinson, the probably murderer of Charlie Kirk.
I've learned is that his father does not believe, his parents don't believe that their son committed this crime.
That's a lie. They actually were the ones that turned him in.
I was like, huh, excuse me? That's a far cry from what the media has been telling us. Remember, the media presented this amazing story. The father realized his son was guilty, so it goes, right?
Yeah, they turned him in.
And then he phoned over a friend to help him convince his son to turn himself in because this guy, this mysterious guy was a friend and just had a connection with Tyler.
Is that surprising?
And eventually they said, you got to do the right thing here. We know this is you. That was the vibe. Certainly that's what the media was putting down for us to pick up.
True.
Well,
that was the truth. They
I
turned
was
him in.
told actually that it was kind of the opposite.
She was told.
Quote, family friend who we learned was a former detective with the police force, at least, and so therefore has strong ties with the police station, informed the family. It was that in between.
She was told that it wasn't the family that noticed that the son was the killer. It was someone else that noticed that the son was the killer, and then convinced the other guys to tell him to convince the son to turn himself in.
Family,
right?
That Tyler had been identified as the shooter.
Right.
He recognized him. He knows Tyler.
I can't believe Israel
he
would
gives
do this,
them
man.
the heads up. And then I'm told, I believe this, that the way in which he got arrested, or rather turned himself in, was because that family friend
Those darn Jews!
detective told him, hey, it's best for you to turn yourself in because there's only one of two options here. Either you turn yourself in and everything is peaceable, or
Peaceable?
the SWAT team could come in here and arrest you and things would get crazy.
Why would they arrest him if he didn't do it? So you're saying that he turned himself in even though he thought he was innocent, and his father called the cops to arrest his son even though the father also thought he was innocent, and it was the family friend that convinced the family to turn
Dude,
their
this is
son
such
in as a
brain
killer
rot,
for no
right?
reason. What?
So that's what happened. He went over.
And the fucked up part is, I'm pretty sure I heard somebody saying this like a few weeks ago, some Democrat or libtard. I'm pretty sure I heard them saying this like a few weeks ago. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up.
That's what happened.
House, Tyler was called over. Tyler was bewildered. He
Bewildered.
disputed the idea that he had murdered Charlie Kirk.
No, I didn't.
Back, according to my source,
But her
Tyler
source.
has never even stepped foot on UVU campus.
Oh my God! So remember this conspiracy. Her conspiracy is Tyler, the killer, never even entered the campus before. All right, you have to pay attention because she backtracks her entire conspiracy, and her audience is literally furious at her.
It turns out, which has already been revealed, was accepted into Utah State University, not Utah Valley. And that's actually interesting if you pause and reflect on that, because we didn't really consider how on earth Tyler became not just familiar with the layout of the campus, but familiar with the
Half of the conservative movement is literally divided all because of her.
You see the rooftop on
Oh yeah, I feel you, bro.
All right.
Had to scale across the rooftops to duck down.
Not gonna lie, I feel like one of my brothers is a fan of her. I'm like, bro, don't trust me. And he's like, I don't know, bro, what she's saying. I'm like, bro, no, you trust me on this one. No, it's not. She's not good. We're just getting a revival. I hope she loses everything. Yeah, I mean, I feel you. Well, I don't condone the whole, cancel shit or canceling people thing. I do believe that if somebody, has cultivated a specific type of audience and then they shift on their said audience and the audience, basically says, well, screw you, we're dipping, that's definitely something else, you know what I mean? It's not a being canceled thing.
In order to take an almost impossible shot at a
Almost impossible shot shooting someone at 100 yards with a sniper rifle or with a rifle. Dude, this is the craziest thing ever. Anyway, whatever. I can't. But remember, her theory is Tyler
I
Robinson
believe in
never
you reap
killed
what
her.
you sow.
Not only
Yeah,
never
do
killed him,
be.
but also never even was there. He wasn't even there. All right, pretty awesome. So anyway, it keeps getting better. So I want to remind you of a lot of the conspiracies that she's pushed in regards to what she's backtracking now.
Yeah, I feel that though.
Conspiracies that
She
pushed
just straight
is
up
that
lied
Israel did it,
about
the Egyptians
Erica.
did it, and that the,
Yeah, Erica is
French did it.
his
But one of
wife,
the major
right?
ones
If
was
I'm
that
correct,
he was
yeah.
betrayed by his own
I suck at names, but
his own people that worked with him at
it
Turning
makes me
Point
the
USA.
maddest. Yeah, it is his wife. Yep, I remember.
came to me and he told me that
But
he was
I forget what she said, but I do remember somebody said that before too. It might have been you who said that.
And it was the immediate sense I got, actually. And I don't know who exactly it is that betrayed him, but I also felt in the dream that it is soon going to be revealed, that it's actually inevitable that it is going to be revealed.
And here we are 3 months later, nothing was revealed.
There's nothing and no one that is going to stop the truth from coming out, and it is going to have international consequences.
International consequences.
Take that to the bank. Quote me on that.
You know what? I will. So she had a dream that, she's really the second coming of MLK. So she had a dream. It was pretty diabolical. The dream said that Charlie was betrayed. And after this dream, she started basically accusing everyone at Turning Point USA. Charlie's organization.
In fact, I made a post on this with my friend who just straight up hate Erica now, all because of Candace nonsense. Damn, that's no good.
Betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA. Some of the very
But yeah,
people who eulogized him on stage.
fucked up that you'd be doing like that.
She didn't name names. And providing evidence. She never provided evidence for her claims. And I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this godforsaken organization to request a refund. You are lied to and the leadership knew. This is saying that the leadership of Turning Point USA, including Erica Kirk, knew that there was
that's a lie.
plot, an international one, that came to kill Charlie Kirk, and they let it happen, and they basically endorsed it. And it's a godforsaken organization. No one should donate. Everyone should get refunds. And this terribly, terribly hurt Turning Point USA. This tweet alone has 15 million views. This hurt Turning Point by a tremendous amount, and she's making it clear under no uncertain terms that she actually is blaming Turning Point, right? So, it's pretty crazy. So, and this is her basically saying on camera that Turning Point was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
And I knew it was big. I didn't have the players. I certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be, as I believe, involved in a cover-up. And we can talk about what the motives are of that. It could be financial. It doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him. And I've never said that. The assassination.
She's never said that. She's never said that. Well, aside from that tweet.
Of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of.
Right, so what does that mean? That means that Turning Point USA got Charlie Kirk killed in order to appoint a new ruler, okay?
It doesn't necessarily mean they were involved in plotting to kill him.
Right.
And I've never said that. The apparent plan was to assassinate Charlie Kirk, who had at long last faltered on the pro-Israel cause.
Right, Israel.
And his words, not mine.
Israel.
And then to
Those were not his words, by the way.
hostile takeover.
Right.
And I've never said that. And I knew it was big. I didn't.
Hostile takeover? What does that mean? That means that they were involved. So yeah, so anyway, this was her strategy for the longest time. Okay? Her plan all along, Charlie Kirk betrayed by Turning Point USA. Right? It's very clear. Like, you don't understand. She said this many, many times.
It was those
That's just what I
Jews.
believe right now. And I want to make sure that I have these facts entirely at my side before I tell you guys more. But I'm starting to think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide.
Anyway,
right?
there's an entire compilation
of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. A 1963 called, and they want their narrative back. All that's missing from the story is a grassy knoll, right? The grassy knoll. Anyways, back at headquarters, I am told it's business as usual, and it's kind of giving me like, I don't know, LBJ when it gets.
Wow, they all betrayed him.
Unfortunately, sworn in. Unfortunately, of course, he's sad in this photo. Gosh, he's obviously not wanting to be the president of the United States. JFK was shot and killed, and now LBJ has to step up, unfortunately. But I gotta be honest,
this is implying that they killed him to...
I don't
So
think
Erica
LBJ
Kirk could be in charge.
that upset.
What? I don't think Erica's upset?
For me in that picture, but maybe he was. Maybe the truth is that LBJ simply, to use an expression, had...
Ooh. You know what I think? I think this was a perfect way to expose the retards on the right, which I've been talking about way before all this came to the public discussion. Heck yeah! Oh, I do agree, because that's hilarious. Because I love my brother, that one anyway. Like I said, the one who's a Candace Owens fan, it seems. Everybody is like, yeah, we're kind of like, bro, you don't seem like you're the smartest apple of the bunch sometimes with what you do. So that's kind of funny you say that.
Had his wits about him. It's looking to me like the apparent plan was to...
Right, so anyway, it doesn't stop. It's constant how she's blaming Turning Point USA for, causing the death and the murder of somebody of Charlie Kirk. So, important to note, she has also said things about Erica Kirk specifically.
No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. There's nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this except for Erica Kirk. And I will say this, like, I am on this journey to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop.
She's not going to stop.
Unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet.
But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode, but this is not okay.
It's a no from me. But you know, I'm just out here saying what needs to be said. We'll be right back after a brief message from our sponsors.
Right. So, essentially,
unfortunately, a lot of families are divided right now. That'd be.
And then she sponsors more videos. Pretty awesome,
dude,
right?
her
Pretty
poor
awesome.
husband.
And it's constant. Erica told her to stop multiple times.
At one time, the pastor Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's. At one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been
saying,
one of
like,
the main peddlers of
because I don't know if Candace is married or not. Are you saying Candace poor husband? No, or
building her business off of these
or
lies.
Erica's?
What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop. That's it.
Holy.
That's all I have to say.
Bro. So, anyway, the face change, obvious. She looks like she's, dude, look at that face change. It's crazy. The mood swing is instant. So, anyway, she asked her to stop pretty directly, multiple times. And she's saying, don't do it, multiple times. This was Candace Owens' response on Instagram. I'm going to get into what happened with her meeting with her and why her fans turned on her in just a second. But this is
Candace said she had a husband. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. Yeah, I feel
Erica has gone off on conspiracy theorists, obviously. Every journalist out there is emailing me because it's about me. It's indirect, but it's also about me. And don't worry, in case you think it's not about me, she is going to name check me on stage with Barry Weiss on Saturday. How do we know? Because our mommy sleuths be everywhere. And they recorded the town hall today. And as soon as the town hall concluded, we got a flutter of emails. And what she says about the Egyptian planes, I'm sorry, not gonna lie, it's a little suspicious. It's weird. It's a weird response. And so, look, we gotta go there.
Yeah, so basically what she's now saying is that Erica Kirk is...
Imagine having to be married to that woman who goes on all day hearing the Jews. Oh yeah, you're right. I did hear she was married actually once. I remember that now.
This is the ultimate deep dive. You should share this video around, honestly, because I feel like no one's gonna do like an A to Z analysis like this. So anyway, this...
Because it was basically about... I think she said she was laying in bed with her husband and watching a flat earth video or something like that. Her husband was like, really? You're watching that? She's like, well, I just want to know what they think. And yeah, I think she believes in a flat earth now, but it could be wrong.
This is Erica saying that Charlie Kirk's legacy is not the fact that he was murdered.
But my husband's legacy is not about his murder. My husband's legacy is what he left behind.
I just reject that. I reject that there's a higher calling that we need to all get around, and the legacy,
a demon! Be gone!
The legacy, if we find out that the government is implicated, and it looks like to me, and I think a lot of people on the outside, the government is implicated, then actually his legacy is going to be a person who gave all of himself to helping people get elected, all of himself to this political machine, was ultimately killed by it. And I think that matters to a lot of people.
So this is like Trump killed him kind of conspiracy, which is something she said another time as well. But the reality is, and so she's like, the legacy is Turning Point, bringing people to faith, having people actually have the right to speak and speak their mind and fight for God and stuff. Like, that's the legacy. That's the legacy. I think Candace is like, no, that's not the legacy. The legacy is that he was killed, and now we have to push my agenda. Charlie lived a lie. He lived an entire lie, and it was all fake. And we have to, actually define his legacy. It doesn't stop, man. It literally doesn't stop with her.
I said, look, of course, they're going to want to make sure they screen these questions. She's going through a lot. She's transitioning, she's doing this. I wouldn't want to be in her position.
Yeah, her husband was murdered.
And now, okay, we are still getting rehearsed answers. And I feel like what is missing from all of this is, I don't know, passion, normal passion, not this, chat, GB.
Erica Kirk is not passionate enough. Guys,
the feeling of, we all need to unite around the mission. It's no, I don't really care about cash. I would just be what is the borough doing? Has anybody traced this down? Okay, I don't know if Candace is crazy, but she says the French Foreign Legion was there. Has anybody chased this down? I texted her, I got this information. Okay, it's wrong. That's a dead end. Let me move over here. I've got files. I'm going to run this investigation alongside you, Cash. And I don't know what he's doing. I want one critique.
Right, she is working with Cash Patel without even Cash Patel's knowing.
Of the FBI. one critique of anything, which the public is saying is worthy of critique. Like, it's almost like you're dressing down public perception. Like, people think that you can have enough
quite ironic.
money to just cut over people's gut instincts. That's what it is. It feels like,
bro, what is even happening?
So rich, you don't have the right to think, okay?
Yeah, so retarded take. Candace, Erica's just a pageant queen. She's rich and elitist, and she's rich and famous and elitist and rich, and therefore she's not serious and passionate enough about the fact that her husband was murdered in front of her. Now, the next part of this lore, and I think this is incredibly important for the context, because that's what I'm doing here. This is the shortest
days
video
played,
I can possibly make of this
3999.
All right, Candace Owens,
AKA Day 4000.
by Turning Point USA.
It feels like that's all I hear right now.
Meet up and discuss the conspiracies. All right? So this is what Candace had to say about basically them capitulating and saying, fine, we'll address everything you want, meet us and we'll discuss.
If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio.
This is the Charlie
here in
Kirk
Phoenix.
show.
At this point, we believe the ball is back in her court.
If I'm correct.
So I accept it. With whistles and bells, everything, I fully accept. You can pick the place, you can pick the time. At 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th, from Charlie's Phoenix studio, our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, you can pick the place, you can pick the time. And obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week.
Right.
You can pick the place, you can pick the time. But no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th, or they cannot have me at all.
So let's understand this. Candace Owens spent 3 months every day accusing different people of killing Charlie Kirk, including the betrayal of his entire staff. Says, pick the time, pick the place, I'll do it. The staff picks the time, picks the place. She said she can't do it that day, even though she essentially, every single day, carves time out to throw accusations at people for the murder of Charlie Kirk. But she can't make it that day. That day is just too much for her. Now, the reason why I wanted to show that to you is because Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. Candace had agreed that this public discussion, live stream, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. Thank you. Candace Owens says, I am very much looking forward to this discussion. Notice the date of this discussion is December 15th, the same day that Candace Owens didn't have time to actually meet the Turning Point people to actually do a show. Right? She didn't have time to do a show with the Turning Point people, but she did have time to do a secret, private, untelevised, not recorded meeting between Erica and Candace. All right? Are we understanding? Now, you're probably thinking, look, the show with Turning Point would have been very long. She probably didn't have enough time. Maybe she only had like a half an hour. Erica and I had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting that I think we feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. Bro, you deserve nothing. Erica doesn't owe you anything.
Well, Nux, it's because of the Jews, man. It explains everything, right?
Both feel should have happened earlier. What does that mean we both feel? Who are you? We agreed much more than I anticipated. We agreed so much. This is after, Candace Owens spreads conspiracy theories that Israel and the French and the Egyptians and the American government worked together with Turning Point USA to kill Charlie Kirk. We really agreed on so much. Get the fuck out of here. Of course, we disagreed on various points, and people, like, the killer.
The Jews.
We are able to share intel and clarify intent. All right. I will, of course, have a full rundown tomorrow. As I am currently exhausted, I would like to get back to you. Nothing was held back. The immediate result, tensions are thawed. All right. So tensions are thawed after this 4.5-hour conversation. And tomorrow, which was yesterday, she is going to actually do a full video discussing everything and coming to terms with everything. And I'm so excited to show you what she has to say. So everyone had the normal reaction.
Suddenly, Candace Owens' schedule clears up. She couldn't make the live stream, but she could stream the live stream. Now she made time, and she had a 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk. So she didn't have time to fly to Phoenix, Arizona, but she did have time for a 4.5-hour meeting, which you have to imagine involved time on either side of that, traveling to and from.
Yeah.
She couldn't fly there to do it in person, but she could do a 4.5-hour meeting.
Now, obviously, the reason why he's saying that is because Mossad agent Shlomo Fuentes has actually always been on our side all along. Always been on our side. Agent Shlomo Fuentes, once again, taking a whack at the anti-Semites. What a goat.
Where there's no cameras. I find that really interesting.
And for the record, she was flown into Nashville for this. All right? So she had the time to fly into Nashville, have a 4.5-hour meeting, and fly back. But not enough time to talk to the people that she was accusing of murdering Charlie Kirk.
And they say that it's a meeting with a guy named Strife at Turning Point, Erica Kirk, Turning Point's lawyers, and Candace Owens. That's the meeting.
The lawyers, interesting.
She's there for 4.5 hours. She doesn't say anything all day. Today, she gives her recap of the meeting on her show.
All right, no spoilers. No spoilers. I am going to show you a recap of her show. So my guess is they threatened to sue the fuck out of her for slander, and she got scared. All right, that's just a little nuts theory. Not trying to go anywhere, but nuts theory. They threatened to sue her for slandering them for murdering him, and she decided to shut the fuck up. So now, anyway, her show happens. Don't forget.
He came to me and he told me that he was betrayed.
That's right.
And so for me, you don't have to believe that.
The dream logic is back, baby. So first of all, let me just say this was one of the biggest brain Erica Kirk moments of all time. All right, and this is how she starts her show. All right, this is how she starts her show.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
All right, it gets better. Yep, this is real. This is her actual intro.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy.
What? So she does this intro. Yes, this is the intro of her show. To say, why are you all accusing me of being bought off by the Jews now that I'm going to be backing down on all of my claims? You're all crazy. You're all crazy for assuming that. You're insane. You guys are all insane for thinking I was bought off by the Jews.
Crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down.
Calm down,
What
guys.
do you think happened?
Candy's fine.
Erica said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like, as I just put all of these talking points in.
The reality is Erica doesn't actually have time stop powers, being that she is not Jewish. However, make no claims here. All right, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth, but it was me. It was definitely me.
To my head, that is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not government.
The reason why Erica is owned by the Jews is because she doesn't want to be on the other end of the Dio Zawardo. She doesn't want to be at the other end of some kung fu, all right, of some jiu-jitsu, all right? She doesn't want any jiu-jitsu over there, all right? Mossad agents like me and Shlomo Fuentes, we know the real deal. They replaced Erica. Erica replaced her with a golem, guys. Erica replaced her with a golem.
I am basically akin to Kanye West.
Right.
I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me.
Kanye West tweets perfectly describe Candace Owens. Dude, she's doing it to herself. Remember what Kanye West said? I want to go DEFCON 3 on all Jews. You remember that? You remember that one? And she's like, yo, that is literally me. Damn, she out there. She cooking.
That tweet right there, I was like, oh, gosh. Yes, wow. I get this.
Alright, my fat ass might need to grab some ice cream in a little bit.
How ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erica Kirk offers to answer some of these questions.
Holy fuck, it's 4 in the morning.
I'm not gonna go. I can't betray people.
The main reason I can never get into any kind of Jew conspiracy
well, that's true.
is because of biblical guidelines. He who blesses Israel, will be blessed, and he who curses Israel will be cursed. Also, you can fact check me on this, but it also says that the Jews will always be hated, which makes sense for right now. Yeah, or I think the Jews that will be, I don't know if they always will be, but yeah, they will definitely be hated more, and yeah, basically everyone will turn against him and stuff. So yep, I feel you. It's like, well, from a biblical standpoint, if everyone's going to turn against him, and like you were saying, he who blesses Israel will be blessed, and he who curses Israel will be cursed. It's like, yeah, I'm going to stick with God on that one, personally.
That's exactly why you refuse to do the live stream with Turning Point, but that's okay.
No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions?
Except they literally wanted to do that with you, and you refused because it didn't fit into your schedule. Now, just understand.
I tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated.
All right, so this is how she starts. All right, this is how she starts. All right, get ready. So now you're probably thinking what she's going to do is double down and continue to accuse Turning Point, right? Yeah, she obviously hates Jews. Someone in chat's like, does she actually hate Jews? She started her episode with Shabbat Shalom. What do you think? I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe she's just retarded.
Shalom.
She feels like it's a good grift. So you don't understand how bad it got.
I'll start my stream with that just because it's funny,
We're
but
going to be open. I didn't know what Erica's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought...
Bro!
Plus, even if I wasn't a Christian without those guidelines, why would I believe something with literally zero proof? That too. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, the mainstream media is telling me something again, and I already don't believe the other shit they're telling me. Huh, I guess I'm gonna believe this one thing they're telling me, right? Like, nah, fuck no.
She thought the water was poisoned! She thought that they poisoned the water. She really thought that they invited her to do a meeting and they poisoned her water bottle. Do we understand?
In her defense, that is how paranoid I would be with shit. With anyone. I'm a fucking schizo. So that's understandable for me anyway. Like, I'd be like, okay, understandable. Yeah, you go somewhere, you don't drink the water they give you. Yeah. But then again, people shouldn't all, you shouldn't be living like me. But yeah, and not just because they're Jews, but yeah, just in general. But I'm a weirdo.
Understand the level of retard we're dealing with.
Bro, I literally waterfall everything I drink because I'm a weirdo, and yeah, there's a reason, but
with my own water, but I didn't drink that water too.
You'd be more reasonable, man. Yeah.
What's going on? Okay.
She was being careful. She went with no security to a meeting with people that she thought killed Charlie Kirk. And she thought that they poisoned all the water, and she outsmarted all of them by just not drinking anyone's water. Like, she's actually delusional. People don't understand. Like, you don't understand. She's a crazy person. She's a crazy person. Now, here is where the backtracking begins.
You didn't just blame Charlie Kirk's wife of killing him. Yeah, true.
I'm glad that some parts weren't.
I was just saying, in her defense, even though, you can't really defend what she's saying, in that one scenario, I could be like, hey, I do that too. But, yeah. But, yeah, she can't really defend what she's saying. To billions of people, by the way. Yeah, that's true, too. Like, shit, my whole entire channel only has 500 million views. Like, I guess if I start getting famous or whatever, I might need to watch what I say even more. Because, like, at that point, I'm, kind of influencing more people, But right now, I don't feel like anybody's really watching. So, woohoo, I get the freedom of saying whatever I want, I think.
Because I was
Hello, she says, I wish it was live, but she actually refused to do the live show. Anyway, on the same day, at the same time.
Able to tell them some things that I have not yet said, that I wanted to, fact check and get some answers on, but also to say something to them that I found out that I didn't say because I didn't want to hurt the company in a way, right? So
she didn't want to hurt the company. Even though she's made dozens of tweets and videos accusing them of murdering Charlie Kirk in a regicide to take over the company in a hostile takeover, and told people to retract their donations to the godforsaken company of Turning Point USA. I mean, she never wanted to hurt the company.
Some of this is very relevant to Charlie's research and what happened on 9/10, and some of it is not. So we got to, I guess, have a better... I wished it was live, but I will also say I am glad that some parts weren't, because I was then able to tell them some things that I have not yet said.
Right. So she has, conspiracies in the bank. She has conspiracies in the bank that she didn't release yet. But this is her big apology for accusing everyone of murdering Charlie Kirk, right? So she obviously is going to apologize to the Turning Point people. Complete and utter backtrack on all the conspiracies.
They were sort of most upset with what obviously a bit of a fever pitch.
Shoot.
But I tweeted that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it.
What? You think that they were upset when you accused them of murdering their friend and then told them their entire company's corrupt and told people to stop donating? What? You thought they were upset about that? That's crazy.
And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know, I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies.
I just had an emotional crash out, that's all. And then I accused them all of murdering their best friend and told people not to donate to their company. That's all, whatever. And then I was
Typical
getting attacked
Tuesday.
for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I showed them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning.
You literally didn't tell any truth. She's the victim! She accused all of Turning Point USA for murdering Charlie Kirk, all right? As well as, Israel and Egypt and America and France, all right? And the communists and the B cult and all that. Obviously, we've covered all this in the past. But she's actually the victim when she told people not to donate to Turning Point USA.
Casually, when I mentioned the Catholicism thing, like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him.
Not a good look, Candace. Right?
Jump onto a podcast, and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly...
Because you lied! Another one of her lies was that secretly Charlie Kirk, before the end of his life, he was a Protestant Christian. I'm pretty sure he was an evangelical Christian. And she said that right before he died, bam, he was in the middle of converting to Catholicism. That was one of her big things, which was completely unproven and not true and debunked a million times. But, that was another one of her conspiracies. They wanted to kill her. They wanted to kill him because he was becoming Catholic or something. So anyway, anywho, one of Candace's big conspiracy theories, all right, this entire time, was that Charlie Kirk texted people before he died that they were going to kill him. And they is obviously referring to the Jews. All right, this was Candace Owens' conspiracy theory. That Charlie Kirk texted someone before he was killed that they are going to kill him and that they refer to the Jews. All right, we're on the same page? This was another one of her big conspiracy theories.
And Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually, a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said.
All right, so basically, she never actually had these text messages. She never had the text messages that she said she had, that Charlie Kirk was texting people that they were going to kill him. All right, cool.
It was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, the they that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So,
you mean what actually happened? Oh, cool. So the big text message that they were going to kill him was a text message that she never saw. In the actual text message that she used to build her entire conspiracy that the Jews killed him, all right, they was referring to the left. The American leftists killed him. That's what he texted people, and he was right.
I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the...
Awkward. So they was not the Jews. They was the leftists, which is revealed in the actual message, which she never saw, which she used to build her entire conspiracy on. Now, the crazy part is, anyone that knew Charlie Kirk, or at least watched Charlie Kirk, like I did for the record, knew exactly what Charlie was talking about. Because this was a clip of Charlie Kirk a few weeks before he was murdered.
My fear, Senator, and I hope I'm wrong, and let's stay in prayer that I'm wrong, that someone is going to get shot the same way that Steve Scalise got shot, and God forbid killed. The left is creating a pressure cooker with so many of their rank and file paramilitary troops that very well might result in one of us getting shot or killed. God forbid that happens. We're getting death threats every single day here on the Charlie Kirk Show. My fear, Senator...
Anyone that actually watched Charlie Kirk knew exactly what he was referring to. I even knew what he was referring to. I've even said this in previous videos, what he was referring to. He constantly and correctly stated that the left is a dangerous, violent, godless group of people that are more than happy to murder their opponents. He was right, unfortunately. And unfortunately, he was murdered by a radical leftist because of all this, who wrote leftist shit on his bullets and killed him.
I literally used to watch this guy daily play Minecraft.
I'm still shaken that he's dead, by the way. It's hard watching him now. I think he really brought so many people closer to God, and I think that's such an unbelievable thing, and I don't think there's a single other conservative commentator that's actually doing that. I watch conservative commentators yell and scream about all that, but no one even mentions God unless God is used as some sort of weapon. And it's so sad. I really think that the number one flaw in Western culture is honestly we're taking God out of the public square. And it's really, really so sad. It's so sad. Unbelievably sad. So anyway, this was Charlie Kirk saying that his biggest fear was that a leftist was going to kill him. And in his text message, he said that they, the left, is going to kill me. And she used that text message to straight up push an agenda that Israel killed him. Very cool. Very cool. Now, on to the next conspiracy theory that Candace has been pushing for literally the entire time, that the Egyptian planes were following Erica Kirk around on all of her trips.
And of course, I was locked in this meeting when people online were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns...
Spoilers! Is not on our website.
Planes landed on that day because it was plus or minus 3 days. was exactly where Erica had been on that day.
Plus or minus 3 days. Huh?
Where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I'm certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady, and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA faith, broader events. Of course, Erica was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them, but it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to
isn't it sad that,
these planes.
that
I
a
also want to
Jewish,
say to you,
somewhat secular guy who isn't even who isn't even who isn't even is being who isn't even I feel you, who isn't even Christian is being more Christian than half of the Christian YouTubers right now. Oh yeah, I feel you, bro. That's facts, though. It's low key, kind of, yeah. It do be. It's sad. As Nuck said, it basically, it seems like people like to use God as like a weapon, if you will. I meant even Christians. My bad. You good? Yeah.
to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic, and it is because
but before we get into why the planes caused panic, so one of her oldest conspiracy theories is that there were Egyptian planes following Erica Kirk around wherever she was going. Wherever she would go, Egyptian planes would follow Erica around. Truly scary stuff, honestly. It's pretty terrifying to think about how the Egyptian planes were following Erica Kirk wherever she was going. We're all on the same page on that one. Everywhere Erica went, bam, Egyptian planes showed up. All right, so that was a conspiracy theory. Now, first of all, I'm going to show you the debunking in just a minute, because this was completely not true. That's one. And two, and this is the crazier part, here's why the Egyptian planes
I hate my life.
Suspicious. Are you ready?
Well, so let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, fifth round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic, and it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these...
Hold on, let me check that. I had to unsubscribe from so many the last few months because I can't reason with them, and it's all because of Candace, the woman. That do be sad though, but yeah, no good. Alright, I'm hoping... Really, I got no room. Alright, yeah, now. They're all men, by the way? Dang. I'm hoping I can just do the old switcheroo on this. Shoot, it's raining. What the heck? Little Beck. And it's 4:19. Hey, happy day 4,000 played. No one had the nerve to say I had a low T for blessing Israel. That do be kind of gay of them, but yes. They're like, what are you talking about, bro? Sounds like you're projecting a little. I mean, like, you don't got nothing going on in life, so you gotta try to go after the little guy and be like, look at me, I'm big. He was watching Candace, right? The angel answered, oh, happy 420. That's not what the angel answered. The angel, let me get that again popped up real quick. Give me a second to send it, but I send a Bible verse and a 420 picture. The angel answered, the Holy Spirit will come on you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. So the Holy One will be born, or so the Holy One to be born will be called the Son of God. Luke 1:35.
These planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I have evidence
they are Egyptian Israeli planes that are flying around following.
Debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic, and it is because there is overwhelming
You're
evidence
doing that till
that
Christmas,
these planes
ain't you?
regularly fly in and out of Israel.
Well, kind of. Honestly, I've been doing it for years, homie. I mean, not the Bible verse part, but I've been sending 420 pictures, like, for as long as I can remember. Every 420, I send pictures and shit. So, since, like, well, not since, as long as I can remember. I've been doing it since, like, 2018, I think. So, dang, almost 8 years. But yeah, recently, as, like, 2023, I'm like, well, I'm sending 420 pics, and 420 is supposed to be, a sign significant with smoking, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, if somebody says they're 420 friendly, it usually means they're good to smoke weed. So, I mean, how you're purposely doing verses from Jesus' birth. Oh, and honestly, it's not purposeful, but it is. Yeah, like I'm not doing it purposely, but the app is, as for sure. I use let me check what the app is called. Well, it's just called Bible. let me try to find it on the Play Store real quick. But yeah, basically they have like a daily verse thing, and around like Christmas and Easter time, they have specific verses talking about Jesus' resurrection or Jesus' birth and stuff like that. Yeah, the one I have is called YouVersion Bible App Plus Audio. The generic Bible. Yes. Yeah, when I googled it, it says YouVersion Bible App Plus Audio. But yeah, when it's on the homepage, it just says Bible. Bro. Sketchy? Well, I think it shortens the name. Like, for instance, I have an app called Revenge of Sultans, but on my homepage it's just called Sultans. Bro, the other day when I was sleep deprived and shit, I was sending... so yeah, it has like a daily sign-in thing, if you will. Like every time you open it, it has like a little lightning bolt on top and it goes up. Right now I've signed in for 853 days. But the other day I signed in and it claimed I didn't sign in and it restarted. And I was like, what? I was super, super salty at it. Oh, bro, I was like, okay, why is this app not working good? But then I went into my settings and went to automatic date and time, and then changed it back a few days, and then went like 1 day forward, clicked on the app, went 1 day forward, clicked on the app, and it said it didn't work at first. I'm like, okay, what the heck? But then it later fixed it, so I'm like, okay, cool. Now it's back up to 853 days of signing in.
Out of Israel. And I know why these planes have caused such panic, and it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And
Be right back, gonna grab some cheese. Heck yeah.
That are flying around following Erica Kirk, but they're not landing in Israel. They're flying in and out of Israel airspace. Wow, that's a good analysis. So the Egyptian planes are secretly Israeli operatives because they're flying in and out of Israeli airspace, right? So that's pretty suspicious if you think about it, honestly. That's pretty suspicious. Now, you're probably thinking Israel is probably very far from Egypt, and therefore it'd be really suspicious that these planes keep flying through Israeli airspace, right? That's probably what you're thinking. That's what I would think. Except this is Egypt, and this is Israel. Every single Egyptian plane that wants to fly anywhere in Europe or Asia has to fly through Israeli airspace. So realistically, this does not actually fucking mean anything. This means nothing. All right, are we on the same page? All right, so this is Gaza over here. One border to Israel, one border to Egypt, which is closed off. So, again, you have to be retarded to think anything. All right, so this is secret Egyptian-Israeli planes.
Of Israel, and turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is... Now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Now we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored. I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay? Which
Charlie Kirk was not. Charlie Kirk was the biggest pro-Israel voice in all of America, right? This is unbelievably retarded.
Frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes, because that's how I am, okay? You keep pushing me and keep pushing me, I will become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. The reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no...
So the Egyptian planes are actually Israeli planes. So again, it all comes back. It all comes back. So first of all, she claims that the Egyptian plane conspiracy is still going, all right? We've debunked the turning point stuff because you have to walk all that shit back immediately. That's pretty great. So she walked all that back, but she's not walking back the Egyptian planes because actually the Egyptian planes fly through Israeli airspace and land in the same location as Erica Kirk very often. Now that's really suspicious. Except public flight data proves that Candace Owens is just completely incorrect. Even Alex Jones.
Candace Owens has told millions of people that two Egyptian military aircraft, SU-BT and SU-BND, tracked Erica Kirk's movements 73 times over 3 years.
Between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SU-BT, the yellow plane, and SU-BND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erica's documented locations. Okay, 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now 73 times that this overlapped. Okay, and 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. I am telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet. Now, these are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica.
He said the odds of this happening randomly are
less than a 0.000000001% probability.
Wow.
Okay, under random distribution models, that these Egyptian planes coincidentally landed around Erica at these times.
In her words, the Egyptian planes hold the key.
The Egyptian planes hold the key, and that is obvious. Maybe these planes
Okay, I'm gonna get off, unfortunately. Getting a bit dizzy, but I'll be in the chat. Heck yeah, good sir.
Egypt to Israel to France, the United States to TPUSA to
Well, actually, she says that the Egyptian planes are secretly Israeli Mossad Egyptian planes. So, all right, pay attention.
Charlie's murder. This entire web rests on one claim, that these two Egyptian planes tracked Erica Kirk 73 times.
All right.
To support it, Candace said she used Flight Radar 24 and showed a spreadsheet on her screen.
All right.
I screenshotted that spreadsheet and rebuilt it line by line. She says she verified everything using Flight Radar 24.
All right.
So I did exactly what she claimed she did.
Nice.
I bought the Flight Radar 24 business subscription, the same one she says she used.
That's huge.
Then I went further.
All right.
I purchased a $950 3-year flight log from FlightAware to independently verify every entry.
Nice.
When you compare what the planes are actually doing to what Candace claims they did, the results aren't close.
Oh, no.
66% of her location claims are wrong. And in
But who would fact check Candace Owens? No! I thought Candace Owens was our modern day Batman! I can't believe it! You mean she literally just got 66 of the locations completely wrong? Anyway, it gets better.
60% of the cases, the aircraft is on an entirely different continent.
Different continent, ladies and gentlemen! Different continent. Now, if you want the abridged explanation about the spreadsheets,
the Jews!
You want to know why? First of all, 66% of them are just literally in the wrong place. All right, so still a third. A third of 70 is still a lot, right? It's still 26 or whatever. All right, so that's still 26 overlaps. That's a lot of overlaps. But how do you define overlap? Well, I thought overlap would be same place, same time. Well, the spreadsheet defines overlap as the Egyptian planes landed within plus or minus 3 days of Erica. All right, so they landed within the same week as Erica Kirk. all right, and also within the same region. But that is within 50 to 100 miles, not even the same day or same airport, not even necessarily the same country. So let's understand this. Of the 73 plane overlaps, all right, it was actually only like 26. And of those 26, they were not necessarily even in the same place. They were up to 100 miles away, not even necessarily in the same country, just in the same region, and also not even necessarily the same day. It is plus or minus 3 days from the actual time Erica Kirk was there. So, to understand to you, this means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. In fact, when she claimed that the Egyptian planes were there at the same time as Charlie Kirk in Utah when he was assassinated, are you ready for the real twist? She got the time zone wrong, and the Egyptian plane left before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. She still said that it was suspicious because she thought UTC time stood for Utah time. So she got the time zone wrong to make it sound like the plane was there when he was assassinated and then took off an hour later, when in reality the plane took off first because she got the time zone wrong. So she got the time zone wrong, she got the locations of the planes wrong 66% of the time, and even the ones that actually did overlap only overlapped within plus or minus 3 days and to 50 to 100 miles away. Are we on the same page? The Egyptian plane theory is not working. Now, there's another incredible journalist out there by the name of Tucker Carlson, who's been paid off, in my opinion, by Qatar. He glazes Qatar constantly. It's a little terrifying. And this dude's diabolical. I really think this dude's like a CIA spook. He's suspicious as fuck. All right, I'll be real. But he says, look, I don't know if everything Candace says is correct, but the Egyptian plane...
Recently, Candace said that Egyptian-registered aircraft were following Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, around for a number of years in different places in the world. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard, and I just want to say that that is factually true. That's true. So that's like the one data point that I happen to know is true. What does that mean? I have literally no idea. I can't even guess.
It's not true. It's not true.
Very strange.
And what is Egyptian? Could mean aircrafts from Egypt? Who knows?
I think that they were registered in Egypt.
Got it.
And but that fact is true. So
it's not.
That
it's
enough.
Just not though.
Recently.
Right. So we got the endorsement of Tucker Carlson that the Egyptian plane thing is true, even though it's not true. It's diabolical. It's absolute insanity. Dude, 66% of Candace's Egyptian planes locations are wrong on her chart. 60% of the planes are on the wrong continent. And she provides no evidence to verify where Erica Kirk was in any of these. All right, and she mentions it constantly. The Egyptian planes, the Egyptian planes. Now, Candace Owens got cooked in her live chat while she was doing this. All right, she made this big show after meeting Erica Kirk. She had over 300,000 live viewers at the time. And her chat was eating her alive. Because she backed down on half of her claims. She doubled down on the fake claims. So, and I'm going to show you some of the comments in a minute. But while she was getting absolutely obliterated, she decided to introduce a new theory on why Charlie Kirk was assassinated. In my opinion, she just did this to save face because, her audience was turning on her.
That knows that it's not worth living life that way. My whole spirit would be corrupted. I couldn't do it. I struggle with people that can do it. I struggle seeing people who have so obviously sold their souls on the internet.
Unlike her.
It's very frustrating to watch it. Right. Central 848 writes, Candace, please look into the possibility that Charlie was electrocuted and that the
if
whole
it's factually true, then show us the facts, because otherwise it is not factually true. Facts.
Are conclusive and compelling. Please, for the love of God, look into this. I did watch that video that Baron Coleman put together. First and foremost, I want to say Baron Coleman has done some incredible work, and I actually told him that we should get together and collaborate because I had watched a video where he was building on Camp Watchuk, and he made me notice some things. So then we started researching some other elements, and that's what we're going to move on to tomorrow.
Wow.
I can tell you definitively that's a weird camera angle. They do look charred in the photos that he showed, but I can tell you that his hands were not charred when he was buried. And so what you thought that people were like, oh, this was like makeup and stuff, it was a very compelling theory. It just wasn't so, and I very much trust the person.
Right. So new theory is that Charlie Kirk was electrocuted by his necklace, and she's seen other videos talking about it. And they're very good. You should definitely check out those other videos about how Charlie Kirk was electrocuted by his necklace. And that's why all the blood came out of what appeared to be a bullet wound from his neck, but it was actually just his necklace. It was actually just his necklace. Now, clearly we found the culprit, guys. I know we're looking into a lot of areas. I feel like there's another place we could look. I feel like there's one more area that Candace Owens isn't really considering this. Have you considered that Hassan Piker literally cheered the murder of Charlie Kirk? Have you considered that Hassan Piker has been known to administer electrocutions through the necklaces of certain individuals or animals? I don't know, Candace. I feel like there's something to do here. I feel like we need to use your detective skills for the forces of good. Electricity doesn't work like that. What? Chat, you just debunked Candace Owens. Wow. I love when chat's like, but wait a second, it doesn't work that way. You mean that you don't think Charlie Kirk was murdered by literally getting electrocuted by his necklace? voice and making a little
Whoever believes her after this is actually brain dead. That be.
I'm shocked and appalled you would say that against Candace Owens. So this is Candace Owens
Initially going to
at the very end of her show, after getting blasted by everyone, all right, in her entire chat, her entire audience turned on her. This is how she kind of wrapped things up on her show. I got a little more from her show, and then I have to show you the Piers Morgan debate because it's truly insane.
When we were going to live stream the conversation before the Barry Weiss moment, Megyn Kelly offered to ref that conversation. I felt like she was done a very good job. I do think that she has kept it very even. She's not been hysterical and it's demonic, it's evil, how dare Candace? And I appreciated that. She has...
anyone that's neutral, by the way, on the Candace Owens thing is retarded. But my opinion is you have no right to be neutral. If you're neutral, you're a retard. Sometimes neutrality doesn't work. I don't care. Oh, I'm fence-sitting. I'm trying to keep my options open. No, you're retarded. No, there's no neutral here. If you're neutral, you're evil.
And I appreciated that. She has said, I don't agree with Candace, but I also don't think that she's doing this because she's been possessed by a demon. I think she actually believes these things, and I do. And I have a right to believe those things. And I don't feel like the people that I mentioned on the show at Turning Point USA. And with time, we'll see whether or not I was right. I think that's really what it comes down to.
It all comes down to with time. And essentially, ladies and gentlemen, she admits she has nothing.
But all around, definitely a productive conversation. I know it's 4 hours, so more things will come to my mind as they become relevant, but I think that's a good pause for right now.
Yeah, so in conclusion, she has nothing. She literally has nothing. Is that not the most incredible thing? She literally has nothing after all this? Accusing all these people, she has nothing. And this is her smiling during her non-apology about how she knew Turning Point didn't kill him.
You should see Yasmin's reaction to this. Like he gets real into the chats in her live stream. Oh heck yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out.
This on Twitter. Nobody I know believes Tyler Robinson did this since day one. All right, so that's a retard. And she retweets that saying, and yet it's the most well-funded federal operation since JFK to convince the public not to believe their own eyes. Dude, the trial didn't even happen yet. Candace. We don't have all the evidence yet because the trial didn't happen. Oh my God. Why? It was likely the same people that killed JFK killed Charlie. For the record, for those of you that are unfamiliar with Candace Owens' retardation, she thinks Israel killed JFK too. So she thinks Israel killed Charlie and JFK. Even though Israel barely existed when JFK was killed, there's no way this actually happened. No one normal actually thinks that. For the record. But anywho, Candace Owens got a lot of negative feedback. Now we have to cover her feedback, but before we look at her feedback, we have to see how she addresses her. You know what? I'll show you the feedback first. All right? So everyone in the chat's losing their mind. Knew it, now she's pro-Israel. I can't believe this is all happening, etc., etc. But if you look at the comment section on her video, first of all, dislikes are definitely higher than usual. But if you look at the actual comments, they are killing her. Transparency is never found in private meetings. That's where deals are made. I think I just realized we the people will never be allowed to know. Right? She developed an entire community of retard conspiracy theorists that she is letting down. You don't get to choose when you want privacy while you've been making everything public since the beginning. Candace Owens. I get a feeling Candace was playing us now. And after this, I'm positive of that. What? Really? You think Candace was playing you? I can't believe it. If you haven't been gaslit before, this is what it feels like. Confusing, draining, nauseating. Guys, it's been a pleasure to watch with you for the past 3 months. We're a massive group of truth seekers, and Candace Owens is literally bought. It's a big club. We aren't in it. Who's doing this now? You click to listen to Candace. You either mute it or pause it and read the comments. Erica goes around giving interviews to everyone and their mama, but you can't have a live interview? She rejected it. 4.5 hours of conversations, and yet we the people are still confused. My advice is to put the phones down, go outside. These people can't be trusted. Dude, they're killing her! They're killing her. Candace Owens is now part of the conspiracy that she created. This just made my decision for me. I'm leaving social media. Meeting privately was a serious mistake in judgment. What a serious mistake in judgment. What a completely mysterious, serious mistake in judgment. The people know something's up, and we're not here for it. I can't believe it. What a serious mistake in judgment. Is this not absolute incredible? I feel like this is absolutely incredible. Dude, we're all pretty confused. My husband asked me, so what did Candace say on the episode? But I don't even know. Pretty much nothing. This was the moment I realized I need to get off the internet. Okay, are we supposed to take this at face value? Goodbye. You can't be trusted. No one can be trusted. Dude, this is insane. It's every comment. It's all of them. All of them. A 4.5-hour meeting, and we get 30 minutes of backpedaling, and then we move on to Tim Pool. A deal has been made. Crawling back into my cave, I thought we had a real one. Dude, all of them are killing her. They're killing her! Oh my God. I've been watching your show for 3.5 years. I feel disappointed in you. Now, the funny thing is, all these people are retarded also. Now, you're probably unaware of this. You're probably not aware of this, but all these guys are actually retarded. All these people in the comments. All these people are in the comments. And they're all crazy. They're all actual Candace Owens fans that are retarded, and that straight up, unironically, think that she was onto something, and they were all wrong. They were literally all wrong. because she's retarded. She's been retarded the entire time, like I've said the entire time, and they're all like, whoa! So either they realize she's a giant fraud and nothing she said could ever be trusted, or they're like, yo, you were bought, you're part of the conspiracy. We believed you until you were bought off by Erica Kirk. Dude, absolute cinema. This is like actually the greatest timeline. This is unironically the greatest timeline ever. These people are eating her alive. And it's every comment. I can't find any positive comments. The entire vibe is different. I'm so disappointed. I want out of this IOP. Like, dude, it doesn't stop. You trained us to detect lies. We detect one. Is that not amazing? It's amazing. I'm sorry. It's literally amazing. It's literally amazing. It doesn't stop. It literally doesn't stop. Sorry, Candace. This was a word salad, brother killing her. So anyway. So this was Candace Owens' response to all the negative comments.
Mr. Bruce Lee writes, people in the chat, many other channels are not hearing what they want to hear, so it's automatically, well, Candace got paid. The chats are so botted. It's better to actually look at comments after the episode to see what people...
So the chat's botted. So you can't trust the chat. You have to look at the comments. Well, I looked at the comments, and they are eating your ass. They are killing you, lady. They are obliterating you.
We've had so many people talk about how there are so many bots in the chat, and so focus on obviously the words that I am saying, and obviously you can tell that I have not been paid.
Yeah. You know who can't tell that you have not been paid? Every single person in your audience. They all think you're part of the conspiracy. Something is off about Candace. Something isn't right. I know I sound crazy, but she doesn't sound like herself. Oh my god, I love it so much! So anyway, Candace Owens ended up on Piers Morgan after this to discuss this. And dude, Piers Morgan, the guy who gets obliterated by everyone that's even remotely based, destroyed her. I can't even believe it.
Let's assume for a moment you're right, and that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. Well,
you must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened. The difference...
So, the cool part is, she doesn't even know what her own conspiracy is. Okay, so let's say that the Egyptian planes are actually following him around. Then what?
Between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular, and then you change your mind. Stop.
And she made no request of you whatsoever, Erica Kirk, in 4.5 hours. Let's assume for...
No, not at all. She just herself changed her mind. So this is a little 4-minute clip that was going very viral. And it's just 4 minutes of Candace Owens completely folding to this actual, like, to this boomer liberal cuck. It's crazy.
Why did he say that?
I want to get
90,000 front war.
Candace, I want to get to the reality of what you're actually saying. So when you say that somebody at Turning Point USA, Charlie's company, was complicit in his murder, who was?
I believe that there were multiple people at Turning Point who are, as I have said many times, my exact words are, they are engaged in a cover-up of what happened to Charlie on that day.
No, but who was involved in his murder?
I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said...
Not even true, for the record. That's why I started this video showing you her saying that, yes.
But Turning Point were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I...
Her exact sentence was, it was akin to a regicide, where they killed a king to install new power.
Said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up. I believe...
And he's like, bro, what do you mean? I saw the clip. You literally didn't say that.
Say that. You said literally.
She literally said, as more things come to her mind.
That's what
you said. Oh, yes.
When you and I were discussing, that's why I said, let's go back. I was applying the logic of a
I heard
conspiracy
that.
to JFK.
That was a while ago, but yeah.
You have people that are complicit. Of course, if you apply that logic, if there is a conspiracy, there's going to be multiple people that are going to be complicit by the time, in order for a large stage murder to happen.
You specifically said, you didn't say complicit in a cover-up. You said complicit in the murder. Because I said, who at Turning Point was involved in his murder? And
Let me clarify for you. Okay, you can keep saying what I said, or you can listen to what I am saying.
Okay.
When I was using the analogy of JFK and connecting it, I was basically pushing back on you because you were suggesting that, all of these people being involved would be crazy. So I was applying the analogy of JFK. Well, you actually, if you go back and listen, were suggesting that a conspiracy...
I said you don't know either. You're floating theories.
When we started talking about the JFK thing,
Pierce, black woman is speaking. Shut up, man. She's getting killed. She's getting killed. Dude, she can't handle any pushback because she has zero evidence to anything. This is literally all just headcanon.
No, Pierce, I really think you're not holding on to your thoughts here.
Let me start my thought very clearly.
When we started talking about JFK that you were making, this to suggest that multiple levels. I was then connecting the dots and saying that in order for the JFK assassination to happen, there had to have been tons of people that were complicit.
I heard what you said.
Maybe you're the person who takes the cameras down. Maybe you're the person that told him to drive that day. Maybe you're LBJ. So they're not all complicit in the murder, but they're all at different varying stages involved in the cover-up. Right? So that's what a grand conspiracy...
Wait, she thinks that people that knew that he was going to get murdered and told him to drive there that day is not part of the murder? That's just part of the cover-up for JFK? Are you insane?
actually is.
Okay.
And I do believe, so you don't have to go back and we don't have to go through it. I'm telling you what I think about Turning Point. You know, I am very known for being honest about what I believe. I'm not exactly a person that you got to pull teeth on. I believe that there are people at Turning Point who are engaged in covering up what happened on that day.
But what any of them in...
So you have to understand. So she accuses Turning Point people of killing him. All right. She meets with Erica. She does a show where she says they didn't actually kill him. She gets so blasted in her own comment section. She's back to saying that not that they killed him, but that they did do the cover-up.
The planning of the murder of Charlie Kirk.
I wouldn't know how it was planned. Absolutely, I cannot confidently make that statement. I can say confidently that I know they're engaged in the cover-up because I've been investigating what happened on that day and what transpired thereafter. I've been clear. I've named those people on my show. I've said they are engaged in a cover-up, and I've listed the lies. So you don't have to try to make something out of what I didn't say. I tell you what I think. It's already controversial. We don't need to get more controversial, okay? Do I think someone actually pulled the trigger? No. Obviously, I don't think someone trying to
Do you think did anybody at Turning Point, in your opinion, know that Charlie Kirk was going to be murdered?
There is specifically 2 people at Turning Point USA, and I have communicated that information to Erica and Justin Strife, that I would not be surprised if they had foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
So in other words, she has no idea. In other words, she has literally no idea.
Do you have any evidence?
I'm not going to name... I am not going to name those people, okay, because it's not right for me to name those people until I know for a fact that they did.
Did you give the names?
So she has zero evidence. She's just suspicious about 2 people at Turning Point that maybe they knew that he was going to get killed in advance. Bro.
So did you give the names to Erica?
Yes,
so
I absolutely did.
You gave the names to Erica of 2 current employees at Turning Point who you believe were involved in the preparation for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Is that what you're saying?
I told them that if I were in your shoes, these would be 2 employees that I would look further into. That's
and what evidence do you have that they had any prior knowledge of the murder?
Because I don't have concrete evidence is the reason why I'm not. So I've been
responsible. But you're telling the widow that these 2 people may have been involved in the murder. But you see the problem?
Well, the evidence for it is people that there was not concrete evidence. It's like you're trying to get me to say something that I never said and then asking me to defend it.
No, I'm asking what evidence you've got.
Let's actually go to, you're asking me privately, did I communicate to them that I think you should look further? That's called an investigation, Pierce.
Yeah, so no evidence to anything. Zero evidence. Yeah, that's Candace. Zero evidence. Now, the funny part, in my opinion, in regards to this Pierce Morgan thing, is that she was caught lying and changing her words on his own show.
Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. I didn't say that they murdered Charlie.
You said that people were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up. I believe that thoroughly.
Candace, you didn't say that.
You roll the table, we're done.
Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. I didn't say they murdered Charlie.
You said they were complicit in his murder.
No, my exact sentence that I said was that there were people at Turning Point who are engaged in a cover-up.
No,
I believe that thoroughly.
Sorry, you didn't. Sorry, you didn't. Candace, you didn't. You're retarded. You're gay. You're off, Candace. Candace, you're a gay retarded. You didn't, Candace. You're retarded. You literally just said something else, Candace. You're retarded and gay. Anyway, that's today's episode. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. This is my over-analysis of everything going on. Subscribe, because I don't think anyone broke it down chronologically in this way from beginning to end. All right, now, there are 2 sides here. There is the anti-Candace side, and then there's everybody else. If you are pro-Candace or even neutral on Candace, you're retarded. Thanks for being here. All right, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. Thank you so much for being here. I enjoyed this saga. It was fun. She lost her entire audience. She lost her entire credibility. She's retarded. Silence, black woman speaking for the last time. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fans.
How well do you think you know the Bible? Most of us know the famous miracles, iconic symbols, and memorable characters. But what if I told you there were secrets hidden within that we often skim over? Secrets that unlock significant meaning that the majority of readers in the 21st century will miss out on. In this video, we'll explore some famous stories with hidden twists, as well as some stories you probably didn't know were in the Bible. It's a long one today, but I promise you won't regret investing this time in learning the secrets of God's incredible word. If you're blessed by this video, we do heaps of this kind of stuff on this channel. So please consider subscribing. And if you want to support us more directly, consider joining the Patreon, where new behind-the-scenes content is on its way. Starting with one of nature's most beautiful signs, the rainbow. Rainbows are mysterious things, said to hold secrets. Some even believe there to be leprechauns or pots of gold at the base of them. But there's a story in the Bible that adds a whole new meaning to the rainbow, and might even make you cry the next time you see one. It's a story you all know, but there's a deeper meaning here that you probably missed. I found this while listening to a podcast series called 40 Minutes in the Old Testament. I'll link them in the description. They're breaking down the Old Testament bit by bit, and when they got to the story of Noah's Ark, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. After the floodwaters recede and the ark lands, Noah takes some clean animals and sacrifices them to God. In turn, God makes a covenant with Noah and all the creatures of the earth. I will establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. But God doesn't stop there. He wants to give Noah and all creation something to remember this promise by. A sign for all people. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. Sounds lovely, right? Well, it turns out we were completely wrong. Turns out the word rainbow isn't actually a Hebrew word at all. When looking at the original text, the word simply translates to bow. So what is this bow God's talking about? The word is used many times to describe a weapon of war, and sometimes even represents the entire military strength.
I heard this one before.
The rainbow verse after the flood could actually be translated as follows. I have set my bow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign. This already gives us a deeper meaning that God has retired the weapon of war. No more will he be using the bow of wrath against his creation. It represents peace between God and man. The war is over, and life abounds. But wait, because this is where things get incredible. If the rainbow represents a bow and arrow used to shoot arrows of wrath, the bow of God is now in the sky, drawn tight. But which way is it facing? God's arrow of wrath was pointed at the earth, but is now pointed into the sky, at himself. The peace between God and man had to come at a cost, and that cost was Jesus. Jesus took the arrows of God's wrath on the cross so that our covenant of peace with him could be everlasting, just as he said it would be. Before I test your Bible knowledge, I need to tell you about private internet access, today's sponsor. You've heard of the internet, right? We all connect against his creation. Or using the link in the brilliant, near flawless man of God. Here's a guy who's % off and 4 months for free. It's pretty simple to see Moses as this brilliant, near flawless man of God. Here's a guy who spoke to God face to face. But what if I were to tell you that Moses made a mistake so significant that God punished him with death sooner than Moses had hoped?
He hit the rock.
An infraction that seems so small on the surface, but actually reveals Moses' profound lack of faith in God's plan. Not just for the Israelites, but for the future generations to come, thousands of years later. Let's set the scene. Moses is in the desert with the Israelites, having led them out of Egypt. They've just crossed the Red Sea, and have had the added bonus of seeing their Egyptian persecutors swept away behind them. They've had bitter water purified so it's drinkable. They've had manna and quail rain down from heaven, and after all that, they decide to complain again. It gets so bad that they want to stone Moses for dragging them out of Egypt. So Moses calls out for help, and God says to strike a rock with his staff. Miraculously, drinking water comes pouring out. Sometime later, a similar situation happens in the wilderness of Zin. This time Moses strikes the rock and water comes out again. This seems like a consistent formula. But the second time, God gets angry at Moses. In fact, he's so angry that Moses pays with his life, keeping him from experiencing the promised land. The first time God told Moses to strike the rock, but this time he told him to speak to it. Moses hits the rock in rage and is immediately rebuked by God. At face value, this seems unfair. But there's more to the story than meets the eye. There's something important to notice before the events. God tells Moses to gather the people and the elders to see this miracle take place. Not only that, but in the second instance, Moses, no doubt frustrated with the rebellious Israelites, almost taunts them, asking them if he and Aaron should bring water out of the rock for them. Moses had been instructed by God to raise his staff over the Red Sea, to put it in the Nile to turn it into blood, and to throw it on the ground and watch it turn into a snake, and to finally strike the rock and water would come out. The staff had been a central part of the miracles God had worked through Moses. Perhaps this is partly why, along with his temper, Moses found it hard to follow through with his command. But there is a passage in the New Testament which gives us some essential insight in understanding this story. Remember how Jesus spoke in parables? I am the vine, I am the gate, I am the bread of life, etc. And did you know that Jesus was described as the rock? And not just any rock, but the rock from which living water flows. Jesus said, "Let anyone who is thirsty come to me and drink, and that whoever believes in him will have a living water flow from them." But that's only part of the answer, because Paul says something absolutely profound in 1 Corinthians. Paul takes Jesus right to our Exodus story, saying that Jesus was the rock in the wilderness, and that the Israelites drank from him. Now I'm going to explain to you a final piece of information that will transform the lives of anyone who hears it. So I hope you're paying attention. Jesus often spoke in parables and symbolic language, which can be rather annoying to some people. But it's an attribute God has. Jesus said he only spoke the words his Father gave him. With this in mind, consider this story of Moses and the rock in Deuteronomy. God tells Moses to strike the rock once. The rock that is Jesus. This is a symbol of God's plan to strike Jesus for our sins, sacrificing him once for all to provide us with the living water Jesus promised. Remember how Jesus was struck with a spear and water flowed out? I don't think that was a coincidence. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Jesus was to be sacrificed once and only once. God was communicating that through Moses, Jesus would be sacrificed once for all. So why did Moses get in trouble for hitting the rock a second time? Well, it seems that the second occurrence of the rock and water symbolizes our new relationship with God. Since Jesus died on the cross for us, we can now access the living water of God by simply speaking to him. The rock has already been struck, the water has been poured out. That same water is readily available for us to take if we are willing to humble ourselves before God and enter a relationship with him, one where we can converse and speak and be renewed by the living water that he offers. We all know about the story of Saul, the man who persecuted Christians across the known world. Well, this story isn't about him. This is the story of another Saul, a tall man who was the first to be anointed king of Israel. But it might surprise you to hear that Saul took on a title that one could argue is rarer and more valuable than that of being a king. A title that few throughout history have ever held. Saul and David started on good terms, and they only got better when David dealt with Goliath on his behalf. But as David began to rise, jealousy overtook Saul, and he started to despise him. After trying to kill him, David escaped, leaving an idol with goat's hair in his bed as a dummy. Humiliated and furious, Saul investigated and learnt that David had fled to Naioth, so he sent soldiers there to arrest him. As it turns out, David fled to meet with Samuel, and when the soldiers arrived to arrest David, they met Samuel and a group prophesying to the Lord. For whatever reason, the Spirit of God overcame them, and they joined the prophets in prophesying to the Lord. Frustrated, Saul sends 2 more detachments of soldiers, both who succumb to the same fate. They start prophesying and fail to arrest David. Saul had had enough, so he left himself for Naioth. But something incredible happened. The Spirit of God came upon even Saul, and he began prophesying also. He tore off his clothes and started prophesying before he even arrived at Samuel's location. What the heck is going on here? You see, the prophets had special actions they had to undertake as part of their prophecy. Things that the prophets did that were symbolic of a greater message. For example, Jeremiah brought a linen belt and then hid it near the river Euphrates. Because the pretty linen belt disintegrated, symbolizing the pride of Jerusalem, Ezekiel drew a map of Jerusalem and laid siege to it with miniature siege engines. Not because he enjoyed childish games, but because it symbolized how Jerusalem would be destroyed. Hosea was commanded to marry a prostitute, because this marriage was symbolic of God's relationship with a rebellious and unfaithful Israel. And now we get to Saul, who also prophesied, but naked. If all these other prophets carried significant meaning in their times, surely Saul's is no different. Look at 1 Samuel chapter 15 with me. In this chapter we see that Saul has disobeyed the command of God. This command was to destroy all the Amalekites. But Saul decided to keep some of the choice livestock alive, including the king of the Amalekites himself. For this act of disobedience, God takes the kingship away from Saul. In 1 Samuel 19, we see this play out prophetically. Notice that it says Saul prophesied naked. Well, to be naked, he had to take his kingly garments off. God was speaking through Saul himself, saying that Saul had been stripped of his kingship. So the final line of the passage where the people ask, is Saul also among the prophets? Is answered, yes. But unfortunately, he prophesied his very own fall from power. If you've been on the channel long enough, you know about Elisha, how he asked for a double portion of Elijah's spirit, provided he saw Elijah get taken up into heaven. God performed many mighty miracles through Elisha. In fact, he did twice as many miracles as Elijah did during his ministry. But one miracle to me stands out. One detail that is meticulously recorded for a seemingly random purpose. If you've watched any of my other videos, you'll know that nothing is random in the Bible. So let's figure out why. After performing a few miracles and getting a money-hungry servant called Gehazi, Elisha is lodging at the house of a Shunammite woman. As a favour to repay her kindness and hospitality towards him, he promises she shall have a firstborn son this time next year. She's an old lass, so she doesn't believe this, but she does indeed give birth to a son around that time next year. The boy grows, which is generally a good sign, but then he begins to complain about an extreme pain in his head, which is generally a bad sign. He goes out to his father and the reapers of the field and complains about his sore head. Tragically, after this, he dies in his mother's lap. Understandably rocked by all this, the Shunammite woman seeks Elisha out in faith to help her, and what Elisha does is very unexpected, maybe even weird. Now, Elisha is taken completely by surprise by this situation. In fact, she initially tells Elisha's servant that all is fine, before throwing herself at Elisha's feet and begging for his intervention. It's all so odd. But trust me, it gets even weirder. Elisha sends his servant Gehazi ahead to heal the boy, but Gehazi can't do it. He comes back and tells Elisha that the boy remains dead, at which point Elisha does something completely and utterly bizarre by any standard. The Bible says he laid on the boy. He put his mouth on his mouth, his eyes on the boy's eyes, and his hands on the boy's hands. And somehow, this ritual of sorts is able to raise him from the dead. I don't know about you, but I have to ask, what the heck is going on here? This is a part I kind of want to skip. And I almost wish the Bible didn't share such an unbelievably bizarre detail. But I think Elisha's actions here represent something deeper than mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The Christian life is often described as a transition from death to life in Scripture. And the three elements to this weird resurrection actually represent some profound details that teach us about Christian salvation. Firstly, we're told that Elisha lay mouth-to-mouth on the boy. To understand this, we need to understand the Greek word pneuma. Pneuma is the word for spirit, as well as the word for breath. There are multiple instances of this word used in the Bible. After all, it's a very spiritual book. The word pneuma is used to refer to the Holy Spirit in passages such as these, as well as the regular, boring human spirit. Now, when Jesus breathed on his disciples, he breathed pneuma into them, both breath and the Holy Spirit. So the first element represents the spirit. Let's park that for a second and move on to the eyes. We're explicitly told Elisha lie eye to eye with the boy. Our eyes are often used as symbols in Scripture for what is on our mind and in our hearts. Jesus preached that you should remove the plank from your own eye before you remove the speck in another person's eye. He also said that the eye is the lamp of the body, using the eye and what we focus on as a way we judge whether light or dark is in us. Scripture also encourages us to focus our eyes on what is good, namely Jesus and his sacrifice for us. So the second element of eyes represents the soul. Finally, we're told that Elisha lays his hands on the boy's hands. Now, a phrase is often repeated in Scripture that says that the work of our hands is the toil and work we undertake with our bodies. So the third element represents the body. Perhaps what's being communicated here is that life is being brought to the boy's spirit, his soul, and his body, which is how God brings life to us. Now check this out. May God himself, the God of peace, sanctify you through and through. May your whole spirit, soul, and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. The one who calls you is faithful, and he will do it. This awesome yet bizarre miracle was an illustration of God's power to raise you and I from the dead. A picture of how he redeems our spirits with his spirit, how he restores our dead souls to life again, and how he even brings life to our mortal bodies to one day be transformed into heavenly ones. How great is our God? Now, to finish off this video, we're going back to Numbers, a book that generally tops the list when it comes to the most boring books of the Bible. The book is full of genealogies and censuses and land inheritance debacles. What? How are you meant to say that word? But after reading through it myself, I couldn't have been more wrong. There are some very significant narrative moments in Numbers, one so significant it foreshadows women's role in the New Testament church and actually gives a glimpse into God's view of women under the new covenant. The story kicks off in Numbers 27, where we're thrown into a story right after an extensive census. Absolute cinema, am I right? But the story is far more interesting than it first appears. The land is divvied up between the assorted clans and families, as outlined in the previous chapters. All the sons in the clan had been accounted for. But in Numbers 27, we're immediately encountered the Testament church and actually gives a glimpse into God's view of women under the new covenant. The story kicks off in Numbers 27, where we're thrown into a story right after an extensive census. Absolute cinema, am I right? But the story is far more interesting than it first appears. The land is divvied up between the assorted clans and families, as outlined in the previous chapters. All the sons in the clan had been accounted for. But in Numbers 27, we're immediately encountered with a legal problem. A man named Zelophehad has died, probably trying to pronounce his own name, and unfortunately he has no sons to inherit his land. But he does have 5 daughters. And passionate about their father's legacy, they brought their case before Moses. They argued that their father had not joined the rebellion of Korah, a Levite who led the people in rebellion against Moses earlier in Numbers, and because their father had no sons, they claimed that they should receive property just like the men of Israel had. This posed a problem, as God hadn't given any instructions in apportioning land to women of the tribe. Moses brings the case before God, and astonishingly enough, God changes the law to accommodate them. God says to Moses, "What Zelophehad's daughters are saying is right. You must certainly give them property as an inheritance among their father's relatives, and give their father's inheritance to them." It's pretty cool. But what's even cooler is a truth that this passage unlocks for us in the New Testament.
Alright, I gotta sit up.
Jesus says that he will separate the sheep from the goats in the final judgment. There will be a clear distinction between those who inherit the kingdom of God and those who will not. This idea of inheritance is repeated again and again. Romans says that we are heirs of God and fellow heirs in Christ. Peter writes that we will receive a heavenly inheritance that is imperishable, undefiled, and unfading. Galatians says we are no longer slaves to the world, but sons of God. Honestly, if you haven't seen my movie on Satan's perspective, you really ought to watch it. It's the biggest video on my channel, and we dive into this and so much more. Trust me, please give it a watch. It'll change your life. Anyway, back to the passages. Why does it say sons specifically? Let's jump back into the Numbers story to get an idea of what this would have meant to an ancient reader in an ancient society. By establishing that daughters will inherit like sons would in this circumstance, God, through Moses, introduced a pretty radical paradigm shift to a very patriarchal society, proving that God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Including the 5 daughters of Zelophehad, who are also named in the story, God shows that he recognized and planned for the women to inherit his blessing alongside men from the very beginning. Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah, the 5 daughters of Zelophehad, serve as an example to all of us, but especially as an example to those God chose to bless with his inheritance. After all, we read that God does not generally choose those you would expect, but he chooses us, the foolish and weak things of the world, to shame the wise. The daughters in this story stepped up in faith, believing that God would be fair to them, despite the fact that they lived in a world where they were not expected to get any kind of blessing or treatment. I encourage you, dear viewer, to do the same. For the Bible states, "For in Christ Jesus you are all sons of God through faith." There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free. There is no male and female, for you are all one in Jesus Christ. And if you are Christ's, then you are Abraham's offspring, heirs according to the promise. Do you see the significance? By saying you are all sons, an ancient female reader of the Bible would have understood that she would receive an inheritance too. A radical and revolutionary idea, but one that shows God's love for every person, and a trait that he showed even way back in the book of Numbers. Hello everyone, thank you for making it this far into the video so far. If you are enjoying it, why not consider subscribing? We actually look at the metrics of these videos, and whichever ones yield the most subscribers, we tend to do more of that particular topic. So if you like stuff like this, the big long videos, please consider hitting that subscribe button and supporting the channel. There's a few ways you can do it. You can jump on as a member, you can join us as a Patreon, support us monthly, and that'll give you exclusive access to our Discord server where we talk about upcoming scripts and we plan future projects together. So if that interests you, check it out in the description, and please consider supporting the channel. Okay, no more distractions. The Bible records this moment where a Jewish man commands the sun to stop moving, and God makes it happen. This verse is one of the most miraculous in all of Scripture, but to understand why it happened, we need to find out how we got here. Joshua is leading God's people in a huge war campaign to take the Promised Land. So far, they've already destroyed Jericho and Ai, and the next target was Gibeon. The king of Jerusalem realized he'd be next and was concerned about Joshua's incredible success. Adonai-Zedek was his name, and it wasn't long before he received some harrowing news. Gibeon was a powerful city, much larger than Ai, and all its men were strong and capable fighters. But instead of putting up a fight, they decided to form an alliance with the invading nation of Israel. Adonai-Zedek was horrified at this, knowing that he would be next. So he mustered the armies of the kings of the 4 nearby nations and summoned them to war against Gibeon, hoping to slow down the Israelites' invasion. The Gibeonites cry out to Joshua and ask for him to save them. Now, Joshua had a choice here. He could have left the 5 nations to battle it out on their own, saving his army and resources, but instead he chooses to help his new ally, Gibeon. In fact, he sends his entire army marching through the night to provide assistance, and the Lord threw their enemies into confusion, allowing Joshua to defeat them completely, pursuing them all the way to Makkedah. During the pursuit, the Lord hurled large hailstones down on them, and more died to the hail than to the swords of Israel. Then there's this incredible verse. Joshua said to the Lord in the presence of Israel, "Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Ajalon." So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself on its enemies. It continues to say that the sun stopped in the middle of the sky, delaying going down about a full day. There has never been a day like it before or since, a day when the Lord listened to a human being. What richness we can learn from this passage. The Gibeonites give us a textbook example of reverence for God in submitting to Joshua, and humility in calling out to him for help. We also see the power of prayer on full display, and the faithfulness of the Israelites to their allies. We even get a glimpse of God's sovereign power and his hand in history, using one battle to completely destroy 5 Israelite enemies dotted across the Promised Land. What exactly happened to the sun on that day is hotly debated. Was it a solar eclipse that caused the delay? Was it merely symbolic, using words to express how the Israelites felt during the pursuit? Did God's presence fill the battlefield and shine like the sun, giving his people light to continue the fight? Or did the earth literally stop spinning at the command of Joshua? I don't actually know. But if you have any ideas, let me know in the comment.
While I don't scientifically think it's possible for the earth to stop spinning without, all the earth being off-balanced, if God told it to, yep, I'm not questioning that. Like, if God told me there was a fucking unicorn that lived 3 million years ago and shit out rainbow ice cream, then there was a unicorn that lives to however many fucking millions of years ago that shit out rainbow ice cream, okay?
Comments, because I'm dying to find out. Just after Abraham settled in the Promised Land, then occupied by the Canaanites, a severe famine struck the area and he was forced to live in Egypt for a time. But something supernatural happens in this story that I never noticed until recently that seems very unusual. Abraham realizes that his wife Sarah will be desired by the Egyptian men when they arrive, so he convinces her to act as his sister so he won't be killed. As expected, the officials of Pharaoh notice Sarah and sing her praises to Pharaoh himself, leading him to take her as a wife. Abraham is treated well and given livestock and respect as the brother of Pharaoh's new wife, but soon after, Pharaoh's house is struck with great plagues because of what Pharaoh's done. Now, That already seems weird, but what's even weirder is Pharaoh's response. He somehow figures out that the reason for the plague is Abraham's deception. But why does Pharaoh...
Dude, I thought you were Nux for a second.
This isn't the only time Abraham would stuff up in this way. The second incident is arguably even more amazing.
I don't know, why would it be?
Because Abraham does the exact same thing that led him into trouble in the first place. This time, he says to the Philistine king Abimelech that Sarah is his sister, not his wife. In response to this, God sends Abimelech a dream where he opens with what could be one of the most intimidating lines ever uttered in the history of the universe. God says, "Behold, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife." Abimelech is naturally kind of disturbed and defends himself and his people by saying he did this in the integrity of his hands and in the innocence of his heart. God vouches for this fact, saying he prevented Abimelech from sinning and promises that he won't punish him if he returns Sarah to Abraham. Abimelech does so, and he allows Abraham to stay in Canaan. After that, I would have told him to shove off. But we shouldn't be too harsh on Abraham. The Bronze Age was a cruel place, and his lying about his wife seemed to run in the family, since years later Isaac told the very same lie about his wife Rebecca. Again, Abimelech, who I like to think was the same one, catches Isaac and Rebecca getting a little too close with each other and exposes their lie, wondering what in the world is going on with this family. I can't help but see God's gracious hand in Abraham's low faith.
Good night,
Without
nostalgia.
the suffering of Pharaoh, Abraham may never have received his wife back.
I was asleep. Think I'm a go. Good night. Peace,
God
peace,
also
G.
used this side quest to protect Abraham during a severe famine. He went to Egypt
Sleep
for a little
well.
and left with the protection from the guards and animals to sustain him during that trial. And with Abimelech, I see God witnessing to people in other nations through the misdeeds of Abraham. And I see God opening Abraham's eyes to God's work, making him realize he has a friend in this nation, and that God works on the hearts of people we don't necessarily expect him to. We often don't understand God's plan, but it's important to remember it's always being carried out. After the incredible events of the Exodus, Moses leads God's people out of Egypt into the wilderness in search of the promised land. But the excitement of witnessing a literal miracle wears off pretty quickly. 3 days, actually. After finding no water, the Israelites are angry and grumble at Moses. This is getting desperate. But soon they arrive at a place called Marah. Peering over the dusty hills, some beautiful waters appear glimmering in the sunlight, only for it to be too bitter to drink. Hence the name Marah. Ironic, considering how similar the Israelites' attitude towards God was at that moment. So Moses cries out to the Lord, and his prayer is answered, but not in the way you'd expect. The Lord showed Moses a tree, and after throwing it into the water became sweet, enabling the Israelites to drink from it. I totally forgot this miracle existed, but it has a very significant purpose. What may seem like a random requirement to cure the water actually symbolizes something profound. God says that I am your healer, a claim that seems rather odd in this story. The Israelites had just come out of captivity and were looking for water, but what's really going on is a renewal of the relationship between God and man. After the miracle, Moses says that in order to avoid the plagues placed on Egypt, the Israelites must obey God's word. That's the secret. The healing of the water symbolizes the healing of the people from sin through obedience, foreshadowing the law which Moses would receive very soon. But we know that even the law wasn't enough to truly heal God's people from sin. Scripture says that every one of us have fallen short from the obedience God requires in order to heal us. Instead, God had to come himself down and fulfill the standard of obedience in the form of Jesus. So this tiny miracle of God healing the water symbolizes the ultimate healing of God's people through the death and resurrection of Jesus our Savior. In the end of the story, Moses arrives in Elim, where there were 12 springs and 70 date palms, symbolizing perfection and completeness, foreshadowing the promised rest that would come through the perfect obedience of our Savior. Interestingly enough, a similar miracle is performed by Elisha to save a town from the torment of unclean water. Elisha requests a new bowl of salt. He throws this salt into the water and declares that by the power of God, the water will be made clean. But I can't help but see a thematic element at play here. Jesus says we are the salt of the earth. And when he talks to the Samaritan woman at the well, he says that the water he gives her will well up inside a person to eternal life. But salt can't make bitter water pure. Just how we can't heal people of their sin by mere human efforts. But through the power of God, we can be used by him to introduce someone to Jesus, who creates pure water inside a person. Jesus, who makes what was dead alive again. Okay, I need to confess something to all of you. We all know how bad Samson was, okay? But
Samson was badass.
Thought he was pretty cool. A bit of an Iron Age rock star, you could say. He just doesn't seem to care about anything, and yet somehow God keeps finding ways to use him for the good of Israel. But what I want to share is a story about Samson I hadn't heard before researching this
Samson's definition of me.
Symbolism
Other than strength, motherfucker, he's stronger than hell.
Samson's reputation as Israel's strongest warrior was well known, and the Philistines hated him for it. In Judges 16, we find him in the city of Gaza, deep in enemy territory. His purpose there is unclear. He may have had a mission as the judge of Israel, or he may have just been wandering. Then he stops at the house of a prostitute, rather abruptly. While he stays the night, the Philistines plot his capture after hearing he's in the town, setting an ambush at the city gates, expecting to trap him in the morning. Most cities would lock their gates overnight to protect the people within and keep their enemies out, so they figured Samson would rise the next morning and leave town when the gates were open. But Samson has other plans. At midnight, instead of waiting for the gates to reopen, he rips the massive doors, posts, and the locking bar straight out of the ground. I guess you could say Samson was gatekeeping the weightlifting world record. These gates were no small obstacle. They were designed to protect the city, likely weighing hundreds of pounds, and firmly anchored in place. Yet Samson carries them away with ease, displaying superhuman strength. This moment is not just a show of raw power. It's a direct humiliation of the Philistines. The plan was for them to trap Samson in and put him in a vulnerable position, but he manages to do the very opposite to the Philistines. In ancient times, a city's gates symbolized security, commerce, and authority. By stealing Gaza's gate, Samson leaves the city defenseless, mocking his enemies. And the insults get even worse.
I didn't even think of that.
Instead of discarding the gate, he carries it to a distant hill, possibly towards Israelite land, turning this act into a symbolic victory over Israel's oppressors. Strangely, unlike previous feats, the Bible doesn't mention God's spirit empowering Samson here. However, given the magnitude of this act, divine intervention seems almost certain. Despite his flaws and reckless behavior, Samson is still fulfilling his role as Israel's judge, disrupting Philistine control over God's people. This daring event is a reminder that even in moments of personal weakness, Samson remains an instrument of God's power, foreshadowing an even greater showdown with the Philistines later in his life, where he would obey God for one final dramatic time. We all know the story of Moses, how God saved the Israelites and brought plagues upon the Egyptians. But despite how much we've discussed this story on this channel, there's still more to unravel. After reading the story several times over, there seems to be a detail that I overlooked, one with fascinating importance. But to see what this crucial detail is, we have to start right at the beginning of Exodus. In chapter 1, before Moses was even born, we're introduced to a pharaoh, different from the one who befriended Joseph, and one with a much more heartless rule. Fearing an Israelite uprising, he charges the midwives with a daring task. When helping the Israelite women give birth, if a child was a boy, they must kill him, but if it was a girl, she may be delivered. Lucky for you ladies, you got off scot-free. But the midwives disobey this order. Pharaoh questions them, and their response may shock you. They claim that the Hebrew women are healthier than the Egyptian women.
They can
and
pop
that they
out
give birth
faster.
before the midwives can even get there. Now, hold on a minute. Why on earth would the Pharaoh let them say something so absolutely insulting to the entire Egyptian population? Surely he would have had them executed for such a blatant act of disrespect. The answer is given in the next few verses. The Bible says God dealt well with the midwives and provided a family for them because they feared God. Think about this for a moment with me. Doesn't this sound an awful lot like God providing Rahab with a husband amongst the Israelite people? Rahab by faith was saved from destruction. In the same manner, and with the same manner of people, God saved these midwives. Think about it. If they were Hebrew women, why would Pharaoh ask them to kill Hebrews? And why would their excuse be that Hebrew women are healthier than Egyptian women? The only rational explanation is that these are in fact Egyptian midwives who feared God and were thus accepted into God's chosen people because of their faithfulness, taking a risk to follow God and save his chosen people. Further evidence for this idea is given where servants in Pharaoh's court heed the word of the Lord and bring their slaves and livestock inside for safekeeping against the plague of hail. And when the Israelites are finally allowed to leave Egypt, we're told, and a mixed multitude also went up with them, along with great droves of livestock, both flocks and herds. Many biblical scholars say this is proof that some Egyptians joined the Israelites in the Exodus. I guess God was interested in freeing Egyptians from the tyranny too, just like he wants to free you from the slavery and tyranny of sin, both Jew and Gentile alike. This deeper meaning makes one of the coolest lines from Jesus so much cooler. But it's not what Jesus said that makes this crazy, it's where he said it. This is the first time Jesus reveals the concept of the modern church to his disciples, but we often overlook the location that this took place. Matthew 16 verse 13 says that Jesus and his disciples arrived in the region of Caesarea Philippi. Renaissance art makes this place look beautiful, but unfortunately, the artists never got to visit Caesarea Philippi and experience what it was actually like. Caesarea Philippi sat at the base of Mount Hermon and boasted the largest rock formation in all of Israel. Mount Hermon was no ordinary mountain. It marked the boundary for the Promised Land, was a key location for Baal worship in the Old Testament, and was believed to be the location where the fallen angels bred with human women to give birth to the Nephilim. Carved into the large rock formation were dozens of niches, little windows in the limestone where Greek statues were placed and can still be seen today. The area was called Panias, named after the Greek god Pan. Now this is where it gets disturbing. At the base of the rock was a large cave entrance home to gushing, powerful waters. Since the people of the time couldn't reach the bottom of the waters, they believed it to be bottomless and called it the Gates of Hades, or the opening to the land of the dead. Pan and other fertility gods were believed to dwell in the land of the dead during the winter, and then return each spring. Now this is where it gets a little disturbing, so if you have young kids watching, skip to this timestamp in the video. To appease Pan, his worshippers would purchase a goat from the nearby market and dance with it. Unfortunately, this was no ordinary dancing, and it involved sexual interactions between humans and goats. After the dance, the goats were tossed into the Gate of Hades and destroyed by the rushing waters. If the goats sank, they had been successful in appeasing Pan, but if it floated, they'd have to try again. It's said that the waters in the cave were always red with the blood of sacrifice. Now, why in the world would Jesus bring his disciples to a place like this towards the end of his ministry? If we read the conversation between Jesus and his disciples, you notice some unbelievable references to this history that will change how you read this passage forever. Jesus asks two questions to his disciples. Who do people say the Son of Man is? And who do you say I am? The first is easy to answer. Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, still others say Jeremiah. But Peter speaks up to answer Jesus' second question, and his answer is unknowingly profound. You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God. While surrounded by 14 pagan temples and dozens of Greek gods, Peter declares that Jesus is the Son of the living God. What the Greeks thought were gods of fertility and life were actually dead gods who had no power at all. But if you thought Peter's response was awesome, wait until you hear Jesus' response. After blessing him, he says this to Peter, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church." And the gates of Hades will not overcome it. This to Peter, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it." In view of this enormous rock saturated in pagan worship, Christ said this is where his church will be built. Was he describing the physical location in Caesarea Philippi? No. What he's trying to say is that the church will be built in the darkest places in the world. It will be mounted atop the gates of death itself, yet those gates will not overcome it. The modern church was designed to be a light to the world in the darkest places, where healing, faith, and life are in abundance. And there's even a deeper meaning about Peter being handed the keys to the kingdom, but that'll be for another video. This deeper meaning will blow you away. Anything to do with biblical prophecy is incredibly interesting, but this is particularly amazing because it's concerning the very first prophecy in the entire Bible. After the devil successfully tempts Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, she gives some to her husband, who also partakes. They quickly realize that they're naked and they try to hide from God in their shame. When God finds them, they play the blame game. Adam blames his wife and God, and then Eve blames the serpent who tempted her. So God deals with the serpent first and works backwards. He pronounces this fascinating judgment. Cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head and you will strike his heel. Everything seems to make sense. And for those who understand prophecy, you know that this is the very first reference in the Old Testament to Jesus' defeat of Satan. But if we flick to the New King James Version, we find something very peculiar. Instead of using the word offspring, the text uses the word seed. Typically, when we refer to the word seed in this context, it would be attributed to a man. And kids, if you're curious, go ask your parents why that is. But for whatever reason, it's attributed to a woman here. This would have confused people of old. Heck, even the angels and demons wouldn't have understood this prophecy. On the surface, it seems that Eve would be the woman in question, since she's the mother of all human life. And this is partially correct, since Jesus was a descendant of Eve. However, this isn't the full picture. The phrase seed of the woman is used to describe Mary and foreshadows the virgin birth. Since Jesus had no earthly father, his seed came from the woman given directly by God himself. So from the first prophecy in the entire Bible, we get confirmation of the virgin birth. How incredible is God's word? The Bible is very clear that we should keep our mouths clean and be careful what we say. But what if I told you that we have biblical records of two of the greatest apostles actually saying swear words? This might seem like a strange deeper meaning, but I think it reveals something about the tongue that most Christians miss. Our first culprit is none other than Peter, the loudmouthed disciple himself. He was notorious for piping up at the wrong time with the wrong words. He rebuked Jesus for saying he would die on the cross. He piped up during the Transfiguration and inserted himself into an unbelievable heavenly moment. The Bible itself calls Peter out here, saying he didn't even know what he was talking about. And we can't forget his bold claim to follow Jesus to the grave, only to deny him 3 times just hours later. But here's where our loudmouth friend lets loose something wild. The first time Peter is asked by a servant girl whether he traveled with Jesus, and he denies it. The second time he's asked if he knows Christ, he denies it with an oath. But the third time, he's called out for his accent, and all hell breaks loose. The Bible says, then he began to call down curses, and he swore to them, I don't know the man. I can somewhat understand the guy though. He's being pressured by people who are likely to hand him in to be crucified next. I'd be getting defensive as well. So how is it that this great apostle of the early church is recorded as swearing in the Bible, if other verses so clearly condemn it? To answer that, let me tell you about the second apostle recorded letting one slip. Paul. In the book of Philippians, Paul is recounting his great achievements climbing the Jewish ranks. Circumcised on the 8th day, of the people of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of Hebrews, in regard to the law, a Pharisee, as for zeal, persecuting the church, as for righteousness based on the law, faultless. Paul was among the elite of the Jews. Before he became a Christian, he was killing them. But he goes on to say this, but whatever were gains to me, I now consider loss for the sake of Christ. What's more, I consider everything a loss because of the surpassing worth of knowing Christ Jesus my Lord, for whose sake I have lost all things. I consider them garbage, that I may gain Christ. Seems harmless, right? But that word garbage is translated a little differently in the original language. Turns out the Greek word is skybala, a mix between 2 concepts. Sky meaning dog, and balo meaning to throw. It's often referred to as excrement, dung, or filth. It was far more coarse than the term rubbish is to us. It was not polite language in the slightest, and perhaps Paul used it to shock his readers into paying attention. So why in the world did these 2 apostles swearing make it into the canon of Scripture? Does this give us the green light to cuss like a sailor? Well, I think it's reflective of something we can often misunderstand. Jesus says the things that come out of a person's mouth come from the heart, and these defile them. Although it's important to avoid foul language, as the Bible says, God sees through the words right into the heart. We tend to make a big deal about the words that are spoken, but neglect to address the heart behind them. One of Paul's letters to the Corinthians talks about something he calls a thorn in the flesh. What started as an unusual passage has become a huge mystery, captivating Christians for years. But today, I want to suggest a possible answer. There is much speculation about what this thorn in Paul's flesh could be. Paul refers to it as a messenger of Satan sent to torment him. It's something that made Paul weaker, because God responds by saying, "My power is made perfect in weakness." So what was this weakness that Paul carried? Some think it was the persecution and beatings he endured, but this is unlikely, as God himself said that Paul would have to suffer for his name. So in that case, it couldn't be a messenger of Satan. But there is an alternative theory with quite a lot of biblical support. Now, we know that Paul was struck with blindness on the road to Damascus by the risen Christ himself. We also know his blindness was healed as something like scales fell from his eyes. But there's a string of evidence pointing to the fact that Paul may have become blind a second time. Now, before you dismiss this, let me show you the evidence so you can make an informed decision for yourself. In Acts 23, Paul appears before the Sanhedrin, a Jewish court where he was questioned about the gospel he preached. It says Paul looked directly at the Sanhedrin and began to testify. However, after his opening line, the high priest commanded Paul to be struck in the mouth. After copying a punch, Paul reacted by insulting the high priest, saying, "God will strike you, you whitewashed wall." A pretty awesome and ballsy insult to say to one of the most important and well-respected Jews alive. Those standing near him called him out, saying, "How dare you insult God's high priest?" To which Paul responds with something unexpected. "Brothers, I did not realize he was the high priest. For it is written, 'Do not speak evil about the ruler of your people.'" The high priest wore very distinct clothing, making him easily recognizable. So some speculate the reason Paul didn't know it was the high priest speaking to him was because he couldn't see him.
I thought Paul was being sarcastic.
Paul ends the book of Galatians describing how he is writing in large letters, indicating a potential eyesight problem. We also know that Paul had scribes write on his behalf, such as Tertius, who wrote the book of Romans for him. But the strongest evidence comes from Galatians 4. He says the reason he first preached the gospel in Galatia was due to an illness he contracted. Some historians believe that Paul contracted some kind of illness that led to Galatia for support and to recover. Paul describes his illness as a trial to those with him, but they cared diligently for him in his time of need. But verse 15 says,
"He
"I
has
can
given you my own
testify that
eyes."
if you could have done so, you would have torn out your eyes and given them to me." Now, this seems oddly specific.
I just
and
thought of
may
that.
imply
Holy
the
shit,
illness
yeah.
had affected his vision.
Yeah.
It's possible that Paul had lingering issues from being struck blind, since he didn't eat or drink anything for 3 days and 3 nights. Or it could be that his eyesight became weaker as he aged, or perhaps he developed an illness that affected his vision. We don't know the details, but it's highly possible that Paul's thorn in his flesh was an eye problem, and to him, it was a messenger of Satan. Most of you know about the moment when Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead, but there's an often neglected sentence that you probably didn't realize carries a very significant deeper meaning. We're told that Jesus raised Lazarus 4 days after he died, which seems like a cool detail to us, but this would have been a phenomenal detail to the viewers back then. This undoubtedly shows that not only was Jesus' timing essential for this miracle, but it also proclaimed his deity in a way that no other miracle did. You see, in the Middle East, there was this belief about ghosts, departed spirits from the dead that lingered around on Earth. And this wasn't some weird conspiracy thing. Even the disciples believed in ghosts. One night, as the disciples sailed through a rough storm on the Sea of Galilee, they saw a figure walking on the water. As we later find out, this figure is Jesus. But as far as the disciples knew, Jesus was on the opposite side of the lake. Their response is quite funny. When the disciples saw him walking on the lake, they were terrified. "It's a ghost," they said, and cried out in fear. And fair enough. The only time you ever see a man walking on water is when the water is frozen. But this wasn't the only time the disciples thought they encountered a ghost. After his own resurrection from the dead, Jesus returned to a group of cowering disciples who thought once more that he was a ghost. They were startled and frightened, thinking they saw a ghost. He said to them, "Why are you troubled, and why did doubts arise in your mind? Look at my hands and my feet. It is I myself. Touch me and see. A ghost does not have flesh and bones as you see I have." So there's no doubt they believed in ghosts. But what isn't so obvious is a cultural belief that most of you won't know, partly because it's not explicitly written in the Bible. When someone dies in their culture, it's believed that the spirit of the deceased lingers around the body for some period of time before disappearing. They believed that the soul of the deceased would be confused and try to enter back into the body. Sometimes this would be successful in the case of someone waking up from a coma. The spirit would wait 3 days before departing to the afterlife, since once the body began to decay, the soul couldn't come back into it anymore. This was a Jewish practice called Shemirah, where psalms would be recited to the person's spirit to guide the spirit to the afterlife. Now, if we consider this cultural belief about ghosts, the miracle of Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead takes on a whole new meaning. Allegedly, after 3 days, the body of the deceased would begin to compose, and the spirit was considered at this point to have transitioned into the afterlife. By calling Lazarus back from the dead after 4 days, Jesus is sending a bone-chilling message to all who watched. Resurrections are a rare occurrence in the Bible, or in life itself, really, but they do seem possible during this period when the spirit is confused. But after 3 days, the spirit is well and truly gone into the afterlife. To call Lazarus' spirit back from the afterlife demonstrated that Jesus exercised authority not only in the physical realm, but even in the land of the dead. Whether physical or spiritual, the spirits listened to him. This demonstrates the depth of Jesus' commanding power over the spiritual realm, and is one of the reasons why John included this miracle as one of his 7. With this knowledge, you may understand another reason as to why Jesus...
Hold up.
Jesus was resurrected on the 3rd day. Since Shemirah teaches his soul should have made it to the afterlife by then, it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt to the people at the time that he did in fact die, and that his resurrection was a completely supernatural event. You've all heard of Jonah and the giant fish. It's a famous story, but there's a secret deeper meaning that is so easy to miss, that even your pastor probably missed it. A little detail in the fish itself that answers a few questions you may have about Jonah and enhances the meaning of such an iconic story. To understand this meaning, you have to first understand where Jonah was sent on his mission, to the city of Nineveh. Now, Jonah, like most folks of old, knew Nineveh by reputation alone. Everyone had heard about Nineveh. It was like the Los Angeles of Assyria. It was a huge trading hub, and when I say huge, I mean huge. If you tried walking from one end to the other of the city, it would take you 3 full days of travel. It was a hard city to miss, but Jonah was determined to try. So much so that despite being called by God to visit Nineveh, he headed in the complete opposite direction. We're told Jonah headed to Tarshish, a city believed to be in modern-day Spain. On his way to the complete opposite direction, God sends a storm to frustrate Jonah's plans. Doesn't that happen all too often to you and I when we go against God's will? I know it happens for me. In the midst of a raging storm, each man, woman, and child starts praying to their own gods. But Jonah himself heads downstairs for a nap. The sailor shook him awake and demanded that he too pray to his God, that maybe one of them will listen and spare them from drowning at sea. They decided to collect lots, basically dice, to determine whose fault the storm was, as you do apparently. And the lot fell to Jonah. After trying everything, Jonah confesses he's the cause of the storm, and the sailors agree to toss him overboard, bringing an end to the raging storm. And it's this part of the story we're most familiar with. Jonah prays, God intervenes, and 3 days later, this giant fish spits Jonah out onto dry land. But it's also this part of the story that holds our deeper meaning. You see, Nineveh being the capital of the Assyrian Empire followed the Assyrian gods. Among them was a fish god named Dagon. That's right, they worshipped a fish.
Here in Nineveh, we bow to the great fish.
Some of you don't have to
We celebrate the great fish in our
If you're quite
art.
happy living your life, sacrificing to evil gods and cheating on your tax returns, chances are, if some wacky Jewish prophet showed up saying that you ought to repent, you'd probably ignore him, right? But when a fella shows up looking like death himself, drenched in the gastric juices of a giant fish, spewed up on the sands of your city by an avatar of your god, you're probably going to pay more attention. Perhaps he was born of the sea, or maybe he controlled the huge fish with his aquatic powers, or maybe he was the fish god Dagon in human form. And unlike the incarnation of Jesus, where he was rejected by his own people, when the Ninevites thought they encountered their god in the flesh, they paid very close attention to what he had to say. Jonah had one of the most successful ministries of all the prophets. We're told that every person in Nineveh, from the greatest to the least, fasted and put on sackcloth as a sign of repentance. It seems safe to say that not only is God awesome enough to use Jonah's rebellion to powerfully minister to the Ninevites, but he even used their understanding of the world and capitalized on their fears about their own false gods to point them towards the true God. In Luke 5, Jesus heals a leper, but instead of spreading the news of his healing, Jesus gives him a very unusual instruction. A sentence that to many has become one of the most confusing and perhaps even pointless statements of Jesus in the gospel accounts. But it turns out that this statement points to something much deeper that you've probably been skimming over all these years. Jesus has just kicked off his 3-year ministry. He's collected some of his disciples, but people like Matthew haven't yet joined his crew. Still, his fame is growing, and as a result, people are seeking him out to be healed. One of these men is riddled with leprosy, a terrible skin disease that basically rots your skin off until you lose entire body parts. This leprous man has heard of Jesus' power and falls at his feet. He declares some famous faith-filled words. "If you are willing, you can make me clean." Jesus responds in utter grace, saying, "I am willing, be cleansed." And immediately, the leprosy left him. I can't begin to imagine this man's response. He must have been jumping for joy, ready to tell his entire neighborhood of the glory of God in his life. And, I mean, this would have been an appropriate response, considering how in Matthew 28, Jesus' final words before going back to heaven are a command to share testimony of God's glory to the ends of the earth by making disciples. To tell people who don't know about Jesus the gospel of salvation and cleansing. But what Jesus says next is not what I expected to hear. Instead of telling him to spread the word, he gives the healed man these weird instructions. Don't tell anyone, but go show yourself to the priest and offer the sacrifices that Moses commanded for your cleansing as a testimony to them. At this point in the story, I'm left thinking, what on earth is he talking about? Why couldn't he just share his testimony to anyone instead of going through this unnecessary ritual? Surely Jesus has come to change all that, right? Well, as I often do, I missed a very important detail here. I had to get to the bottom of this mystery, because I've read the Bible for many years now, and phrases like this always seem to hide a deeper meaning for us to discover. And I found a connection, all the way back in the book of Leviticus, perhaps the Old Testament's most boring book. In Leviticus 13, priests are given the role of a leprosy doctor. They're told how to identify if someone has a skin disease, and are given rules around isolating that person from the rest of the clean population. So in other words, the priests determined if someone was to be separated from society, but they also had the ability to bring someone who had become clean back into society. In Leviticus 14, we see that if the leprosy fades and leaves the person, the priests are given very specific instructions involving sacrifices before they can integrate the cured person back into society. There's a sacrifice involving birds, but it's the sacrifice after the birds that made my eyes pop out of my head. A sacrifice any Christian knows points directly to Jesus. After 7 days in isolation, a person who no longer had leprosy was to wash themselves and present themselves before a priest. They were to bring 2 male lambs without defect and 1 ewe lamb. That just means female. One of these male lambs would be sacrificed as a guilt offering on behalf of the person by the priest. The blood of that lamb was spread on the right hand, right foot, and right ear of the cleansed person. To welcome them back into the fold, this lamb had to be sacrificed, showing that God had forgiven them their guilt and allowed them to come back into a covenantal relationship with Him. Now, that sounds like a lot of Old Testament Christian jargon, and some of you might be a bit confused. Why is this seemingly innocent dude who got sick now having to sacrifice an animal as a guilt offering? Kind of makes it sound like he did something wrong, no? I somehow doubt he chose to get leprosy that day. So why is this included? Well, leprosy in the Bible is more than just a skin disease. It was often seen as the direct judgment of God on someone who was disobedient. King Azariah of Judah was a good king, but he didn't eliminate the worship of false gods in his country. Because of this, he was struck with leprosy for his entire life. Gehazi, the servant of the great prophet Elisha, got greedy and claimed a reward that was not his. He also lied to Elisha about it, and as a result, he and his family all got leprosy as a punishment. King Uzziah of Judah entered the temple of God to burn incense, but since he wasn't a priest, he contracted leprosy immediately as a punishment. And my favorite of all is Miriam, the sister of Moses, who together with her brother confronted Moses about his choice of wife. And as a result, God brought them together and rebuked Miriam and Aaron, and Miriam ended up getting leprosy. Now let's compare our hypothetical friend from Leviticus to the man healed by Jesus. The Leviticus man just painted his ear, hand, and foot in lamb's blood. He can now be joyfully welcomed back into society. Hooray! After Jesus healed his leper, the man appears before the priest, telling him that a man with a single word has made him clean. I can only imagine, as that priest was making preparations to offer sacrifices in thanks to God, what was going through his mind. Considering that leprosy was viewed as a disease inflicted by God Himself, and anyone who was cured of leprosy was cured by God Himself, hence the sacrifices, then this priest must have been wondering, who is capable of removing the judgment of God with a single word? If leprosy represents God's judgment, then removing it represents forgiveness. It was none other than God incarnate Himself, Jesus Christ. The story of Joseph is well known in Christian circles, but did you know there's one detail we often gloss over that God put in the text for a unique reason? A lesson that many great Christ followers over the years have deemed the most important lesson a Christian can ever learn. Our story begins with Jacob and his plethora of sons. Jacob had a secret that, to be honest, wasn't much of a secret. His favourite son was Joseph, his youngest at the time. Jacob orders a coat of many colours to be made, which he then gives to Joseph. I'm sure Joseph's brothers will be completely understanding of Jacob's decision and have no jealousy whatsoever, right? Joseph proves himself to fit the spoilt child stereotype perfectly. I can just imagine him, flaring his coat out, twirling it around as if he were the most important man in the world. If you've got teenage boys at home or you do youth ministry like I do, you know this guy all too well. But the story takes a turn when Joseph has a dream about his own awesomeness. A dream he just had to share. He tells his brothers that in this dream, he and his brothers are all collected sheaves of wheat, but that his brothers' sheaves bow down before Joseph's. His brothers seem to get the rather obvious and unsubtle message, and their hatred for him grows. But he doesn't stop there. Either he hasn't picked up on the fact that these stories provoke his brothers to jealousy, or he simply doesn't care. He tells them about another dream he has, in which the sun, the moon, and 11 stars are all bowing down towards him. This dream they interpreted meant his father, his mother, and his 11 brothers would someday bow down to this arrogant teenage boy. Even his father Jacob, who adored his son, seemed to realize he'd gotten too big for his multicolored britches. But he keeps what Joseph has said in mind. His brothers, however, have had enough, and their jealousy of Joseph is about to explode. Sometime later, Joseph is sent by his father to retrieve his brothers. We see here that Joseph doesn't even seem to be working. while his brothers sweated out in the field all day. It was common for the youngest son to be given duties such as guarding the sheep, but he seems to have dodged even the simplest of responsibilities. I guess being dad's favourite has its perks. As Joseph searched for his brothers spotted Joseph first and desired to kill him, a plan which Reuben, the eldest, disagreed with. Instead, they decided to do the moral thing and chuck Joseph into a pit to be sold as a slave. It's at this point of the story that most of us miss a crucial detail, something that would prepare Joseph for his life to come. The story makes explicit mention of Joseph's coat being torn off by his brothers, so why would it do that? Remember that this coat had specifically been given to Joseph to show how his father Jacob favoured him. Not only was it the source of his brothers' jealousy, a constant reminder that Joseph got privileges and gifts that the rest of them didn't, but it held meaning to Joseph too. Every time he wore that coat, it would have been a reminder that he was the favoured son, elevated above his brothers. Keep in mind, this coat was so integral to Joseph's identity that it was the only piece of evidence his brothers needed to convince their father that Joseph had been killed. It was like bringing back his head. Joseph must have paraded his jacket around every single day, so much so that the only way he could imagine him being separated from his coat is if he was dead, and Jacob believed it completely. You might not notice this initially, but this scene right here is the start of Joseph's journey, where he fulfills one of the most important principles in all of the Bible, that God opposes the proud but shows favour to the humble. Joseph was blessed in abundance, something that most of us Westerners experience every day. But in his prosperity, Joseph didn't give God the glory. Instead, he promoted himself as the hero. Because Joseph refused to humble himself, God did it for him. God opposed the proud Joseph and sculpted him into one of the most humble characters in biblical history. And his humility in Egypt led to the fulfillment of the second half of that verse. God showed favour to him and actually exalted him far beyond where he was in Canaan. As is reinforced in James 4:10, humble yourselves before the Lord, and he will lift you up. Ladies and gentlemen of the faith, if you do not humble yourself now, God will do it for you, and I promise you it will not be pleasant. As a guy who's been humbled by God many times, take it from me. Remember God's rich blessings in your life and live in thankfulness rather than pride. The first miracle recorded in the Gospels is Jesus turning water into wine. A miracle that Baptists have been doing backflips around for centuries, trying to disprove that what Jesus made was actual wine. Well, sorry to say, but it wasn't just wine, it was the best wine ever made in human history. And within this miracle is an incredible deeper meaning I literally just heard about. If you don't know the context, Jesus is invited to a wedding, which to me is interesting enough in itself. I mean, Jesus, the sinless saviour, agreed to go to a party of feasting, dancing and drinking. The party kicks on well into the night, but tragedy strikes. The wine has run out, and Jesus' mother scrambles to find a solution. She says to her son, "They have no wine," to which Jesus responds, "Woman, what does this have to do with me?" Now, for all you husbands out there who just found your new favourite Bible verse, don't be that guy. You don't have permission to use this verse on your wives, or your mothers, or your daughters, or any women.
I use it all the time. What are you talking about?
Anyway, Jesus' mother Mary leaves some servants in his hands, telling them to do whatever Jesus commands them. Now, this is the part you need to pay close attention to. Jesus is going to give two commands to these servants, neither of which make really any sense on the surface. But when you dig a little deeper, the meaning starts to take shape. The text says there were 6 stone water pots standing there for Jewish customs of purification. This is important. The pots were actually used for purification, for washing before a meal. In other words, the water in these pots would have been absolutely filthy. Jesus tells the servants to fill the water pots with water. Now notice how he doesn't tell them to clean the pots in any way, simply fill them with water. Imagine being one of the servants in this situation. Your master has just run out of wine, and this crazy dude is now telling you to fill up some filthy cleaning pots with dirty water. Somehow, this is going to help the situation. The master of the wedding risked huge cultural embarrassment if the truth of the wine was discovered, and the servants would be punished for it. Once the pots were full of dirty washing water, Jesus gave them their next order. Draw some out now and take it to the master of the feast. Now these servants are packing their dacks, mate. That's Australian for pooping their pants in fear. Not only have they filled these pots by hand with dirty water, but now they've been told to scoop some of it out and present it to the master of the wedding. These servants must have some crazy respect for Mary because they obeyed her son and brought a cup of this filthy water to the master of the feast. And when he drinks it, he says these incredible words. Every man serves the good wine first, and when the guests are drunk, then he serves the poorer wine. But you have kept the good wine until now. What's happening here is bigger than a physical miracle of water to wine. It's symbolic. The Bible starts with a wedding with Adam and Eve. The Bible ends with a wedding with the church and Christ. And interestingly enough, John says that this was the beginning of his signs. So Jesus' ministry began at a wedding as well. This was no coincidence. Let's consider the method of Jesus' miracle in comparison to his method of saving us. He didn't tell them to wash the pots before pouring the water into it to ensure there was no contamination. He didn't tell them to clean up the vessel before it could be used for a miracle. He didn't tell them to filter out the dirt from the water before sending it to the master. Instead, he took dirty water and miraculously transformed it into perfect wine. In fact, you could even argue that the transformation happened the moment the servant had the faith to pick up the ladle, pour the water into the cup, and take it to the master. It was the faith of the servant that actualized the miracle, a miracle that paints a picture of our salvation. We were once dirty water, but through faith we've been made into perfect wine for the joy of the party of heaven, where we will celebrate the King's victory for eternity someday. Most of us know there's a bit of an MMA match that takes place in the story of Jacob, but there's a detail hidden in the fight that's all too easy to miss, an injury that forever transforms the career and identity of one of the Bible's great heroes, and a detail that will change your interpretation of one of the most bizarre Bible stories forever. Now, Jacob has one of the most fascinating stories in the Bible, so I'm going to give you a very quick rundown. Meet Jacob, a man with a hairy twin named Esau, and even hairier morals. Now, there's a few things you need to know about Jacob. His name literally means supplanter, or heel grasper, because he was clutching his twin brother's heel as they were coming out of the womb. This phrase would go on to become a Hebrew idiom that meant deceptive behavior. Esau, if you're wondering, means hairy or rough, and both brothers go on to fulfill their names to a T. Jacob's first deception isn't really deception, but more cruelty, I would say. Esau was a hunter, and after a long hunt, he was starving. As it happened, Jacob had prepared a lovely stew, so naturally, Esau went to his loving brother in a time of need and asked for some soup. But Jacob's response was pretty unexpected. He demanded Esau trade his birthright as a firstborn son in exchange for the soup. I don't know what's more crazy, the fact that Jacob requested this totally unfair trade, or the fact that Esau actually accepted it. Years later, Jacob wanted to secure his birthright, which he had stolen from his older brother, so he joined together with his mother Rebecca to scam his blind father. He covered himself in fur and tricked his father into giving him the blessing reserved for his older brother Esau. When Esau went in next and requested his blessing, he was left with nothing. This infuriated Esau, and Jacob hightailed it out of there. He had to flee. His mum suggested that he stay with his uncle Laban, so that's where he heads. As it turns out, he quickly learns that trickery and deception run in the family. A certain lady named Rachel catches his eye. In the same way that Christian girls fall in love at the sight of a young man carrying 10+ chairs after church, Jacob falls madly in love with Rachel and is keen to marry her. So he agrees to do 7 years of work for his uncle to get a ring on the lady's finger. Laban gets Jacob very drunk one night, and he ends up marrying Rachel's sister Leah instead. Don't ask me how that works. Having been tricked, Jacob has to commit another 7 years of work to marry Rachel, which he does. 14 years of work to marry this one girl. She must have been absolutely smoking. But Jacob, being Jacob, had the idea to run away yet again. But not before using some classic trickery on his uncle Laban. He made a deal with Laban. Any spotted or coloured livestock would be Jacob's property when he leaves, but any unspotted livestock would remain with Laban. Laban agreed, and Jacob got to his deceptive work. He put some distance between him and Laban and manipulated the breeding pattern so that the strong and healthy livestock were all spotted and the weak and sickly livestock were all unspotted. And to absolutely no one's surprise, Laban became furious and Jacob fled with his wealth. On his way back to his homeland, Jacob had a horrifying realization. He knew that he was going to have to face his brother Esau again. And he knows Esau is still probably a bit angry about the whole having his entire birthright and life stolen out from under him. Jacob makes a plan to run away yet again in case things go south. But this time, his plans are interrupted. At this point, one of the strangest moments in the Jacob narrative occurs. As he sends his wives and children ahead, a man emerges from the shadows. Without a single word being spoken, this man collides into Jacob, gripping, wrenching, and wrestling with Jacob like Jacob stole his heavyweight title. The match isn't close, but Jacob doesn't give up regardless, and the fight continues all through the night until daybreak. With a single touch, Jacob's hip tendon is torn out of its socket. I bet they wish they knew that move in the UFC. But the match doesn't end there, as Jacob is determined not to let go until he receives a blessing. What in the world is going on here? What Jacob usually got from deception, he now had to earn through tenacity. It's at this point the injury Jacob receives takes on a whole new meaning. You see, Jacob was a coward, man. He stole and lied his way into a fortune and ran away whenever things got hard. When his lies finally caught up to him, he resorted to running away again. By taking out his hip and giving him a limp, God ensured that Jacob's days of running were over. Now, instead of running from God, he would wrestle with him. Hence his new name, Israel, which means to struggle with man and with God, and have overcome. And that wrestle is exactly what we see throughout the rest of the Old Testament. Gethsemane is often depicted in stories and art as a garden. But what if I told you that there's no place in Scripture called the Garden of Gethsemane? But instead, the location Jesus took his disciples the night he was betrayed was somewhere so much more significant. None of the Gospel accounts actually use the phrase Garden of Gethsemane. Matthew, Mark, and Luke simply call the location Gethsemane, and John uses the word garden, so naturally we connect the two and call it the Garden of Gethsemane. But technically, it wasn't actually a garden. It was an agricultural site at the base of the Mount of Olives, full of olive trees. It may have been owned by the temple or someone's personal property, but regardless, Jesus and his disciples had access, and he went there for a particular purpose. The word Gethsemane in Greek literally translates to oil press, and it wasn't just a place, it was a machine. The ancient machine in question was called an olive crushing press, a device where a huge rotating boulder was rolled over olives to crush them before they were gathered up and squeezed for their oil. As it turns out, this detail is intentional. You and I may use a little olive oil here and there when cooking our chicken at home. But for the people in ancient Israel, without oil, there was no light. Not only that, it was also used in the temple lamps as a sign of his eternal covenant with the people. Used in anointing Aaron the high priest and kings like Saul and David, and in the cleansing from uncleanliness. It's all over the Old Testament, and it's safe to say that olives have their symbolic place in Scripture. But the greatest deeper meaning is revealed in this very story. Although the Bible isn't clear on this, some speculate that when Jesus left his disciples 3 times, he actually entered a cave containing the olive crusher, and there he wept, and his sweat was like drops of blood falling to the ground. The symbolism is palpable. Nevertheless, Jesus taking his disciples to this place called Gethsemane right before his time had come was no coincidence at all. Because in John's Gospel, we find the only use of the word garden, and it's used here for a very specific reason. Just as he did in the opening of his book, John parallels an iconic story from the book of Genesis here. The word garden used by John brings to mind the first garden. In the Garden of Eden, the first man, Adam, was faced with a decision in the form of a tree. God had stated if Adam obeyed and resisted eating the forbidden fruit, he would have life. But if he rebelled and ate of it, he would surely die. Adam's obedience would lead to life, but instead his rebellion led to death. It opened the door for man's greatest adversary, sin. Thousands of years later, Jesus finds himself in the same predicament. A command regarding a tree. His tree was a cross. Obedience to God's command in this case would lead to his death, but would produce life for all. And rebellion would save his life, but seal the destructive fate of all of humanity forever. Adam, when faced with his test, tried to avoid and hide the shame he earned. Jesus, when faced with his test, took on shame he had not earned, and stood boldly before his betrayer, ready to drink the cup of God's wrath on our behalf. 2 gardens, 2 trees, 2 decisions. The first Adam deflected blame and shirked his responsibility. The second Adam accepted blame and accepted the responsibility for saving our souls. The first garden led to death. The second garden leads to life. And here's the craziest thing. When Jesus hung on that tree, 2 criminals mocked him from either side. But one changed his tune and in repentance begged that Jesus remember him when he entered his kingdom. In light of our discovery about Gethsemane, his response is so much more profound. Because the Greek word paradise literally translates to garden. There's a third garden. The first garden led to death. The second garden led to life. And the third garden is the life. The eternal kingdom of God where we will dwell with our Creator forever and ever. The word fire appears 430 times in the English Standard Version Bible and can be associated with all sorts of different meanings. But by adding one extra word, that number shrinks from 430 down to just 3 in the entire Bible.
Holy
that word
fire.
is charcoal.
Oh,
and its
nope.
usage in the Bible is not done by accident.
I was guessing.
In fact, it points to something deeply profound about the relationship between Jesus and one of his disciples. Now, it's not the word charcoal or the word fire that has anything special about it. The deeper meaning comes when we look at the 2 appearances of this phrase in John's Gospel and compare the events taking place. The first is recorded in John 18, where Christ is betrayed, arrested, and dragged before Annas and Caiaphas, the high priest. Now, if this scene was a movie, you'd get to see Jesus being dragged before Caiaphas, but before any dialogue is exchanged, the scene would cut to a new scene. This new scene we're taken to follows the perspective of Peter. He's originally outside the courtyard of the high priest, but is eventually let inside by a fellow disciple. We think it might be John, but the disciple is not specifically named. Anyway, the disciple speaks with the servant girl at the door and asks her to let Peter in. But as Peter enters the courtyard, she stops him and asks, "You also are not one of this man's disciples, are you?" To which Peter responds, "I am not." This is quite interesting, because it says that another disciple was with him at the time. And in the question, the girl specifically uses the word "also," implying that Peter denied being a disciple of Christ, while one of his fellow disciples was with him. But it's the next verse that contains our deeper meaning phrase. It reads, "Now the servants and officers had made a charcoal fire because it was cold, and they were standing and warming themselves. Peter also was with them, standing and warming himself." Doesn't seem too important on the surface, right? Just a bunch of guys standing around a fire to keep warm on a chilly night? Well, as the story goes on, Peter denies Christ another 2 times before there's an incredibly important phrase we often skim over. Now, Simon Peter was standing and warming himself. All 3 of Peter's denials take place around this charcoal fire. But why is it an important detail? Why is it included in the pages of this story multiple times? Well, what if I told you that Jesus uses this very setting just 3 chapters later to achieve something not only powerful, but deeply emotional? Let's investigate the second occurrence of this phrase, charcoal fire, in the New Testament. It's in John 21, after the resurrection of Christ, and here is where things get interesting. The disciples had given up and returned to their old lives of fishing. At daybreak, Jesus called out to them from the shore, telling them to cast on the right side of the boat. In a poetic mirror of their first encounter with Christ, they haul in a great load of fish and drag them all to shore. Peter, however, has a unique response to the other disciples, just like he did when they first met Jesus. Peter leaps into the water and swims to Christ. When he arrives, though, he is startled with a scene he didn't expect to step into. When they got out on land, they saw a charcoal fire in place, with fish laid out on it and bread. Now, if you've ever been around a campfire or a burn-off, you know that unique smell that permeates from the fire, that smoky, ashy scent of nature. I have fond memories of that smell growing up, attending church camps in the bush. Whenever I smelt smoke from a charcoal fire, it'd take me back to those treasured memories. However, Peter didn't have the same feeling. The last time the scent of charcoal filled his nose was when he denied Jesus 3 times. The memories would have instantly flooded back. Now, if this wasn't enough to make Peter emotional, the risen Saviour Jesus asks him an incredible question. "Simon, son of John, do you love me more than these?" What are these, you might be wondering? Could be the disciples, could be the fish, could be his old life in its entirety. I don't know. Either way, he's asked the question 3 times, And Peter responds with, "Yes, Lord, you know that I love you." This is such a profound reunion between Jesus and Peter. Jesus took one of Peter's most painful memories and pulled it up from the past to confront him with it. But instead of judging him and punishing him, he forgave his betrayal. He reinstituted Peter as the leader of the church and erased his sin from him. What's deeply touching to me is how Jesus had to go into the wound of Peter to truly restore it. He didn't simply forgive Peter, but he recreated the site of his betrayal and restored it. He turned a shameful, painful memory of a charcoal fire into a restored and joyous memory of a charcoal fire. I believe Jesus absolutely loves you, and he wants you to be healed of the wounds you carry. But oftentimes, he needs to go where it hurts. Like a doctor investigating an open wound, the Savior likes to dive in where it hurts to fully redeem the trauma and pain, and he rewrites the memory for his glory and for your good. Speaking of Peter, this next deeper meaning is incredibly cool, and it totally took me by surprise when I first read it. It's got to do with Peter and how Jesus gives him the keys to the kingdom of heaven. But what's even more interesting is how Peter uses these keys to unlock 3 specific doors in the book of Acts. It's honestly super cool and it has a significant message for us Christians today. If you watch this video where we explore the gates of Hades, you'll be familiar with the story. Jesus takes his disciples to Caesarea Philippi, basically the Las Vegas of the ancient world, the key location for pagan worship and sacrifice. It was here where Jesus gave Simon the name Peter and declared that upon this rock he would build his church. But what Jesus says next is a statement that has caused mass confusion for the past 2,000 years. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatever you bind on earth shall have been bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth shall have been loosed in heaven. The first part of this statement in particular caught my attention, and I thought of a question. Why would Jesus use the word keys in this situation? I mean, he could have said, I give you the leadership, I give you the land, I give you the people. But he doesn't say any of that. Instead, he uses the word keys. Well, it turns out that he used this word for a very specific reason, and it's awesomely fulfilled in the book of Acts, where Peter uses them to unlock 3 aspects of the kingdom of God on earth. In Acts 2, a large group of Jews had gathered from all over the world to celebrate the Feast of Weeks, a major Jewish festival instituted in the book of Leviticus. It was celebrated 50 days after the Feast of First Fruits, and so was called the Day of Pentecost. On this day, the disciples got to experience the arrival of the Holy Spirit as it appeared as tongues of fire, and Peter stepped up from among the crowd and delivered the first ever sermon. That day, 3,000 people were added to their number. They repented, believed, and were baptized into Christ through the preaching of Peter and the work of the Holy Spirit. The first door Peter unlocked using the keys given him by Christ was the door of the Jews, granting his own people first access to the heavenly experiences of the new covenant, forgiveness of sins, baptism of repentance, and inhabitation of the Holy Spirit. As the Bible says, first to the Jews, then to the Gentiles. But before the Gentiles were included, there was a second door that Peter unlocked, one that most Christians completely miss. It's in this second door that we discover what exactly Peter is unlocking, because in Acts 8, after the stoning of Stephen, a great persecution broke out and the early church was scattered. A disciple named Philip went to Samaria and preached the gospel there, performing great miracles, casting out demons, and healing people on crutches. Yeah, that's literally the phrase used in the NASB. It says they all listened with one voice, and many were baptized that day, including a sorcerer named Simon. When the big dog apostles in Jerusalem heard about the revival breaking out in Samaria, they wanted to be a part of it, so they traveled. And what happens next explains what is behind these doors that Peter is unlocking. First, let me explain something to you about the Samaritans. They weren't just ordinary people, they were actually quite unique. If you watch the epic video we made on the Old Testament, you'll recall the northern kingdom of Israel was defeated and exiled by the Assyrians. Now, the Samaritans claimed they were not taken into exile and were instead left in the land. One key difference is they believe that God inhabits different places on earth. The Jews believe the holy site of God is in the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, whereas the Samaritans believe the site is on Mount Gerizim. We see this debate brought to Jesus by the Samaritan woman in John 4. Now, why am I telling you all this about these random people? Because when the northern kingdom of Israel was carried away, the leftover Samaritans married and reproduced with the Assyrian captors, making them a mixed bloodline. The Samaritans were villainized by the Jews for not being pure. They worshipped elsewhere, they married foreigners, and they brought shame to the God of Israel. But God himself had a different plan for them. Peter arrives with John in Samaria after the revival and prays for the Samaritans that they may receive the Holy Spirit. The second door that Peter opens using the keys to the kingdom is the door to the Samaritans. But this time, we get some extra information. The Bible says they didn't have the Holy Spirit in Samaria until Peter unlocked the door of heaven for them by laying on his hands and praying for them. So we can conclude that Peter is essentially delivering the Holy Spirit to these people groups. And the final door is the most surprising of them all. 2 chapters later, a Gentile man named Cornelius has a vision. He was a God-fearing and generous man, and in his vision he was commanded to send for Peter, who was staying by the sea at that time. The next day, Peter had a vision himself of a large sheet being lowered from heaven with all kinds of unclean animals. God says to Peter in the vision, "Get up, Peter, kill and eat." To which Peter is horrified. I mean, that would be like God saying to us, get up, go and get drunk. For Peter,
Nicola, what's good?
He'd known that from birth. Yet, here was God telling him to eat. Now, this vision only makes sense if we continue reading the story. The men sent by Cornelius arrive just as Peter wakes up from his vision, and Peter goes along with them to meet this Gentile legend. Cornelius explains the situation to Peter and basically says this: God commanded me to send men to fetch you so that you could tell us something important. Now we're all here and we're all ready to hear what you have to say to us. No pressure on Peter, eh? He wasn't given any heads up prior to this, just a vision of pigs and lizards. Yet it finally clicks for Peter. The vision suddenly made sense. The unclean animals represented the Gentile people, and Peter began to preach to them. This time, he didn't even get the chance to lay his hands on them. They received the Holy Spirit mid-sermon. We see here that the final door unlocked by Peter granted access for the Gentiles to receive the Holy Spirit of God. And boy, am I thankful that that third door was open, because if it wasn't, I'd still be saturated in sin and heading to hell. Thanks, Peter, for unlocking the door, and thanks to Jesus for making this entire thing possible. Have you ever wondered what a united world would look like? Peace, prosperity, and paradise, surely. Well, there are 2 times in the Bible where the world was united, and both looked very different than I anticipated it would. The people of the world said to each other, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be dispersed over the face of the whole earth." A great and mighty tower is erected, a tower designed to protect all who dwell within it from harm. Things look and sound fantastic. Could life get any better than this? But there's one person that isn't happy with this construction project.
God.
And that's God himself. God's noticed this sin and decides to come down and pay it a visit. He's certainly not happy. In fact, he's so unhappy that he sabotages the unity of these people, dividing humans against each other. Come, let us go down there and confuse their language so that they may not understand one another's speech. So why is God such a spoilsport? Hear me out. But perhaps this one world government has something to do with the Antichrist one world government. One, an ancient unification, the other, a future unification. A problem repeated in the future with the same ancient foolishness. To understand this, we'll first need to know what the people at Babel were trying to accomplish. Building a tower ain't that big a deal, right? It's not really, but their heart and goal behind it was a big deal. You should notice that they wanted the top of the tower to be in the heavens, which obviously means it's a pretty big tower. But there's a deeper meaning here. They thought that by uniting humanity together, they could build their own way to heaven. that through human peace and cooperation amongst all people, a utopia could be achieved through their own efforts and innovations. How many mental atheists have you met who believe in the very same thing? By trying to make their own way to heaven, they make the fatal mistake of believing they can get to heaven without God's help. So when God sees them trying to build a tower through his floorboards, he's understandably angry, and thus disperses humanity across the world as they were initially commanded. So how does this tie into the Antichrist? This little story should explain how. Imagine for a moment that the peoples of the world stand united. There's no more division, no more barriers of communication. There is a shared goal amongst all people. Again, this goal is to build a great kingdom for themselves, a utopia driven by man's innovation and ambition. Every tribe, tongue, and nation is represented, and through a shared economy, peace and prosperity is created. Consider what the Bible says. Just like the people of Babel, the Antichrist exalts himself as God. Just like in the time of Babel, people migrate from all over the world to join this kingdom, since the Antichrist was given authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation. After all, the whole world is like a city now, and everyone shares in one unifying currency. Just like the people of Babel idolized their tower and believed it would protect them, everyone worshipped the beast, believing it could unite them and protect them from being dispersed. So it turns out that this ancient story reveals an ongoing pattern, and a reality about people most would rather not believe. Both stories illustrate that when people unite and cooperate on such an immense scale, it doesn't bring global peace and prosperity, but quite the opposite. The wickedness of man's heart is unrestrained, and together we're capable of great evil. The Bible says because of our own sinful heart, we are led into all kinds of evil. It's only when mankind is united towards God that true peace will be achieved. And as it is typically the case, God's going to have to do the work himself. And he has promised a day where all those who trust in Jesus as Lord will be united in a paradise with him. Get your tissue boxes ready, because this deeper meaning will make you cry. I'm not kidding. I learned this one at Bible college, and it had such a tremendous impact on me because it highlights something within Jesus' culture.
Buddy, the day you get me to cry,
a system culture they lived in known as honor and shame. You see, the Jews of Jesus' day lived in a culture that worked a little differently than how our culture does today. Society was built around the pursuit of honor and the avoiding of shame. It was divided into roles with various levels of honor in each. I got this handy diagram from my college professor, shout out Steve Young, the legend, and it helped me open my eyes to this society. At the top, you can see there's the ruler, who controlled everything. Below him were his governors, who managed the ruler's land. Below them were retainers and priests who offered services to the governing class. Next were the merchants, who could fall quite low, but could also climb rather high in honor depending on what they sold. Below them were the artisans, who provided physical services or production of a resource. Below them were peasants who worked the land for food and often sold their property during times of famine. Now, if you've studied feudal history, this all probably sounds pretty normal to you. But here's where things get interesting. Below the peasants were a group called the unclean or degraded. This is typically a temporary position where people contract a disease such as leprosy or become injured for a season. Some may claw their way back into society, but if they don't, they fall into the final category, the expendables. At the bottom of the honor-shame ladder were the expendables. People with disabilities, permanent injuries, or illnesses preventing them from climbing whatsoever. They were cast out of society and rejected by all. Why? Because an expendable brought shame upon your family. Many Jewish believers thought that fates like these were a result of God's direct judgment, so they'd neglect these people. They'd distance themselves as much as they could. Here's a list of Bible characters that fit each position on the cultural hierarchy. What's fascinating to me is how Elizabeth and Zacchaeus are both considered degraded in society, despite having high positions. Elizabeth's inability to conceive a child made her lose honor, and Zacchaeus' betrayal of the Jewish people to serve the Roman Empire made him a lot of money, but also had him degraded by his Jewish brethren. Honor and shame was the currency of the ancient Middle East. Now, if we take this understanding into the crucifixion of Jesus, a dark, deeper meaning begins to emerge. Perhaps an explanation behind the method of Jesus' trial, beating, and execution is finally uncovered. Let's follow John's Gospel, because Jesus' crucifixion takes up like a third of the entire book there. After Jesus is sentenced to the cross instead of Barabbas, he's taken behind the barracks where he was flogged by Roman soldiers. This was probably a little unnecessary, but would have been typical for most crucifixions. However, here's where things take a dark turn. The soldiers twisted together a crown of thorns and put it on his head. They clothed him in a purple robe and went up to him again and again, saying, "Hail, King of the Jews!" And they slapped him in the face. This isn't an ordinary crucifixion. This was an attempt to utterly humiliate the man who claimed to be God. It was as if this Jesus placed himself at the top of the honor-shame society, and those in power meant to teach him a humbling lesson. Crucifixion was considered one of the most shameful ways to die. Your naked body was exposed to onlookers who would mock and shame you for your crimes. And once you were dead, your legacy was solidified as permanent, buried with your body. Christ had the added mockery of a purple robe signifying royalty and a crown of thorns. They turned his claim of divinity into a joke and besmirched his legacy by sealing it with the power of death itself. With this in mind, let me read you a few verses that will blow you away. Christ Jesus, who being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant. Being made in human likeness and being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross. Therefore God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Christ entered the depths of humiliation on the cross, but his story didn't end there. Because God raised him from the dead and exalted him to the highest place in heaven above every name. By looking at the honor and shame culture, a huge, deeper meaning is revealed for us today. Christ has died for us, to give us new life. But we so often continue to climb the hierarchy of fame and do everything we can to avoid being cancelled. Instead, Jesus proves that spiritually speaking, the hierarchy has been reversed. Instead, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant. This is a key essential to living the Christian life. Humble yourself like Christ, and God will exalt you in due time. Congratulations for making it to the end of this epic video. This is the longest video we've ever made on the channel. And
Rookie.
So I want to commend you. If for some reason you still have more time, or you're at work, or you're listening to something, watch this video next. The one you just finished had a heap of deeper meanings, and this one I'm recommending now is an older one that has done very, very well.
It's not popping up. I'll just give you a like real quick.
God inhabits different places on earth. The Jews believe the holy side of God is in the Temple Mount. I haven't seen leftist crash outs this funny for a very, very long time. This time targeting Caleb Hammer. Caleb Hammer is a finance YouTuber that essentially does audits of poor people and tells them how they're wasting their money and how a lot of them are actually kind of tarded. Now, the funny thing is, he's not right-wing. He's really not. He's pretty center. My guess is socially he's left-wing. If I had to guess, I think fiscally he's more right-wing. I think socially he's probably more left-wing. That's the vibe I got. But they are harassing him, calling him a Nazi, and blasting him, honestly, because no one has done a better job, in my opinion, for exposing the left for being a gigantic group of babied losers like this guy. Because he'll get some leftists on that, oh no, we need communism, we need socialism, I'm so poor, it's all the government's fault. And they'll be like, bro, this is literally all of your decisions. Like, for example, here's a little clip that they're trying to cancel him for. What do you do for a living?
I'm currently unemployed.
Whenever we have arguments about our financial situation, it always boils down to, it would be better if you had a job and an income. And I feel like you could do more. Like, you sleep in a lot, and I'm cooking, cleaning, taking care of the animals, watering the plants.
I water my plants. You don't water my plants.
So she does nothing! She does nothing! She waters her own plants, contributes absolutely zero to the relationship, nothing, absolutely nothing to the relationship. Meanwhile, her boyfriend / cuck works, does everything. She doesn't have a job, she's useless, and she's crying that she's broke and society's not fair to her because of all her mental illnesses. So this basically just said, wow, leftoids, you guys are fucking retarded. That's essentially what happened. Like, this just proves that the leftoids are pathetic, and they should actually just get jobs.
I still, contribute.
I only got 90 seconds, guys.
In every area on top of working. I am worried that you're taking advantage of me a little bit, you know?
You've never said that before.
I've been trying to communicate, you know, like, hey, you could put in more effort. There's definitely an imbalance. Like, I'm kind of doing everything, and you're not even working.
This isn't couples therapy, but in settings similar to this in couples therapy, that's where the real thing comes out. That people hold back from wanting to stay in person because they don't want to start an argument at home.
And the reality is, it's stuff like this, essentially, that makes the left look absolutely pathetic. Here you have nose ring Karen extraordinaire who refused